Luo Xiaobai's worry was not without reason. Although Han Fei had established this abandoned route, it was precisely because of Han Fei that the danger on this route was greatly reduced. If the entire raging sea was mobilized, none of the routes controlled by the Martial Emperor City would be missed. It was only a matter of time before they were discovered. However, it was impossible for all the sea routes to be searched by kings. At most, they would send venerables to search. In this way, as long as they arranged for someone to block the route, the time it took for the Yinyang world to be discovered would be greatly extended. Han Fei sent the resources to the sword god. On the way back, Han Fei directly summoned the old turtle. Han Fei said, "Old Yuan, you've been cultivating for so long. It seems that it's still too difficult for Gue Sanqing's body to reach the sea establishment realm." The old turtle said, "This guy's level is indeed not high. It's a pity that Peng Jia has been killed by you. Otherwise, his body was not bad. However, you can't do possession too many times. Every time you possess someone, you will fuse with the possessed. If you do this too much, you will get lost. I'm not in a hurry. Anyway, you're going to leave this place and go to the sea realm. In the future, if I go there, I should be able to find my original body. At that time, I can return to the sky-opening realm." This was what Han Fei and the old turtle had planned. The old turtle even said that he had a big gift for him. Han Fei said, "Old Yuan, let Gue Sanqing's body guard this route. Kill everyone who comes." The old turtle said, "Now all the major powers in the raging sea are guarding against you. It won't be easy for you to sneak attack them." Han Fei smiled. "Then let time settle down." Half a month later, Han Fei, Xiao Shaochan, Luo Xiaobai, Zhang Xuanyu, and Lu Renquang embarked on the treasure hunt again. The rest continued to cultivate in the Yinyang world and the Waterwood world. After all, the Yinyang world and the Waterwood world had only been out for a short time and needed time to accumulate strength. Besides, this period of time could be said to be an outbreak period for the human race of the Yinyang world and the Waterwood world. Countless people cultivated day and night and had no time to explore the outside world. On the black ship in the Sea of Mist, while the five of them were eating hot pot, Zhang Xuanyu said, "The time the vast ocean navigator can be used is still too short. And it's difficult for it to locate accurately. The little white fish hasn't found any large ultra-quality spiritual stone deposits so far. Shall we change our strategy?" Everyone looked at him and Han Fei asked, "Do you have a better solution?" Zhang Xuanyu said, "Should we go to the sea area controlled by supreme clearness and infinity? The ground veins where the heavenly palaces are located should be good, right? Will there be more resources like ultra-quality spiritual stone mines?" Xiao Shaochan rolled her eyes. "A bad idea. That's too risky." Lu Renquang said, "Even if you find it, mining is not something that can be done in a day or two. Can you guarantee that no strong masters will notice you?" Han Fei said, "This speed is a little slow, but we have dug 5 or 6 small mines. Although an ultra-quality spiritual stone mine only has tens of millions or 1 or 200 million ultra-quality spiritual stones on average, there's a high possibility to find ultra-quality spiritual stone mines." Han Fei couldn't help looking at Luo Xiaobai. "What do you think?" Luo Xiaobai shook her head slightly. "Let's find the first big mine and see how it goes." Another month passed. Han Fei and the others dug more than 20 small mineral veins one after another, harvesting a total of 2.8 billion ultra-quality spiritual stones. This number was actually extremely shocking. When Han Fei first came to the Raging Sea, he didn't think to find mineral veins here, or he would definitely make a fortune. But now, this mere 2.8 billion was good for Zhang Xuanyu and the others, because their origin sea wasn't big. Now, as long as they had time, they would immerse themselves in exploring their origin seas. Therefore, if they maintained this resource acquisition speed, it was completely acceptable for them in a short period of time. Besides, they each got nearly 5 billion ultra-quality spiritual stones from the looting of the soul-sealing world, which had already made their origin seas expand much faster. However, these resources were not even enough to fill a teeth slit for Han Fei. On this day, as usual, Han Fei quickly used the vast ocean navigator 3 times and flew tens of thousands of kilometers in the sea of mist at his fastest speed. According to the reaction of the vast ocean navigator, Han Fei thought that he would find another small mineral vein this time. Therefore, after the 3 opportunities were used up, Han Fei lazily summoned Little Black and Little White. He said, "Daughter, find out where there is an ultra-quality spiritual stone mine nearby." Little White seemed to be used to the recent routine, so she felt for a while and swam in one direction. However, after swimming for only an hour, Little White suddenly said, "Dad, I feel a lot of spiritual energy. It seems very dangerous there." "A lot of spiritual energy? And it's very dangerous?" Han Fei was shocked to hear that. He quickly stepped on the cabin and shouted, "You guys, all out." Little White found something. Lu Renquang poked his head out of the cabin. "Fei Fei. She found one again?" Zhang Xuanyu jumped out. "I was waiting for you to call me." When Luo Xiaobai and Xia Shaochan both came out, Han Fei said, "This time, we're going to get something big." "Something big?" Han Fei grinned. "Let's go and take a look first. If I've guessed right, the ultra-quality spiritual stone mine this time should not be small." Hearing this, everyone perked up. Weren't they looking for resources? Han Fei had just attacked the soul-sealing world. Although he won, it actually made him realize the real gap between him and sky openers in strength. It was the same for Luo Xiaobai and the others. Therefore, including Han Fei, they didn't intend to cause trouble recently, so Han Fei brought Luo Xiaobai and the others to find resources. A moment later, there was no need for Little White to lead the way. Everyone could already feel that the spiritual energy here was rich, twice as rich as where the Yang world was. However, such rich spiritual energy was clearly abnormal. Besides, Little White had just said that this place was very dangerous. When they were 100,000 kilometers away, Han Fei shouted, "Stop. There must be danger here, but I haven't seen where the danger comes from." However, all of a sudden, everyone discovered that the seawater was moving abnormally, and an invisible wave suddenly surged towards them. Han Fei subconsciously felt that something was wrong. The surrounding seawater instantly became sticky, as if it had turned into paste. Then, Han Fei and the others felt an abnormal wave slapping at them. Bang! Han Fei punched back against the sticky seawater and unleashed a terrifying blow comparable to that of the sky-opening realm. Rumble! As the seawater exploded, some transparent pieces of meat that looked like jelly rushed at him. And around him, the pressure from the seawater was getting stronger and stronger. See. At this moment, information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. Name: Stealth Mystic Jellyfish. Introduction: a transparent jellyfish that can completely transform into seawater. It belongs to the giant beast race. Their locations are difficult to detect unless they are in a combat state. The stealth mystic jellyfish's body can transform into seawater and kill enemies by controlling the viscosity of the seawater and pressure. Level greater than 94. Quality: ancient mutant. Realm: sea establishment. Contained chaotic chi greater than 8,655 wisps. Battle technique: solidifying glue, bloodline reversal, ultimate. Compression. Collectible: pressure water. Absorbable. Remarks: it's best not to fall into the range of the stealth mystic jellyfish, or it will be difficult to escape. Han Fei couldn't have felt worse when he saw the information. It turned out that the real danger was the seawater. Looking at Zhang Xuanyu and the others, they were all coughing blood. Even Han Fei felt that the essence blood in his body was flowing very slowly. However, they were kings anyway. How could they be beaten to such a state by a giant beast? Roar. Apart from Han Fei, Lu Renkuang was the first to take action. As he launched the devouring vortex, a large amount of seawater was swallowed by him. Then, all kinds of demonic plants grew in the sea. Although most of the demonic plants were squeezed into pieces the moment they were born, there was still a huge portion of demonic plants that were not afraid of this squeezing force at all. For example, if you wanted to squeeze a piece of paper, what can you do to squeeze it into powder? Xia Xiaochan turned into a shadow, and only Zhang Xuanyu was still resisting. With his soul power and body, the stealth mystic jellyfish probably didn't expect Han Fei and the others to be so difficult to deal with. In an instant, it was shattered by Han Fei and the others. After all, the stealth mystic jellyfish was only in the sea establishment realm. How could Han Fei, who dared to even kill a sky opener, be afraid of it? Even Lu Renkuang's swallowing power was enough to make it suffer. The stealth mystic jellyfish wanted to use the ultimate suppression power, but unfortunately, it could only suppress Zhang Xuanyu. The other four ignored its attack and went up to bombard it, blowing it up in a moment. Buzz. Han Fei's Inyan divine eyes appeared, and he pointed his knife at a water area in the sea, and said coldly, "Go to hell." However, before Han Fei slashed down, a crisp voice hurriedly said, "Everyone, let's talk nicely." The stealth mystic jellyfish had thought that she could use her power of extreme compression to defeat these people. Even if she couldn't, she could turn into seawater and disappear. However, who could have known that Han Fei didn't take the ordinary path at all? He even knew where her soul origin was. She had never encountered such a situation before. The other party had 5 kings. She definitely couldn't escape this time. Therefore, a mushroom-headed woman appeared in the sea and waved her hand at Han Fei and the others. "I never wanted to kill you. You came to snatch my spiritual stone mine. I attacked you to protect my home." The seawater in front of the mushroom-headed woman was rapidly compressing. It seemed that she was afraid that Han Fei and the others would suddenly attack her. "Humph." Lu Renkuang shouted coldly, "So it's a woman. I was almost tricked by you. That's your explanation?" Zhang Xuanyu held his spear and panted heavily. He said, "You almost killed me. No matter what you say, you have to die today." However, the mushroom-headed woman said, "Don't kill me. I'm Shui Dudu from the giant beast race. Let me go, and you can get the friendship of the giant beast race. Zhang Xuanyu said huffily, who do you think you are? Can you represent the giant beast race? Shui Dudu, I really can. As she spoke, a few pieces of water jade appeared in front of her. She said, our giant beast race has never been enemies with the other major powers in the raging sea. Look, this is the unique water jade treasure of mine. I've basically given it to every member of the giant beast race. This can be used as a shield and has my power. If you take this out, the other giant beasts will know that you know me, so they won't make things difficult for you. Zhang Xuanyu was about to speak when Luo Xiaobai suddenly said, do you mean that you giant beasts can contact each other? Shui Dudu quickly shut up, as if realizing that she had revealed something. It was said that human beings and other races were not friendly to the giant beasts and that they coveted the bodies of the giant beasts and wanted to use their bodies to refine various weapons. She must never reveal the secrets of the giant beasts. Han Fei's heart did a flip. When he heard Luo Xiaobai's question, an idea popped up in his mind. According to his contact with the giant beasts, he felt that these giant beasts were indeed an alien race that he could befriend. Although the big toad he met in the monarch palace was a smart toad, relatively speaking, the people of the giant beast race didn't cause any trouble the entire time. Han Fei asked, Shui Dudu, right? Yes, yes. Shui Dudu nodded quickly and lowered her head, hoping that Han Fei and the others would let her go. Han Fei said, we'll take your water jade too, as well as this ultra-quality spiritual stone mine. Shui Dudu hurriedly said, take it, take it. I'll find another mine. Han Fei smiled and said, we are not bloodthirsty people. Are you interested in helping us contact the sky openers of your giant beast race? Huh? Shui Dudu was stunned. Why do these people want to meet our sky openers? Are they up to something? However, they were sky opening realm giant beasts. She didn't believe that anyone in the raging sea could shake a sky opening realm giant beast, not even the sky openers of the other powers. How could ordinary people compare to a giant beast who could reach the sky opening realm? However, Shui Dudu didn't dare to agree. After all, the giant beast strictly forbade contact with other races, whether it was the human race, the 100 demons, the undersea human race, or the merman royal family. In the past, there were many examples of giant beasts interacting with humans. But in the end, they didn't seem to end up well. Shui Dudu, I can only ask for you. Han Fei and Luo Xiaobai looked at each other. Sure enough, there was at least one sky opener in the giant beast race. Secondly, the giant beast race seemed to have a nest. This nest could let them contact the powerhouses of the giant beast race. Luo Xiaobai said via voice transmission, let her go. Han Fei understood and smiled faintly. Shui Dudu, you can remember my name. I'm Han Fei, the master of the Yin-Yang world. I'm going to unify the 36 mystic worlds of the human race in the future. You can tell your giant beast sky opener my identity. Whether he is willing to come to see me or not, I hope you can help me deliver this message. Shui Dudu was stunned. The master of the Yin-Yang world? She seemed to have heard of it, but she had forgotten it. But she was overjoyed that she could survive. Shui Dudu turned into seawater with a splash, and her figure quickly disappeared. She said, I'll help you deliver the message. As for whether the sky-opening giant beast is willing to see you or not, I don't know. Shui Dudu slipped away quickly and disappeared from everyone's perception. Zhang Xuanyu asked in confusion, "Why did you let her go?" "She's in the sea. Establishment realm anyway. She should have a lot of resources, right?" Xia. Xiaochan was puzzled. "Are we going to ally with the giant beasts?" Han Fei said, "We won't know until we meet their sky opener. In any case, according to our current situation, it's not suitable for us to offend the last major force in the raging sea. In that case, we will almost become enemies with the entire raging sea." Luo Xiaobai said, "I think so too. We shouldn't provoke the giant beast race anymore. The main reason is that this race can move freely in the raging sea and is extremely mysterious. It won't do us any good to offend them. But if we can ally with them, we will have one more powerful ally, although the possibility is not high." Han Fei nodded. "The giant beast race has been in the raging sea for tens of thousands of years, but I've never seen them ally with anyone. I think it's impossible." However, Han Fei was also puzzled. Old Han and the King Ba crab had become good friends when they were young. Was this an alliance? But in any case, he had snatched a huge mine this time. Han Fei said, "Hurry up and mine." Han Fei summoned 9 tails. As for Luo Xiaobai and the others, they had different means. Luo Xiaobai loosened the soil and Lo Rimquang swallowed it. Zhang Xuanyu and Xia Xiaochan collected the ultra-quality spiritual stones in the mine. While they were working, Lo Rimquang asked in confusion, "Why didn't the giant beasts mine such a huge mine?" Zhang Xuanyu said, "Who knows? Anyway, we can make a fortune from this mine." However, Xia Xiaochan said, "I know the reason. It's because the place where ultra-quality spiritual stones are born will also absorb spiritual energy from all directions, which is much more useful than the grand spirit gathering array. The mermen have mastered some mineral veins. As long as they are used moderately, they will continue to grow and can be used for many years. So they won't dig out all the spiritual stones all at once and cut off the ground veins here, so that the ultra-quality spiritual stone mine can continue to expand." Hearing her explanation, the others understood. Luo Xiaobai said, "Then why didn't you mention this when I found that mine in the seaborne prairie last time?" Xia Xiaochan said, "How long will it take for us to swallow spiritual energy? Shui Dudu enjoys such a huge ultra-quality spiritual stone mine alone. She doesn't care about time. After absorbing spiritual energy for 8,000 years, she can absorb twice as much resources from this ultra-quality spiritual stone mine. Why not? But there are so many of us, so it's not enough to split." Hearing her explanation, the others understood. Han Fei said, "We don't have the time to wait for an ultra-quality spiritual stone mine to grow. Anyway, the raging sea is very big. We can grab 8 or 10 spiritual stone mines. It won't affect us at all." 6 days later, Han Fei and the others dug up the spiritual stone mine and even extracted an earth vein, obtaining a total of 10.8 billion ultra-quality spiritual stones. The huge mine stretched for tens of thousands of kilometers and was 100 kilometers deep. Fortunately, they were all in the sea establishment realm. If it were venerable, he would have to dig for a long time. Han Fei had planned to split this batch of ultra-quality spiritual stones equally, but Han Fei had almost emptied his wallet in the battle in the soul sealing world. Everyone knew it, so this time, they each took 1 billion ultra-quality spiritual stones and threw the rest to Han Fei. Luo Xiaobai said, our origin seas are still small and need a lot of time to develop. Even if it's full of resources in our origin seas, they can't be used now. Zhang Xuanyu also said, besides, no matter how many resources we have, we need enough chaotic qi. Now that the number of chaotic qi is limited, even if you give all these resources to us, we can't digest them. Han Fei thought to himself, that's true. In fact, Zhang Xuanyu and the others are much better than when I just entered the sea establishment realm. Where did I get billions of ultra-quality spiritual stones back then? Now they definitely each had billions. These resources are enough to cover a radius of 30,000 kilometers in the origin sea. Han Fei said, okay, then the rest are all mine. Anyway, when the time comes, we'll take down the 100 Demon clan and the undersea human race. There are endless resources waiting for us. After distributing the ultra-quality spiritual stones, Lu Renquang said, no. One from the giant beast race has come in the past few days. Is it because it's too far away? Han Fei said, it's normal, no one came. Anyway, I just wanted to have a try. It doesn't matter if they come or not. We don't have the foundation to cooperate with the giant beasts, so I just tried. Anyway, there's no loss. Let's go and continue to find resources. Wait a minute. However, Luo Xiaobai said, try finding another giant beast. If a giant beast like Shui Didu likes to cultivate in a mine, will other giant beasts do the same? Luo Xiaobai's idea was refreshing. This was a good idea. There were too many mineral veins in the Sea of Mist. It could be said that one could find thousands of mineral veins of various sizes in any random sea area here. The ultra-quality spiritual stone veins of various sizes were actually not small, with hundreds of millions of ultra-quality spiritual stones. Without the vast ocean navigator, how could he dig in the depths of the sea? However, there must be people specially looking for ultra-quality spiritual stones. Otherwise, there couldn't be so many ultra-quality spiritual stones in the raging sea. However, Han Fei felt that the method Luo Xiaobai mentioned might be one that no one had tried before. First of all, the giant beasts were mysterious in the first place. They traveled through the raging sea and rarely appeared. Except for when they opened new routes, there was a chance of encountering them. Most of the time, whether it was humans, the 100 demons, or the undersea humans, it was difficult for them to encounter the giant beasts. With Luo Xiaobai's suggestion, it only took them 4 days to find the second giant beast in an undersea sea of flowers. When they first arrived at this sea of flowers, they felt that it was also a place full of spiritual energy, which covered less than 1.5 million kilometers. After going deeper into this place for more than 100 seconds, they encountered a large area of poisonous fog. This poison was a great threat even to sea establishers. However, it was almost impossible to force back Han Fei and the other kings with just a poisonous mist. Even if it weren't Han Fei and the others, any random group of people who found such a strange place wouldn't be easily intimidated. Seeing that Han Fei and the others were unwilling to leave, a strange, demonic vine extended from under the sea of flowers. The other party even tried to attack Han Fei and the others, from illusion attacks to illusions and physical attacks. Unfortunately, the demon plant didn't expect Han Fei to be so strong. When Han Fei found the right direction and penetrated the ground veins in dozens of seconds to find her true body, she was dumbfounded. The flower spirit was suppressed by Han Fei's powerful strength at this moment, and her eyes were full of hatred. She shouted, "Human, don't even think about getting any benefits from me. I'll blow myself up for you to see." However, Han Fei took out a water jade and said, "Do you know this? Dudu? What did you do to Dudu? Let me tell you, if you provoke our giant beasts, our sky opener will definitely come at you." Han Fei smiled. "Oh. Shui Dudu gave this to us." "Impossible. Dudu never had any human friends." Han Fei shrugged. "If you don't believe me, you can ask her yourself. By the way, help me tell your sky opener that the human king, Han Fei, has something to discuss with him. As for how to find me, it depends on luck. I stay for 7 days every time." "Okay, you can leave now." The flower spirit was puzzled. "Are you letting me go?" Han Fei asked. "What else? Should I kill you and use you to refine a sea? Quelling bizarre treasures?" 3 days later. Zhang Xuanyu said, 6.8 billion, a lot less than last time, but fortunately, our speed is fast. Fei, you take 5 billion, and we'll split the rest. TSK. If this goes on, it won't be long before we become rich. Lu Renquang asked, "What if the giant beast sky opener comes? Will we still continue to snatch mines?" Xia Xiaochan said, "No, we want to cooperate with the giant beast race. If we continue to do this, how can they cooperate with us? I just don't know if we should return the resources." Immediately, Han Fei said, "It's impossible to return the resources." "How can I return the resources I've already got?" 7 days later. Han Fei still didn't see any sky-opening realm giant beast coming over, so he began to search for the next giant beast. This time it took him a long time. It took him 8 days, and he almost stepped out of the sea of mist. What Han Fei and the others found this time was a 6-colored dragon snake. Anyway, it was a descendant of the dragon race. After looting 7.2 billion ultra-quality spiritual stones, Han Fei and the others released the snake. In another 7 days, seeing that no one came, Han Fei didn't mind. As long as the sky-opening giant beast didn't come, they could snatch more resources. The 4th time, it took Han Fei 5 days to finally find a toad in a desert. In the Sea of Mist. Yes, it was that giant toad. When Han Fei saw him, he opened his mouth, stuck out its huge tongue, rolled up a huge sandworm, and pulled it into his mouth. Han Fei was stunned. He didn't expect to find an old acquaintance in the vast, raging sea. However, this time, Han Fei didn't feel rich spiritual energy here. The moment Han Fei appeared, the toad beast said via voice transmission, "Brother, I've finally got you. I really admire you. No matter how far away you are, you can always find the people of our giant beast race in a few days. You've really frightened many kings of our race." Buzz. When Han Fei and the others appeared in front of the giant giant toad was talking to Han Fei with a smile. Xia Xiaochan looked at Han Fei. "Do you know each other?" Han Fei said, "We traveled together for a while in the Monarch Palace." Han Fei said, "So it's Brother Toad. It seems that you're waiting for us?" The toad beast smiled and said, "Yes, I am." "Well, our sky opener asked you to slow down a bit. He is slow and can't catch up with you." "Huh?" Han Fei and the others couldn't help looking at each other. What did he mean? Is the sky opener of the giant beast race looking for them? Han Fei was lost for words. Is he looking for us? The toad beast said, "You destroyed several giant beasts' nests and dug several ultra-quality spirit stone mines in a row. Our sky opener certainly knows that you have a way to find us, but he's a giant beast. He's the kind of giant beast that can't run fast. Every time he rushes over, you've been gone for 2 or 3 days. So he let me, Jiao Jiao, Shui Dudu, and Flower Spirit scatter and wait for you to find us." Han Fei was dumbfounded. Is a sky opener so slow? The toad beast said, "It's not that sky openers are slow, but that the sky opening realm giant beast is slow. Please stay here. I'll call our sky opener over now." As the toad beast took out a big conch and blew it for a long time, it slowly put away the big conch and said, "Brother Han, I heard that you killed an emperor? Why do you suddenly think of our giant beasts?" The big toad was entrusted with an important task, to wait for Han Fei here. His heart was pounding. What if Han Fei, this bloodthirsty person, killed him? If Han Fei hadn't released Shui Dudu and Flower Spirit, the toad might not have dared to come. Han Fei raised his eyebrows. Why are you giant beasts concerned about current affairs too? The toad said, "The main reason is that you're making too much noise. Since you can already kill an emperor, why are you still looking for us? We giant beasts never cause trouble." Han Fei said, "Let's work together and get a win-win result. Forget it, let's talk when your sky opener comes." Although the toad had many questions, Han Fei could even kill an emperor. It was better not to provoke him. Therefore, the 5 of them watched the toad eat the sandworms for 10 consecutive days. Lu Renquang said via voice transmission, "These sandworms are all idiots. They know that there's a toad outside, but they still keep popping out. Are they out of their minds?" Luo Xiaobai said, "It's not that they want to come out, but that the place where the sandworms live is sealed. They'll die even if they don't come out." Lu Renquang sighed. "These sandworms are too pitiful." Han Fei sneered. Pitiful? They are splitting little sandworms down below. They just took the initiative to come out to feed the toad, hoping the toad leaves early after eating to his full. Buzz. While Han Fei and the others were chatting, they heard an old voice from afar. "I'm exhausted. Human, since you can find giant beasts, why don't you go straight to me, but ask me to come to you? Don't you know how to respect the old?" Han Fei and the others scanned around with their perception, but saw nothing. Even though Han Fei scanned the surroundings with his perception again and again, he didn't see anything. After more than 30 seconds, Han Fei looked 2,000,000 kilometers away and saw a supergiant snail carrying a huge shell, moving slowly towards him. Shui Dudu and Flower Spirit were sitting on the snail's shell. Shui Dudu moistened the seawater, making it easier for the snail to move forward. Flower Spirit summoned a giant vine and dragged the snail forward. The seawater was 100 kilometers deep, but wasn't even up to half of the snail's eyes. The snail was more than 800 kilometers long, which dumbfounded Han Fei and the others. Wasn't it too big? The snail's shell almost touched the sky. Han Fei was speechless. This emperor's speed was probably not as fast as ordinary sea establishers. Besides, do you have to come with such a huge body? Why don't you transform into a human? More importantly, Han Fei couldn't understand why a snail could become a big shot in the sea. Huff. When it was still 1,000,000 kilometers away from Han Fei, the big snail finally turned into a hunchbacked old man with a big curved shell and white eyebrows and beard. Holding a walking stick, he glared at Han Fei. What are you looking at? Do you have the conscience to make me, an old man, walk so far? Han Fei couldn't help but ask in confusion, Senior, you're already in the sky opening realm. Why are you so slow? Slow? The old man snorted. Slow? I'm already the fastest snail in history. If I dare to be fast, then the void here will collapse and the heavenly Tao here will think that I'm an anomaly and will attack me. How can you say I'm slow? Han Fei. This was the first time Han Fei had heard that an emperor would cause such a big uproar when he went out. Even Xia Hongzhu wouldn't cause such a dramatic consequence if she went out. The snail could collapse the void just by running? He must be bragging. Han Fei said, Senior. But in any case, we've met. In fact, I want to cooperate with you. It'll be beneficial to both of us. However, Han Fei was about to say something when the old snail said, I know you. Although we giant beasts don't pay much attention to what's happening in the raging sea, I still know that you killed an emperor. With that, the snail was already 100,000 kilometers away from Han Fei. Han Fei reminded them, open your minds and be prepared to enter my origin world at any time. Brat, how can we be up to no good? You came to me, but now you're so scared. Han Fei didn't care that the old man heard his voice transmission. He just grinned. After all, you are in the sky-opening realm. If you really want to attack us, we can only escape. Can you just stay there? The snail old man stopped and propped himself on the ground with his walking stick. I know your intentions. In this raging sea, there are only the 5 major powers of your human race, the 100 demon race, the undersea human race, the merman royal family, and our giant beast race. Our giant beast race has never participated in the battles among you. You just killed an emperor a few days ago, and now you've come to find me. Obviously, you have designs on the other major powers, but you feel that you are not strong enough, so you want to cooperate with our giant beast race. How can I not know what you're thinking of? Han Fei thought to himself, this old snail is quite shrewd, but Han Fei didn't deny it. He just said, Senior, let's be honest. I just want to cooperate with the giant beasts. Look, except for the extremely aggressive races like the 100 Demon Clan and the Undersea Human Clan, the giant beasts have almost no natural enemies in the raging sea. Although the raging sea is big, if I can wipe out these 2 races, I, Han Fei, on behalf of the human race, will never make things difficult for the giant beasts. Then, you giant beasts will really have no natural enemies. The old snail sneered. Why? You can't beat them yourself. Why should we giant beasts help you? Han Fei didn't care about the old snail's words. He was strong, so he certainly could be arrogant. He said, it's simple. Let's take down these 2 forces and split the resources evenly, okay? Resources. Han Fei said with a smile, I slaughtered the soul-sealing world and obtained nearly 300 billion ultra-quality spiritual stones. And this is just the soul-sealing world. If a super force like the 100 Demon Clan is destroyed, the resources will be 10 times, or even dozens of times more than the soul-sealing world. Don't you think it's wonderful to split the resources evenly? Hiss. Luo Xiaobai and the others glanced at Han Fei, wondering when the soul sealing world had 300 billion resources. It seemed that Han Fei was bragging again. Sure enough, the giant toad, Shui Dudu, flower spirit, seven-colored dragon, snake, and the other giant beasts on the opposite side all perked up. According to what Han Fei said, there were indeed a lot of resources. 3 trillion resources. Oh my God, these giant beasts felt that the resources were too many to count. Even the old snail was stunned for a moment, thinking to himself, does the 100 Demon Clan have so many resources? Wouldn't it be 10 trillion if they destroyed the two forces? Only Luo Xiaobai and the others knew that Han Fei bragged 200 billion into 10 billion. To be honest, even they were tempted by this number. However, this old snail was not so easily tricked by Han Fei's words. He said, "Boy, that's easy for you to say. The 100 Demon Clan and the Undersea human race both have sky openers. Although none of them can shake me, I'm not good at fighting. Besides, the two are allies and also have many kings. If you have the ability to destroy them, why did you come to me? Besides, although our giant beast race values resources, it's not like we don't understand the situation here. It's impossible to use our giant beast race as a tool." Han Fei's expression remained unchanged. No matter what the old snail said, the performance of the giant toad and the others just now had betrayed them. Obviously, they needed resources very much and were definitely not as calm as the old snail showed. Han Fei said, "Senior, you can't say that. How can I use you as a tool? Our cooperation is win-win, and the main contributor is still us. Look at the battle against the soul-sealing world. I didn't come to you for cooperation. Right? But I settled it, didn't I? Of course, I admit that I did cooperate with the Sword God. However, doesn't this mean that the strength on my side isn't weak? If I, the Sword God, and you join forces, it will be equivalent to 3 emperors. Even if their kings take action, I can send as many as 30 kings over. Is this strength weak?" The old snail pondered for a moment. Whether Han Fei took advantage of the opportunity or not, it was a fact that he killed Huang Jingyuan. However, it was not feasible to trick them into fighting the 100 demons and the undersea human race. It was not easy for the giant beasts to cultivate. Although they were big, they were few in number. Besides, in the same realm, the size didn't mean anything. As for the 100 Demon Clan and the undersea human race, they had existed in the outer sea for so many years. If they were really so easy to fight, the human emperors in the inner sea would have long destroyed them. They wouldn't be left to Han Fei. Therefore, the old snail continued to shake its head. "No. How do you know the real trump cards of the 100 Demon Clan and the undersea human race? What if they still have hidden sky openers? How many kings will it have to take to defeat them?" Han Fei spread his hands. "Well, by the way, Senior, do you want to leave the raging sea? You should know that the human king traveled to the east and the war queen went to the outside world, right?" The old snail said, "Of course I know. But these two didn't have a good ending. There was no news about the human king, and he never returned. The war queen, although she came back, has been sleeping since then. It can be seen how dangerous it is outside. We giant beasts have long lives. It's easy for us to live for hundreds of thousands of years. Why should we go out to seek death? Han Fei was speechless. This old snail was really stubborn. He was not interested in going out and could resist the temptation of resources. What else could attract him? Han Fei believed that every race had their own demands. The ultimate goal of all living beings was nothing more than to establish the sea, open the sky, and achieve longevity. The giant beasts naturally cultivated for the same goal. When he met the king, Ba Crab, he knew that the giant beasts were constantly transforming. However, every time they transformed, they might be larger. Han Fei couldn't help muttering, it should take a lot of resources to maintain such a big body. The energy they absorb every day should be an astronomical figure. How can they resist the temptation of resources? If he were a giant beast, he might be the most aggressive one in the raging sea. He would have long launched a war and wiped out the 100-demon clan. And the like. How could he be indifferent to so many resources? Unless they had their own resources, so they could resist the temptation of so many resources. Also, opportunities like ultra-quality spiritual stones were actually not enough to tempt them. Maybe they needed higher-level resources? Suddenly, Han Fei's heart did a flip. Yes, the growth of the giant beasts was a process of continuous evolution. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, Senior, if an emperor dies, the giant beasts can take his immortal qi. What do you think? The old snail's eyes glittered. He looked at Han Fei for a few seconds and then said leisurely, Are you sure? That's immortal energy. Han Fei grinned. Once I open the sky, I can give birth to immortal qi myself. Why not? The old snail said leisurely, however, not to mention whether it's difficult to kill an emperor. How much immortal qi can they accumulate? Han Fei said with a smile, Senior, maybe an emperor doesn't have much immortal qi. The resources in the raging sea are limited. How can it support the kings of your giant beast race to open the sky? But in the outside world, maybe it's dangerous, but the resources are abundant. How can it be so easy to reach the longevity realm without experiencing danger? The toad, sea of mist, flower spirit, and the others all looked at the old snail. To be honest, they were tempted. The giant beasts needed too many resources. Although they could pass through the sea of mist, with the spiritual stone mines alone, they could at most reach the peak of the sea establishment realm. It would be very difficult for them to improve further. The toad said something to the old snail, and the old snail suddenly said, Han Fei, right? How about this? Don't you have a way to find the way? You can come alone to the place of origin of our giant beast race to find me. If you can help me solve a problem, I'll cooperate with you. Luo Xiaobai and the others all looked at Han Fei. He couldn't go alone. What if it was a trap? But Han Fei said casually, Okay. It's a deal. Xiao Xiaochan immediately stopped Han Fei. No. How can you agree so easily? Luo Xiaobai also said, Don't be impulsive. We don't have to cooperate with the giant beast race. Han Fei said to everyone via voice transmission, It doesn't matter. In the raging sea, even if it's a tiger's den, I can still explore it now. What can the giant beasts do to me? Han Fei asked, Senior, how long will I be gone? The old snail said, It depends on when you can solve that problem. If you can't, you can leave at any time. If you're afraid, there's nothing I can do. That problem can only be seen in the place of origin of our giant beast race. 3 days later. At the edge of the Sea of Mist, on the way back to the Inyang world. Luo Xiaobai said, from a rational perspective, I think this trip is dangerous. The giant beasts don't care about anything, but they care about a mysterious problem. Besides, why do they want you to solve it? How does he know that you can solve it? Xia Xiaochan said, that's right. There must be something wrong with that old man. You can't trust him. Zhang Xuanyu said, Fei Fei. You are strong, but the sky-opening giant beast can't be weak. Listen to what he said. If he runs faster, the void will collapse. This old man is so strong. If he really wants to do something to you, for example, possessing you, what can you do? Han Fei sneered. He can't possess me. He'll die if he does that. Lu Renquang asked, what if he wants to eat you? Han Fei said angrily, do you think everyone is you who want to eat anything? You see? Viikoi. Han Fei said, I've made up my mind. At my current level of cultivation, I've already discovered some clues. It's very difficult for me to improve further. Even if you give me another 10,000 years, I'll only increase my strength by 20% at most. Even so, at that time I may still not be able to fight a sky opener. It'll still be difficult for me to sweep through Supreme Clearness, Infinity, the 100 Demon Clan and the others. Since we can find allies now, why not? Besides, if I kill the emperors as soon as possible, I can obtain more resources from their origin seas and accelerate my cultivation. Therefore, I must make this trip. Seeing that Han Fei was determined, everyone knew that it was useless to say anything. Luo Xiaobai said, since you've made up your mind, we'll return to the Inyang world to wait for you. However, if anything goes wrong, you need to leave immediately. If you can't, find a way to inform us. Han Fei said, don't worry. Once there is no danger there, I will contact you as soon as possible. After saying goodbye to Luo Xiaobai and the others, Han Fei controlled the vast ocean navigator to go to the place of origin of the giant beasts without hesitation. As he said, if he wanted to become stronger, he couldn't wait passively or slowly grow by searching for resources. After the trip to the Soul Ceiling world, Han Fei forcibly absorbed more than 20,000 wisps of immortal qi from Huang Jingyuan's origin sea. After refining them, although it only increased his strength by less than 5%, it made his origin sea a level up. The old turtle said that the immortal qi was a high-level energy needed after the sky-opening realm. Although it could be used now, its greatest use was to expand the origin sea. Because the immortal qi was quite rare, he only needed about 10 wisps to launch one immortal fiend saber. These 20,000 wisps were enough for him to launch 2,000 immortal fiend sabers. Therefore, Han Fei didn't dare to use them. But thinking of the evolution method of the giant beasts, Han Fei had planned to consume all the immortal qi now. He wondered if the origin sea expanded with the immortal qi was better than the one expanded with spiritual energy. However, Han Fei didn't do that. Expanding the origin sea was simple, but filling it was a problem. He'd better go to the place of origin of the giant beasts first. 17 days later. Han Fei was shocked. If he really wanted to pass the Sea of Mist at full speed, one day would be enough. However, it took him 17 days, and the vast ocean navigator was still pointing here and there. As early as on the 10th day, Han Fei had discovered that something was wrong. Even if there were some places where the vast ocean navigator couldn't pinpoint the exact location, it shouldn't be so. It only took him a few days to locate the other giant beasts. But the place of origin of the giant beasts took so long. Today, Han Fei made marks along the way and found that he had been circling a place that spanned more than 500,000 kilometers. There seemed to be something wrong with the space here. Once he entered this area, he seemed to come out immediately. It was not that there was a problem with the vast ocean navigator. However, the sea of mist wouldn't block perception. And there was no problem with the result he perceived. It seemed that it was just like a normal sea area here, and he could easily see through the 500,000 kilometer sea area. Is this space so weird? Han Fei couldn't help but smile. It seemed that the snail was also testing him. He probably wanted to tell him that if he couldn't even find this, he couldn't leave the raging sea. How could Han Fei admit defeat? Since there was a problem with this space, he just needed to find the problem. This time, when the vast ocean navigator spun again, he no longer stupidly rushed forward like just now. The vast ocean navigator was only spinning slowly. Although the degree was not large, it kept spinning. This made Han Fei realize that this so-called space was changing at any time. This point was not the way to enter the place of origin. The place of origin was right there. Han Fei should have walked it countless times, but the two didn't belong to the same space, so it was meaningless for him to find it. Unfortunately, while the needle of the vast ocean navigator was spinning, Han Fei penetrated the void several times but failed to open the entrance to the place of origin. Therefore, Han Fei could only start it again. After repeating this 3 times, although Han Fei still didn't find a way to enter the place of origin, he found that what revolved with the vast ocean navigator was the mist here. Huh? Han Fei couldn't help but wonder. It was difficult to distinguish the direction in the raging sea in the first place. Then what was the significance of the existence of the sea of mist? To block the inner and outer domain? Han Fei seemed to have discovered a secret. Could the existence of the sea of mist be related to this place of origin? Although he couldn't use the vast ocean navigator now, he was observing the twist of the mist here. In the end, he found that this mist would halt 6 times a day for a very short while, and when it stopped, some of the mist would flow reversely. In the end, Han Fei found that the mist paused 6 times a day, each time less than a second. After each pause, a mass of mist would disperse, but in fact, it was spreading in the opposite direction. When Han Fei retreated 500,000 kilometers to observe the mist again, he no longer found that the mist stopped, nor did he find that the mist was reversing. Han Fei couldn't help being refreshed, because 1 second was too short. The further he went out of the place of origin, the more quickly the mist would disappear. As I expected, this is the center of the Sea of Mist, the so-called place of origin. The next day, Han Fei was not in a hurry to use the vast ocean navigator. Instead, he used the twin divine technique first and didn't break the void until the mist stopped for the first time. This time, a hole appeared in the void and sucked Han Fei in. When Han Fei entered, he immediately found a completely different sea area. First of all, when Han Fei scanned it with his perception, he found that the environment here almost included undersea forests, sand seas, seaborne prairie, undersea volcanoes, coral reefs, salt seas, mineral veins, undersea gobi, abyssal chasm, etc. As Han Fei perceived, nearly 30 perceptions swept over. There were more than 30 kings and more than 3,000 venerables here. Han Fei saw the old snail in the center of this place at first glance. Not bad. Being able to find the place of origin shows that you do have the ability to leave the raging sea. The old snail praised him. Under the watch of countless huge beasts, Han Fei quickly came to the old snail. However, what no one noticed was that the water rippled slightly, and a small black stone shook slightly. The place where the old snail was a strange metal platform, which looked like a high-level mine. Han Fei was alone, facing the old snail that extended more than 800 kilometers, looking very tiny. Han Fei cupped his hands. Greetings, Senior. Now that I've found the place of origin, I wonder what problem you want to solve. Buzz. The old snail's figure slowly shrank, and in the end, he shrank into an old man. Then, he looked up at the stars in the sky and tapped the metal mine with the wooden rod in his hand. Our giant beasts have both advantages and disadvantages in cultivation. The advantage is that the growth and transformation of the giant beasts are only related to time and resources. The resources we need to open the sky may be 10 times, or even 100 times more than you need. However, the old snail said leisurely, however, the higher the realm of a giant beast, the larger its body is. The further we go, the more we feel that the bodies we're carrying are a heavy burden, and the more we want to shed this body of flesh and blood. However, this path is clearly not right. Giant beasts usually take the path of body tempering. Even if it's a demon plant, its body is extremely powerful. Removing our flesh and blood directly simply negates the path we have taken. What do you think is wrong with the cultivation technique of our giant beast race? Han Fei. Han Fei was stunned. I'm not AF * king giant beast. How can I know how to show you the way? Han Fei couldn't help but ask, Senior, I'm not a giant beast. How can I answer this question? However, the old snail didn't care. He said slowly, you are the second human to enter the place of origin. Do you know why I let you in? The second? Who's the first? The snail, Tai Yuan. Han Fei's lips twitched. Obviously, Tai Yuan didn't solve this problem for the old snail. Han Fei shook his head. If he had known that the old snail would ask him this question, he wouldn't have come. It would have been a waste of time. Since when did he, a human, can answer this ultimate question of the giant beasts? The old snail hit his walking stick against the ground and said, I asked you to come because the ancestors of the giant beasts are humans. Huh? Han Fei was dumbfounded. What do you mean by the ancestors of the giant beasts? Are humans? Are humans so awesome? Not only did they transform into fish, but they also turned themselves into giant beasts? The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. Since the ancestors of the giant beast race are humans, why don't you find someone else to try it? The old snail said, what I'm looking for is body cultivators. In the entire raging sea, except for us giant beasts, only the martial king is a decent body refiner, besides Tai Yuan. Now, there's you. We didn't ask the martial king to come because we don't trust him because we don't know his background. Han Fei was surprised. Do you trust me? The old snail said, your background is clear. You are the son of Jiang Lin Xian and Han Guanchu, the master of the Yin-Yang world. Why don't I believe you? Han Fei couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. It turned out that the giant beasts knew something. There was certainly a reason that they could sweep across the raging sea. How could they be idiots? Han Fei shrugged. You dare to let me come to your place of origin just because my background is clear? The old snail said, anyway, with your tracking ability, you will come to us sooner or later. Inviting you over is different from your uninvited arrival. Coming uninvited means war. Reading on mybosnovel.com, please. Han Fei shrugged. In any case, it seemed that the problem the giant beasts faced was very tricky. Han Fei said, Senior, I guess you don't want me blindly guess your path, right? The old snail smiled mysteriously and said, Of course not, but before you solve the answer, you have to know how we giant beasts cultivate. With that said, the old snail slowly took out a jade marrow box from his pocket. He said, This place of origin is the origin of our giant beast race. And the origin is this giant beast under my feet. Pfft. The old snail's jade marrow box hadn't been handed over yet. Han Fei staggered. Isn't it AF** King large metal mine under your feet? Han Fei scanned around with his perception again and found that the metal mine was as long as 8,000 kilometers. Its lower half was buried at the bottom of the sea, but it did look like a metal mine. However, hearing what the old snail said, Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. The old snail was the biggest giant beast he had ever seen, but this metal giant beast was 10 times bigger than the old snail. How big was it? Han Fei took a deep breath and asked, Where is his face? The old snail said, Ah. The bumpy metal cliff under your feet is his face. He used to have features, but as time passed, his body seemed to be slightly stiff, so it became like this, like a huge mine. Han Fei. Gulp. Han Fei swallowed. Then let me see how you cultivate first. At this time, the old snail had already handed the jade marrow box to Han Fei. The old snail said, Just immerse your soul in it. Han Fei was not afraid that the old snail would attack him, because the old snail had no intention of killing him at all. As soon as Han Fei's soul was immersed in it, with a swish, he seemed to have come to another world. His soul seemed to have left his body. In front of him, a super creature that was 7 or 8,000 kilometers long like a manta ray was swimming in the void. Good Lord. Han Fei didn't expect it to be such a shocking scene at the beginning. Where was this? Why was such a big creature swimming? Wasn't his body heavy? Han Fei looked around. Suddenly, the void darkened, and a black hole suddenly appeared. Half of the super manta ray's body suddenly twisted. When Han Fei looked again, it turned out to be a big black fish 4 or 5 times larger than the super manta ray. The huge black hole turned out to be a fish mouth that tore off half of the super manta ray. Shoot. Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. Weren't they talking about cultivation techniques? Why did it feel like he was watching a movie? Besides, this movie was too much. A creature nearly 10,000 kilometers long was torn apart in one bite. What was wrong with this world? The big black fish bit and swallowed the super manta ray in 2 or 3 bites. Then, it transformed into a young man, sat cross-legged, and began to cultivate. Then, Han Fei saw that countless light flickered in the void. When he looked again, he found himself in the starry sky. It seemed that billions of stars were emitting starlight and being swallowed by this young man. Han Fei saw that the young man waved his hand, and millions of rare mineral veins appeared in the void. As he opened his mouth, the rare mineral veins that contained at least 10 million mountains were swallowed by the young man. At this moment, the young man shouted in a low voice, "Today, I, Qin Feng, as a human, walk the path of the giant beasts, fuse with the Tao, become a god, and teach the giant beasts the divine Tao. The giant beasts have no barriers, can accommodate the world, and practice the Tao of Qi. I hereby engrave the Tao here. But beware that cultivators taking this path can reach the longevity realm easily, but it will be very difficult for them to become gods." Buzz. Han Fei suddenly came back to his senses, but a magical technique was immediately imprinted in his mind. Giant Beast Divine Tao, unrated. Introduction: this is a technique passed down by a god of the giant beast race. If you want to cultivate the giant beast divine Tao, you have to comprehend a giant beast Tao. Some swallow the sea, some eat ores, some swallow the void, and some refine the body. If you cultivate the giant beast Tao, you should abandon your own Tao, comprehend the giant beast Tao, and cultivate it. This technique ranks 13th in the longevity realm among all the races in the infinite ocean. Giant beast Tao path, not comprehended. Deduced art, not available. Effect: transform into a giant beast and cultivate a supreme true body. Remarks: this technique contains 46 kinds of giant beast Tao. You don't need to comprehend the Tao on your own. Hiss. When Han Fei read the information of the giant beast divine Tao, he was shocked. The 13th place in the longevity realm among all the races in the infinite ocean? Han Fei couldn't help looking at the old snail in shock, and the old snail was looking at him with a smile. Are you tempted? If you recultivate, you can also become a giant beast. In the same realm, giant beasts are much stronger than other races. Take me for example, no matter if it's Martial Emperor, Tai Yuan, or He Dao Yuan, the War Queen, or even the former human king, they can't break my shell. The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. Senior, are you doing this on purpose? Are you deliberately luring me to cultivate the giant beast divine Tao? The old snail said, are you willing? You have a human body. I suspect that only a human can reach the peak of this Tao. Han Fei said, I don't want to. Han Fei thought to himself, it's impossible for me to give up my current great Tao. Your giant beast divine Tao is strong, but can it be stronger than the Green Jade Bridge? The old snail sighed slightly. As I expected, although the giant beast divine Tao is good, it's not enough to tempt you. Unless you're willing to give up everything you have now. Just continue to watch. Han Fei focused his mind again to understand the cultivation methods of the giant beast divine Tao. There were nearly 1.4 million cultivation methods in it. Han Fei certainly couldn't look at them one by one. What he looked at was the cultivation itself. He remembered that the old snail and the other giant beasts encountered this problem because their bodies were getting bigger and bigger, they needed more and more resources, and their bodies were getting more and more overwhelmed. So they wanted to abandon their bodies. To put it bluntly, the old snail and the others wanted to get rid of this huge burden. And this was obviously different from the cultivation content of the giant beast divine Tao. The giant beast divine Tao could be cultivated all the way to the god's realm. Just look at its ranking. Han Fei quickly read the entire technique. It said that when one became a king with the giant beast divine Tao, the resources required would be 10 or even 100 times more than ordinary creatures. If they reached the sky-opening realm, they would need more resources than those in the longevity realm. And the quality of the resources couldn't be low, because these resources would be used to refine their huge bodies. Res. Hanfei couldn't help but say, Senior, isn't it clearly recorded in the technique that you need resources, a huge number of resources? Since you need resources, Senior, you should cooperate with me. Eliminate the 100 demons and the undersea human race, and split the resources. Why did you refuse me? The old snail said, Look again. Look carefully. Puzzled, Hanfei read the technique 2 or 3 more times until he saw it. For the 4th time. Only then did he see this sentence from the author's description. I cultivate the giant beast divine Tao. When I reached the sky-opening realm, there was a monarch who wanted to snatch my Tao. I was fearless and fought him for 3 days and 3 nights until the stars shattered and great stars fell. The monarch could only leave without gaining anything. When I was about to become a monarch, I killed this monarch to prove my Tao. From then on, the giant beast divine Tao's name spread throughout the seal realm. Hanfei read it several times. At first, his blood was boiling, but after reading it twice more, he was puzzled. Senior, can you fight a monarch now? The old snail looked at Hanfei with a stiff smile. I can't even catch up with you now. Do you think I can defeat a monarch now? Hanfei said, Not necessarily. Speed might not be your advantage. Maybe you are very strong? The old snail said, That's the problem. God Qin Feng didn't pass down his divine Tao. So when the giant beasts reach the sea establishment realm, not to mention the consumption of resources, even our physique can't hold on anymore. Obviously, the gap between us and the peak combat power shown by God Qin Feng is too great. Hanfei was lost for words. Isn't it because you haven't absorbed enough resources? If you throw 10 trillion resources into your origin sea, won't your physique become strong? The old snail said, No, it's not about resources. Even if we have so many resources, we can't continue on this path without the help of a peak level body tempering technique. Tai Yuan once left behind his chaotic demon body, which helped me reach the sky-opening realm. But after cultivating for so long, I found that his chaotic demon body was no longer enough to support our bodies. Hanfei was speechless. So, this old snail did have an ulterior motive. Asked him to solve the problem for them? It turned out that he wanted to ask him for a body refining technique. Hanfei was lost for words. Can't you just say it? Why do you have to make me come in person? However, this trip was worth it. At least he had obtained the giant beast divine Tao. However, Hanfei's heart did a flip. Although the chaotic demon body was far inferior to his void refining technique, it was still ranked about 10,000th on the sea establishment list. However, after reminded by the old snail, Hanfei was excited. Other people didn't have powerful body refining techniques, but he did. His void body refining technique was ranked 8th in the sea establishment realm. In the infinite ocean. If the chaotic demon body could make the old snail open the sky, what about the void body refining technique? Hanfei swallowed. Great. I can't cultivate this Tao, but my avatar can. Hanfei thought to himself, but I can't give this technique to him for nothing. Besides, how did this old snail know that my body tempering technique was stronger than Tai Yuan's? When Han Fei saw the toad looking at him hopefully, he immediately understood. The toad probably thought that he had obtained the body refinement inheritance of the monarch, so it told the old snail about it, which tempted the old snail. Yes, if it weren't for this reason, the old snail wouldn't have personally chased him several times. The growth of the giant beasts probably depended on powerful body tempering techniques. As for why they didn't want to leave the raging sea, it wasn't difficult to understand. Everything outside was unknown. Bodies of creatures like giant beasts were treasures. If they were taken down, their bodies might even be dismembered. Seeing that Han Fei was deep in thought, the old snail and the other giant beast kings thought that Han Fei was weighing the pros and cons. After all, although the giant beast divine Tao had been shown to Han Fei probably wouldn't cultivate it. The old snail said, actually, it doesn't matter if you don't walk the giant beast divine Tao. You can nurture a reincarnation body. If your reincarnation body follows the giant beast divine Tao, it can also greatly increase your strength. Besides, once you cultivate the giant beast divine Tao, you will be one of us. The old snail said gently, trying to persuade Han Fei. Anyway, for the giant beast race, there were not many members. If a strong master like Han Fei could join them, it could ensure the survival of the giant beasts. Han Fei couldn't help but look at the old snail and say, Senior, your plan is too good. You tricked me into using my reincarnation body to walk the giant beast divine Tao, to make me feel a sense of belonging to the giant beast race. On the other hand, it doesn't restrict my original body. I can still walk out of the raging sea. If my original body can succeed, I will definitely accept the giant beast race. If my original body fails or dies like the war queen, I still have a reincarnation body belonging to the giant beast race. Han Fei's heart sank. Who the F*CK said that the giant beasts were simple-minded? They were too F*King smart. As soon as he saw the giant beast divine Tao, he did want to take this path. No, it was not that he wanted to take this path, but that he must take this path. This path was too tempting. Han Fei said, I want to know if Senior Tai Yuan also left a reincarnation body here? Hee hee. The old snail couldn't help looking at an old turtle among the giant beasts. Look, what did I say? He must have guessed it. Han Fei couldn't help looking at the old turtle, lost for words. Even if you want to cultivate, why don't you go back to your chaos world? The old turtle said leisurely, Boy, you are indeed smart. When I saw the giant beast divine Tao, I knew that I had to take this path, so I chose to let my avatar walk the giant beast divine Tao without hesitation. Reading on mybosnovel.com, please. The old turtle's momentum was slowly getting stronger, but it hadn't reached the sky-opening realm yet. However, judging from his momentum, he should have reached the limit of the sea establishment realm. However, the chaos demon body couldn't even compare to the purity mystic body. How could he compare to the current him in strength? But Han Fei still asked, Senior Tai Yuan, since you have the chaotic demon body, why are you still in the sea establishment realm? The old turtle staggered up and said, I can maintain the peak combat power of the sea establishment realm now, but if I enter the sky-opening realm like the Snail Emperor, I will be limited by this world. Even my movement speed will become slow. Although I have the power of the sky-opening realm, less than 30% of my strength can be exerted. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. Are there so many restrictions after the giant beasts opened the sky? Tai Yuan said, the giant beast divine Tao follows an extremely terrifying great Tao. Because the great Tao is too strong, the cultivators who followed it won't be weak after opening the sky. If I open the sky, my strength will be close to my original body's. However, when the time comes, you will find that the great Tao will be limited because it absorbs too much power from this world. If you want to jump out of this limitation, you need a great world, a great world that can accommodate monarchs and even gods. Han Fei's heart did a flip. If he couldn't even exert 30% of his strength after opening the sky, he might as well not open the sky. Han Fei couldn't help but look at the toad and the others. The toad said, "Don't look at us. All the giant beasts, cultivating outside, haven't reached the sea establishment realm yet. After all, there are so many giant beasts. We can't use up all the resources, so it's normal that we are weak." Han Fei said leisurely, "That's right. I did obtain the body refining inheritance of the monarch. My current physique should be the strongest under the sky-opening realm. But since I can already be so strong, what's the point of me walking this Tao? If I walk it, I'll just have one more helper." The old snail asked, Isn't this enough?" Han Fei said casually, "I don't know how many resources are needed to cultivate the giant beast divine Tao. I'm badly short of resources now. Otherwise, why do you think I want to ally with you to attack the 100 demon clan and the undersea human race? Without resources, how can I cultivate the giant beast divine Tao?" The old snail. When the kings heard this, they realized that it wasn't that he didn't want to cultivate this Tao, but that he didn't have the resources to do it. Therefore, he was asking for resources from Senior Snail Emperor. The Snail Emperor was also briefly stunned. "Oh. In that case, as long as you are willing to share the body refining technique, I can give you 50 billion ultra-quality spiritual stones as resources for you to cultivate the giant beast divine Tao." However, Han Fei's face immediately turned black. He said, "Senior, I'll just pick one randomly. May I ask if anyone here has reached the current sea establishment realm with only 50 billion ultra-quality spiritual stones?" Me, and me." Immediately, Han Fei saw centipedes, giant flood dragons, clams, and even giant toads respond. The toad said, "I've only used 38 billion so far. Of course, not including those used in my origin sea." The centipede said, "I've only used 32 billion, not including those used in my origin sea." The giant flood dragon, when Han Fei heard that, he retorted, "That's why you are weak. You can't beat humans in the same realm, because you have too few resources. My original body has used more than 100 billion ultra-quality spiritual stones. If I walk the path of the giant beasts, how can it be enough without trillions of resources?" Hiss. Han Fei's words stunned all the kings. "Even robbers are not as greedy as you. Trillions of resources? You might as well just swallow us all." The old snail said, "A trillion resources. Do you know what that means?" Tai Yuan said, "Han Fei, even if you walk the giant beast divine Tao, you can't just think of cultivating to the peak of the sea establishment realm in one go. No one can grow up like this. Without tempering, how can you become great?" Han Fei pretended to think for a moment. "Well, Senior Tai Yuan, to be honest, although I don't know what level your chaotic demon body is, I can tell you that the inheritance I obtained from the Emperor ranks 998th in the sea establishment realm among all the races in the entire infinite ocean. The giant beasts didn't seem to be tempted. They seemed to be thinking, is the 998th place very high? Han Fei sneered. Do you know how many races there are in the infinite ocean? The old snail asked, how many? Han Fei smiled, raised his head, and smiled disdainfully. 29,620,223 races. Now what do you think of the ranking of 998? Hiss. Instantly, all the beasts gasped. Even the old snail couldn't help being shocked. What kind of divine body tempering technique was this? It was actually so powerful? Although they might not necessarily believe what Han Fei said, they would know whether the technique was good or not as long as Han Fei took out this technique and let them practice it. If it was weaker than the chaotic demon body, it must be fake. But if it was stronger than the chaotic demon body, then they would win. Whether it was true or not, it didn't matter. Anyway, this technique was indeed powerful. Hearing this, the old snail said, how about this? I'll give you 100 billion ultra-quality spiritual stones. In addition, we'll form an alliance with you humans. Han Fei was about to speak, when the old snail continued, and you are allowed to explore the origin divine body. This origin divine body under me has yet to be broken. We even suspect that the divine body is still alive. Huh? Han Fei was stunned. Still alive? The old snail said, since you can find the place of origin, you must have discovered how the mist in the sea of mist works. The mist exists completely because of the origin divine body. You can cultivate a reincarnation body and make it cultivate our Tao while exploring the divine body. Your original body can still move outside. Isn't it great? Han Fei was completely tempted by what the old snail said. It was like a pie falling from the sky. It was just the purity mystic body. Although it was indeed ranked 998th, how could it compare to his void body refining technique, which was ranked 8th? Han Fei realized that this trip was even more beneficial than robbing the soul sealing world. With these hundreds of billions of resources in hand, his origin sea, a 100,000 kilometer long, would immediately be filled, and there would still be more than 60 billion resources left. Besides, when they cultivated the purity mystic body, there would definitely be a huge waste of resources. At that time, he would use the yin-yang millstone to filter the remaining essence. As for how to cultivate the giant beast divine Tao, Han Fei had already thought it through. Before, he had never had a suitable opportunity to use the all things three. But today, the moment he saw the giant beast divine Tao, Han Fei knew that the opportunity had come. Han Fei pretended to look down at the so-called origin divine body. He didn't expect to get any benefits from this body, but it was great that he could get 100 billion ultra-quality spiritual stones, cultivate the giant beast divine Tao, and absorb the remaining resources they used. This was simply faster than robbing resources. JAS. Okay. Han Fei pretended to think for a long time before he agreed. He said, let me make it clear first. The body tempering technique passed down by the monarch is definitely stronger than the chaotic demon body. However, it also consumes a lot of resources. The old snail said, what's the big deal? It's a physical technique used by a monarch. Resources are easy to obtain, so we don't care about resources. Han Fei nodded slightly. Senior, please accept my inheritance. The old snail was overjoyed. Come on. However, Hanfei suddenly hesitated. Well. The old snail. Hanfei rubbed his thumb and index finger and chuckled. Senior, you know what I mean, right? The old snail was speechless. He hadn't even started, and he was already asking. For resources? Was this person so greedy? Back then, Taiyuan didn't ask for anything but took the initiative to give them his technique. However, thinking of how Hanfei despised the chaotic demon body, the old snail accepted it. The old snail seemed to fumble in his origin sea for a long time and then threw 100 sun-moon shells to Hanfei. Okay, satisfied? As Hanfei took the sun-moon shells and scanned them, he immediately smiled. And said, come on, let's hurry up. All the giant beasts were watching this scene expectantly. Hanfei pointed a golden light in his hand, and the old snail felt his soul tremble. It only took 3 seconds for him to slowly open his eyes. Then, the old snail said in shock, this technique is so simple, violent, and flawless. Hanfei clearly saw that the old snail's face was shining as if he had obtained an ultimate treasure. Immediately, golden light shot out from between the eyebrows of the old snail. With swishes, a large amount of inheritance, Dao runes entered the eyebrows of all the giant beasts here. Reading on mybosnovel.com, please. Seeing this scene, Hanfei's eyelids twitched. Was it so simple for a sky opening realm cultivator to pass down an inheritance? Because they were all sea establishment creatures, the speed at which they accepted the inheritance was extremely fast. For example, a strong master like Taiyuan only accepted it in about 10 seconds. The toad only took about 30 seconds to accept it. Huh. The purity mystic body can use spiritual energy, demonic energy, chaotic chi, mystic yellow chi, and other pure energy to nourish the body and remove impurities to achieve the purity divine body. We can even use demonic energy. Not only ultra-quality spiritual stones. A giant beast exclaimed, you can also use higher-level mystic yellow chi. Another giant beast sighed. It's a pity that we have too little chaotic chi. Otherwise, how strong can we be if we use the chaotic chi to cultivate? Hanfei was lost for words. He didn't even dare to think that way. If he really had that amount of chaotic chi to refine his body, his strength would have increased by at least 50%. Hanfei didn't take it seriously, because he no longer needed the purity mystic body. The toad quacked. Does this mean that we can quickly digest resources? Shui Didu, I want to eat 10 billion ultra-quality spiritual stones in one go. The single-horned flood dragon said, I've accumulated 8 billion ultra-quality spiritual stones. I can finally refine them all at once. Immediately, all the giant beasts began to party. As they partied, the surrounding waves shook and rose. And the old snail was not stingy. He continued to pass on the purity mystic body to all the venerable level giant beasts here. This was because he knew that even if he passed down the purity mystic body to everyone, there would still be many people who couldn't grow quickly because of lack of resources. Therefore, a moment later, the old snail said, those who have finished inheriting the purity mystic body can go to the Sea of Mist to find resources on your own now. After about half an hour, while the giant beasts were celebrating, it was time for the exit to open. With swishes, figures broke out of the void one after another. The place of origin that had a lot of people suddenly only had 50%. People left. Even the kings had gone a lot Han Fei hurriedly said, Hey. Senior, should we discuss how to deal with the 100 Demon Clan and the human race? Tai Yuan said, didn't you attack the 100 Demon Clan and the undersea human race for resources too? Now that you have the resources, the first thing you should do is to stabilize your cultivation, arrange your origin sea, and increase your strength by another level. Then you need to choose a giant beast Dao to cultivate a reincarnation body. Can you finish all this in 100 years? Han Fei thought it made sense, but what made him speechless was that if they all ran away, he wouldn't be able to use the abandoned spiritual energy they produced. Han Fei said, actually, Senior Snail Emperor, you should have let them stay here to cultivate. In this way, they can communicate with each other. If they run away now, they won't even have anyone to ask if they have any questions. The old snail thought his words made sense, so he said to the remaining kings and venerables, those who haven't left, stay. Cultivate for 100 years. First, and don't hesitate to communicate with each other. Then, the old snail looked at Han Fei and said, why not fuse with your other half? Can you maintain this for a long time? Hiss. Han Fei's face changed. He couldn't help but look at the old snail. He had used the twin divine technique outside and the myriad transformations technique to conceal his black mist body and turn it into an inconspicuous little stone. How could it be discovered? The old snail said, I'm an emperor after all. Although I can't exert my full strength, I'm very strong. How can I not know what you did? Besides, I know every blade of grass and every grain of sand in the place of origin. How can I not notice the additional stone? Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. Why do you care about the gravel here? Tai Yuan said, Han Fei, the Snail Emperor really has no intention of harming you. Besides, once you cultivate the giant beast divine Dao, you will eventually be a member of the giant beast race. In fact, giving you 100 billion resources is equivalent to creating a strong master for the giant beast race. Therefore, the giant beast race won't lose anything. Han Fei thought to himself, you certainly didn't suffer a loss. It seems that I made a fortune, but in fact, I gave my purity mystic body to so many people at once. If they have enough resources, how many strong masters will be produced? It had to be known that up to now, he had only taught the people in the Thug Academy his purity mystic body. Now that it was spread out, it might become the mainstream body tempering technique of the giant beast race, and the possibility of it being spread out in the future was extremely high. Han Fei thought that he would have to ask the Void Temple in the next meeting if he could teach the members of the Thug Academy the Void Fire refining technique. Even if he couldn't teach it to so many people, it would be good to teach it to Xia Shachan and the others. Having no choice, Han Fei immediately fused his twin bodies and returned to his original body. The old snail pretended not to see it and said, this origin divine body hasn't changed much since I met it. Up to now, it hasn't changed at all except for triggering the mist in the sea of mist. You can try to study it. After all, you are a human, and so is he. What if you can establish a connection with him? Han Fei couldn't help but ask, Senior Snail Emperor, are you saying that the origin divine beast is that god? The old snail said, isn't it? If he wasn't a god, how could he have passed down such a shocking great Dao? Besides, you should know about the battle of the gods. Perhaps this god accidentally died here, causing the sea of mist and Even the loss of the raging sea. Han Fei, don't be incredulous just because the other party might be a god. Since the monarch palace can appear in the raging sea, gods can naturally appear here too. Han Fei was lost for words. Could a god really die here in such a way? Han Fei didn't quite believe it anyway, and there was no suppressing pressure of a god here at all. If it was a god, how could a group of venerables and kings approach him? That invisible suppressing pressure could crush them to death. However, Han Fei didn't argue with the old snail. After all, it had been here for hundreds of thousands of years. 1 month later, Han Fei spent a total of 32.8 billion ultra-quality spiritual stones to completely build his origin sea. The second he finished setting up everything, Han Fei suddenly had a feeling that he could open the sky. It was as if after the origin sea formed a hole, an invisible force was rushing to the sky from the ground veins of the origin sea. It seemed that the sky was about to open. However, Han Fei forcibly suppressed this urge. He didn't know enough about the sky-opening realm. Old Yuan had once told him that in the sky-opening realm, not only did he have to make a breakthrough in the origin sea, but he also needed to strengthen his comprehension of the great Tao. Opening the sky required a method. Most people forcibly opened the sky and broke through the skies in their origin seas. There were also a few people, such as sword cultivators, who established the sword palace with the sword Tao. There were also people who had an epiphany about the great Tao and opened the sky. Besides, it was best to comprehend the sky-opening realm before transcending the tribulation. Otherwise, problems would easily occur during the tribulation. Han Fei was in this situation now. He had to comprehend the sky opening first, before he could transcend the tribulation. Han Fei certainly hadn't fully comprehended the sky opening yet. He hadn't even studied his great Tao. Since the snail had given him enough resources, he was not in a hurry to kill the 100 Demon clan and the undersea human race. After all, what he wanted was resources. If there was any hatred towards these forces, it was only that they once attacked him. Although almost the entire raging sea was looking for the Yin-Yang world, it was almost impossible to find it without 100 years. Unless all the marine creatures in the raging sea were their spies. 3 days passed. Han Fei returned to the Yin-Yang world and told Xia Shaochan and the others that he would be cultivating outside for a few years. Then he left in a hurry. After leaving 10 billion ultra-quality spiritual stones. 3 months later, in the place of origin, in Han Fei's origin sea. It doesn't work. Han Fei frowned. The 10,000 streams of immortal qi only expanded his origin sea by less than 1,000 kilometers. This meant that even if he consumed all the immortal qi, it would only expand by 1 or 2,000 kilometers at most. Han Fei even felt that the further he expanded from 100,000 kilometers, the more difficult it would be. Although he could still expand 700 or 800 kilometers with the 10,000 streams of immortal qi, he would be lucky if he could expand 500 kilometers after using all the remaining immortal qi. After all, building the origin sea was a process of continuous expansion from the inside out. At this point, if it was expanded another meter, the consumption would be hundreds of thousands of times greater than before, so the consumption would naturally be greater and greater. Han Fei tried to expand it with spiritual energy, but after spending 1 million ultra-quality spiritual stones, the origin sea only expanded by less than 5 kilometers. This data made Han Fei's heart turn cold. If this continued, the more they expanded, the more resources he would consume. Reading on mybosnovel.com, please. Hanfei didn't try again, nor did he have to. This was too expensive. Hanfei said to the old turtle's soul, "Old Yuan, how do you sky openers usually expand the origin sea?" The old turtle said, "Well, those in the sky opening realm who don't have enough resources usually don't explore the origin sea often, nor do they use resources to expand the origin sea. So they just leave it there?" The old turtle said, "Use the great Tao. After opening the sky, your origin sea will give birth to immortal qi and Tao runes, which can be produced forever. At this time, what you need to consider is how to maintain the balance of your origin sea. For example, wind, thunder, rain, lightning, the rise and fall of the sun and moon, the survival of all things, etc. If you're interested, you can study creating creatures or something. Huh? Continue to simulate reality? The old turtle said, "It's not a simulation, but that when you reach the sky opening realm, you will understand the operation of the world, and the Tao of the world is your own Tao. The operation of the origin sea, in a sense, is also your own great Tao. And the operation of the great Tao is the source of your Tao runes." Hanfei asked, "Then shall I use the Tao runes born from me to establish the origin sea?" The old turtle said, "To be honest, it's very difficult to open the origin sea after it reaches 100,000 kilometers. If you're not a super force with endless resources, you can either find the starting ground as I said, or slowly polish it with your own great Tao. In fact, the most reasonable way is to use your own great Tao to expand it, because using resources is actually a trick. Only by using the great Tao to expand the origin sea can it be more solid. And to accumulate resources, you need things like the mystic yellow soil to stabilize, strengthen, and improve." Hanfei asked, "So difficult? Doesn't that mean that most sky openers' origin seas are limited to about 100,000 kilometers?" The old turtle said, "That's right. However, when you become an emperor, you will obtain a little bit of the strongest power in this world, which is the primordial purple qi. Unfortunately, you can only use the primordial purple Q for a short period of time when you open the sky. If you use it well, you can forcibly expand your origin sea at the moment you open the sky. I once heard that someone could expand his origin sea 80,000 kilometers in a day when he was opening the sky. Primordial purple qi? Expand 80,000 kilometers in a day? Hanfei was shocked. What kind of powerhouse could do this? The old turtle said with a smile, "Well, you can't fully believe it." "How do you know what happened in others' origin sea?" "It might be a joke. If the origin sea can be expanded so much in a day, wouldn't that guy be able to crush countless sky openers?" Hanfei frowned. "Crush?" The old turtle said, "Well, although we usually don't expand the origin sea, it's because our resources are limited, or the great Tao ore we accumulated is not enough. Once we go to expand the origin sea, what can we use to fight? We have to have some trump cards, right? However, if we want to be stronger, we still have to expand our origin seas. We usually accumulate a large amount of resources or a large amount of Tao runes, and then expand our origin sea all at once. Basically, all emperors do this." Hanfei asked, "So, the size of the origin sea is also the main measure of the strength of sky openers, right?" The old turtle said, "Yes. But those created with the great Tao are generally stronger than those created with resources. But if you have enough mystic, yellow soil or primordial spirit earth, there's nothing to say. Han Fei learned some knowledge about the sky-opening realm in advance, but this knowledge was useless to him. However, this at least proved that he didn't have to consider becoming stronger by expanding the origin sea. His origin sea had been arranged, and the size of his origin sea was almost at its limit. All he could do now was to study his great Tao. Or, he could try to master the void body refining technique. In this way, his strength should improve further. He didn't know if he could increase his strength by 20%, but at least 10% was definitely possible. However, compared to this, he had to spend some time studying the giant beast Divine Tao. The giant beast Divine Tao itself contained 1,398,746 kinds of giant beast great Taos. Most of them were paths chosen by other giant beasts, with nearly 1.4 million kinds. Han Fei had been studying them in his origin sea for a whole year. From the great Taos of giant beasts he knew so far, Han Fei found that the cultivation of the giant beast Divine Tao was similar to practicing the fish transformation technique, which was also a process of polishing. And the core problem that ran through the entire giant beast Divine Tao was the lack of resources, the overwhelming burden of body, and the lack of extremely strong body tempering techniques. Generations of giant beasts were studying this problem. Most giant beasts tried to create an extremely powerful body tempering technique. This kind of giant beast Tao accounted for 50%. There were also 40% of the giant beast Taos that were studying which creatures to choose as their original bodies to carry their terrifying bodies in the later stages. And among this kind of Tao, 60% of them cultivated with their original bodies, and 30% of them turned into other giant beasts they chose. As for the last 10%, it was all kinds of unconventional giant beast Taos. What Han Fei liked to see the most was the Tao of this kind. After all, they were the best great Taos that giant beasts had thought of all their lives. Every great Tao had its own logic. For example, Han Fei saw the path of Shui Dudu cultivated. That path was based on the jellyfish and turned herself into water. In this way, not only could she constantly expand her body, but she could also carry her unparalleled physical strength. Besides, the person who created this Tao had also overcome the shortcomings of this Tao. That was, this Tao contradicted the physique of the giant beasts. Therefore, she created a power of extreme compression and directly refined the giant beasts' bodies into water bodies, existing with pressure as the original power. In addition to this great Tao, there were also some giant beasts who actually tried to refine themselves into heavenly beasts, trying to refine themselves into a part of the heavens. Han Fei didn't know what they were thinking. They probably were killed by lightning in the end. There were also those who split their Tao into two parts. One was anti-gravity, which could free them from the burden of their own bodies. However, very few giant beasts were really crushed to death by their own bodies. Therefore, the second part of this person's Tao was rebounce. He didn't need to gain experience at all. If any creature attacked him, the power would become his power when it passed through his body, then become his own attack, and then bounce back. Although Han Fei didn't know what happened to this giant beast in the end, this idea was really awesome. However, this seemed to go against the body tempering Tao of the giant beasts. However, who said that giant beasts had to temper their bodies? Han Fei felt that this might be a direction to choose. On this day, Han Fei was still reading the great Taos of the giant beasts. In another half a month, he would be able to finish reading them. Suddenly, when Han Fei saw a giant beast Tao, he straightened up. This great Tao was a Tao of Nirvana. This was somewhat similar to the great Tao of the King Ba crab's molting and rebirth. The difference was that it was dangerous for the King Ba crab to shed their shells and be reborn. They had to recultivate again and again, and every time they recultivated, it just happened to be the limit of the giant beast divine Tao. Han Fei just felt that it was a waste of time, so he didn't choose the rebirth Tao of the King Ba crab. But theoretically speaking, his Tao was very reasonable. If he could constantly improve his bloodline and life level, he could theoretically cultivate into the longevity realm. However, this Nirvana Tao made Han Fei more interested, because he didn't need to recultivate again and again like the King Ba crab. Every time he cultivated, there was a possibility of death. But the Tao of Nirvana was like the Nirvana of a phoenix, known as the undying fire bird. If it was killed, it would be reborn from fire and become stronger. If that was the case, wouldn't he become infinitely stronger? Han Fei continued to read. This person walked this Tao, but the description mentioned that reincarnation required energy and treasures. Before every nirvana, one needed to prepare the resources for the nirvana. And the resources determined his strength after the nirvana. I'll take this one. Han Fei felt that he couldn't compare to Zhang Xuanyu in terms of inventions. But in terms of snatching resources, even 10 Zhang Xuanyus couldn't compare to him. Taking this Tao, he just needed to find treasures that were powerful enough for him to undergo nirvana. It was simple and straightforward. He didn't know why not many people chose this path. Han Fei thought to himself, I need to ask the old snail about it. The old snail didn't like to move. In addition, he had accumulated a lot of resources over the years, so he couldn't stop as soon as he began to cultivate the purity mystic body. It was a feeling of strength growth that he hadn't felt for a long time. Whether it was the old snail or Tai Yuan, after obtaining the purity mystic body, they both knew that this was a super body tempering technique that far exceeded the chaotic demon body, even if this body tempering technique consumed too many resources. One of the reasons why Han Fei passed on this technique was to make the chaos world stand on his side. If they could stand on his side, then his side would have 3 emperors. In this raging sea, they had already become an unshakable super force. At this moment, on the back of the origin divine body, the old snail was cultivating the purity mystic body, and the spiritual energy in his body was spewing out at all times. Apart from the old snail, many sea establishers were cultivating the same way. This strange situation directly caused the spiritual energy in the place of origin to reach an unimaginable level. Seeing this, Han Fei couldn't help taking a breath. The spiritual energy here was 70 or 80 times more intense than the yin-yang world. To put it bluntly, a day of cultivation here was equivalent to 100 days of cultivation in other places in the raging sea. Han Fei's appearance didn't distract the kings. Everyone was actively consuming the resources they had accumulated. After so many years, who hadn't accumulated billions of ultra-quality spiritual stones? Therefore, they had no time to talk to Han Fei at this moment. Han Fei ran to the old snail. Seeing that the old snail didn't respond, he patted the snail's shell. Senior Snail Emperor, I have a question. In the giant beast divine Tao, I saw a great Tao, called the Nirvana divine Tao. I Want to ask, why is no one walking this great Tao? Although the old snail was cultivating, he knew that Han Fei was here. He wasn't surprised to hear Han Fei ask this question. He said, no. There were many people who walked this great Tao. It's fine in the early stages, but in the later stages, the difficulty of nirvana is too high. For example, if you want to go from the sea establishment realm to the sky-opening realm, you might need many kinds of treasures, and even extraordinary treasures, to carry your original body after nirvana. As you reach higher and higher realm, where can you find enough treasures? Han Fei thought to himself, just because they couldn't find required resources, they abandoned this path? Reading on mybosnovel.com, please. The old snail said, there's another, extremely important reason. Every time you undergo nirvana, your new body must be at least 30% stronger than your old one. If it's less than 30%, the Tao of nirvana will bite you back. Therefore, the level of the resources prepared for every nirvana must be improved by at least 30% or more. Han Fei couldn't help frowning. Why was there such a strange rule? Before Han Fei could think further, the old snail continued, also, there are conditions to nirvana. After nirvana, after you stabilize your cultivation and reach the limit of this body, you need to find someone to kill you. Only by borrowing the hands of others can you help yourself to nirvana. You need to anger the one who you want to kill you. Only when he is extremely angry and furious, you can absorb his anger as one of the important resources of nirvana, so you can't turn to your friends for help. But once you turn to your enemy, if the enemy is too strong, now that he can kill you before your nirvana, he can do that after your nirvana. Han Fei felt a headache. Sure enough, every great Tao was not easy to walk. The first difficulty of the nirvana great Tao was resources. The second difficulty was to prevent backlash. The third difficulty was to arouse the enemy's anger, to kill him. However, although these conditions were very harsh, it was not impossible to resolve. Han Fei said, Senior, you're so experienced. Is there anything else you can share with me, besides the giant beast divine Tao? The old snail said, I don't have much experience. It's just that there were many people who walked this path. In the end, one batch after another died. And in the end, no one left. Look at the giant beasts now. None of them walk the great Tao of nirvana. They just don't think they can survive a few nirvanas. But Han Fei felt that it was probably because the raging sea was too small. If it were in the outside world, many people would have taken this path. Anyway, Han Fei wouldn't cultivate it with his original body. Even if this path was blocked, it didn't matter, but what if it was cleared? At that time, his reincarnation body would return to him in the end, and he couldn't imagine how much his strength would be improved. After learning the shortcomings of the great Tao of nirvana, Han Fei immediately returned to the origin sea. Since he had chosen the great Tao, there were two more things to do. The first was to choose the creature he wanted to transform into. This time, Han Fei couldn't choose the human race. If the size of the human race was too big, then every part of the body would be a fatal weakness. Even if he conquered all the fatal points and became a supergiant, wouldn't it be stupid? In fact, when Han Fei was studying the great Tao, he had already had countless ideas. However, in the end, Han Fei still set his eyes on octopus creatures. Like Little Fatty. For example, Little Fatty could deflect 90% of the force. Han Fei didn't think that anyone in the same realm could kill little fatty with physical means. Unless someone in the same realm was 10 times stronger than little fatty. Secondly, the giant beasts were all body refiners. If he chose creatures like octopuses, not only could he deflect the attacking force of the enemy, but he could also have strong defense, and the enemy had to be 20 times stronger than him to kill him. Thirdly, the regeneration ability of the octopus creatures was too strong. They could control their flesh and blood at will. Even if their bodies were broken, they could quickly heal their wounds through the wriggling of their muscles and the contraction of their blood vessels and meridians. Therefore, there was basically no bleeding. If they were faster, their limbs would grow back the next day. Han Fei pondered for a long time. Unless he was suppressed by absolute strength, the octopus seemed to be the most perfect creature he knew. Besides, when he killed Zhou Bai in the monarch palace, he happened to obtain a demon emperor's inner core, which was the inner core of a sky-opening realm cultivator. This thing could be the foundation of his avatar. Even before Nirvana, the strength of his octopus body wouldn't be weak. As for what to use as the bearing of his body after Nirvana, he would see. Anyway, the cultivation of his avatar wasn't something that could be done in a day or two. After quickly confirming the creature he would transform into, there was only one thing left, which was the avatar. It was naturally impossible for him to use his Neza avatar. That one had already walked his own Dao, which was a pure battle and killing path. He had even comprehended the sword path and cultivated a powerful method like the sky splitting sword manual. However, he wouldn't embark on the path of a sword cultivator. This was because his Neza avatar had been fighting and killing since he was young. He was proficient in all kinds of weapons. Even if he comprehended the sword path, it was difficult for him to embark on the path of a sword cultivator. Although he decided not to use his Neza avatar, Han Fei was still very confident and had other plans. In the ideal palace, he had obtained the All Things 3 with great difficulty. Because he was missing a golden page back then, the All Things 3 he got in the end was not a complete version, but an incomplete one. Han Fei had never felt that he needed to use an avatar. Then, he accidentally used the Water Immortal's original body to create an avatar, so he certainly didn't lack avatars. In Han Fei's opinion, before coming to the place of origin, clones weren't very useful for him. Even Neza hadn't reached the sea establishment realm yet, even though he was already extremely strong in the venerable realm. However, it was still too difficult for Neza to catch up with the original body. Therefore, even if he mastered a magical technique like the All Things 3, it wouldn't mean much if he just created a few clones similar to Neza. However, the giant beast divine Dao was different. This was a great Dao that could make him a god. The moment Han Fei saw it, he knew that this path must be taken, so he decided to use the All Things 3. Of course, he had to continue deducing it first. It only required 10 wisps of chaotic chi to deduce the complete version. Back then, he didn't even have a single wisp of chaotic chi, so 10 wisps of chaotic chi was already an astronomical figure for him. But now, it was nothing. In his mind, Han Fei issued an order, deduce. Say. After only 10 seconds, the complete version of All Things 3 appeared in his mind. All Things 3, unrated. Remarks, it can completely separate a person into 3 and create 2 avatars. As the cultivator wishes, the avatars can recultivate from a young age. Besides, the cultivator can choose not to let the avatars be connected with the main body's soul. Deduction cost, 1000 wisps of chaotic chi. Shortcoming, if the avatars are not connected to the main body's soul, they will easily give birth to their own will. Remarks 1. The original body can choose to consume 30% of the original body's source power, which can allow the avatars to inherit the bloodline and luck. Foundation of the original body. Note 2. According to the bloodline and potential of the main body, avatars can ignore level barriers and heavenly tribulations to different extents. In fact, after reading here, Han Fei frowned slightly. Consuming 30% of his source power meant weakening the power of his original body. Although it was optional, if his original body lost 30% of his strength, it meant that his strength would be greatly reduced. Besides, if his avatar gave birth to his own will, what if he refused to return, disobeyed his orders, or even fought with him for the control of his original body? Wouldn't it be like what Xue Fan did back then? The original body created Xue Fan but ended up being eaten by him. Fortunately, this technique could still be deduced. The second time, 1000 wisps of chaotic chi were consumed. The technique was called Dao Birth 3. The drawback of this technique was greatly reduced, but it was still possible for an avatar to give birth to its own will. Furthermore, the consumption of the original body was still more than 20%. The third deduction consumed 10,000 wisps of chaotic chi. This time, information appeared in Han Fei's eyes. 1:3, unrated. Remarks, it can completely separate a person into 3 and create 2 avatars. As the cultivator wishes, the avatars can recultivate from a young age. Besides, the cultivator can choose not to let the avatars be connected with the main body's soul. Deduction cost, unable to be deduced. Shortcoming, only when the two avatars are at the same level as the original body in strength can the 3 bodies be combined. Remarks 1. The original body can choose to use his own essence, blood and soul to prevent his avatars from giving birth to their own wills. Remarks 2. The original body can choose to consume 10% of the original body's source power, which can allow the avatars to inherit the bloodline and luck. Foundation of the original body. Remarks 3. According to the bloodline and potential of the main body, avatars can ignore level barriers and heavenly tribulations to different extents. Note 4. After the 3 bodies are combined, the original body's basic strength will increase by at least 3 to 9 times. Here, the all things 3 couldn't be deduced. This could only be Han Fei's final choice. Huff _ 3 to 9 times the increase in strength? Han Fei touched his chin. 10% of the source power is not much. This is completely a bargain. Although it's a little difficult to combine the 3 bodies, the return is too high. When the 1:3 technique was deduced, Han Fei was excited. Although he didn't know when his second avatar would be created, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. If it didn't work out, Han Fei felt that he could still take another giant beast Dao. After all, with such a high return, he was immediately confident that he could reach the longevity realm, although he hadn't even opened the sky yet. More importantly, both the All Things 3 and the 1:3 mentioned that avatars could ignore level barriers and heavenly tribulations to some extent. In other words, his avatar might not need to transcend the tribulation. As long as he could continue on this path, the probability of success was far higher than others. As for 10% of the origin power, Han Fei could afford it. At that moment, Han Fei decided to do it. He summoned Little Fatty, took out a mass of Little Fatty's essence, blood and soul, and injected them into the Demon Emperor's inner core, infusing it with chaotic chi, soul power, flesh power, and spiritual will. At that moment, in Han Fei's origin sea, the wind and clouds were turbulent. And the spiritual energy was like a dragon. Even the immortal chi that Han Fei didn't intend to invest in was partly absorbed by this new avatar. In addition to this, Han Fei also tried to modify part of the meridians of this avatar, constructing an extremely complicated yin-yang millstone array in his body to better absorb energy and resources in the future. In front of Han Fei, the flesh and blood of creatures were growing in the void. Whether it was his flesh and blood, his soul, the Demon Emperor's inner core, or other resources, they all turned into nothingness and were swallowed by the chaotic phantom in front of him. There was no telling if it was because the avatar he created was too strong. But this one was different from the one created with the water immortals. Original body. This time it took 6 days and 6 nights to create this avatar. Han Fei watched as flesh, meridians, and demonic heritage intertwined bit by bit. In the end, when a black octopus appeared, information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. Reading on mybosnovel.com, please. Name Undying Demon Octopus, Avatar. Introduction: It used to be a prehistoric ferocious beast. Because this bloodline once produced a god, it's of the mysterious type and can be classified as a godly bloodline. The Undying Demon Octopus has extremely powerful regeneration and self-recovery abilities. Its suckers have the ability to absorb spiritual energy, essence, blood, vitality, and soul. When attacked, it can deflect 90% of the attack and swallow the mental attack of all creatures at and below level 10 and transform it into its own soul. Attack level greater than 76. Quality mysterious. Realm Tao seeking. Contains spiritual energy 236, 64. Battle technique life devouring, blood rebirth, undying ray. Collectible undying demon pill, devouring eye. Unabsorbable. Remarks: The undying demon octopus used to be a prehistoric ferocious beast. Oh my god, the creature I created is actually so powerful? Han Fei was stunned. Although its target was the octopus, it was more than that. The only thing he could use was the essence, blood and soul of the 9. Death soul, splitting octopus. This situation probably meant that there were some traces of the undying demon octopus in the bloodline of the 9 death soul, splitting octopus. However, his undying demon octopus was completely different from the 9 death soul, splitting octopus. Little Fatty only had a tiny part of the divine beast bloodline, while in the undying demon octopus race, there used to be a primordial ferocious beast that became a god. They were completely different creatures. Could it be that in distant history, divine beasts and prehistoric ferocious beasts had an affair? Han Fei felt that this possibility was extremely high. The old turtle had once said that the bloodlines of all races were actually somewhat mixed with each other. Even an ordinary person might have the bloodline of a god. Some people were lucky and showed signs of atavism, accidentally activating the ability of that bloodline, and became heavenly talents. But some people might be mediocre their entire lives, and didn't even know that they had such a powerful bloodline. Anyway, Han Fei felt that he had made a fortune this time. In a sense, his avatar should be a kind of divine son. Now, his avatar was only 10,000 feet long. However, once he began to cultivate the giant beast divine Tao, the size of this undying demon octopus would quickly increase. Han Fei couldn't imagine how strong the undying demon octopus would be when it reached the level of the old snail. Han Fei grinned. From now on, my avatar will be called, well, Zhang Daqian. Well, it's very similar to the image of an octopus. Besides, since this avatar is a sea demon giant beast, it naturally doesn't need to cultivate with his original body. It can walk a path that belongs to sea demons alone. Of course, that's after him going to the sea realm. Now, Zhang Daqian is still too weak. Even if his identity and heritage are extremely powerful, his realm is still not enough. Han Fei flexed the tentacles of this new body, still not used to them. He asked, Old Yuan, what do you think of my new avatar? To be honest, the old turtle was already dumbfounded. He knew that Han Fei was going to create an avatar, but he didn't expect Han Fei to create such a creature that he didn't know at all. The old turtle asked, Do you know which race you belong to? Han Fei smiled. Which race? The octopus race. The old turtle was lost for words. It's not the same species as other octopuses. Anyway, I've never seen it. Are you going to use this avatar to cultivate the giant beast Tao? Han Fei said, Of course. You didn't see it, so you don't know how terrifying this Tao is. The old turtle asked, Didn't the snail say that this Tao is extremely difficult to cultivate? Han Fei sneered. This is a great Tao that can make one a god. How can it be easy? Huh? A god? The old turtle was stunned. Is there a great Tao that can make one a god in this lousy place? He was a little tempted. However, although he was tempted, he still had his original body, which was already in the sky-opening realm. If he had a chance to return to his original body in the future, he could consider this giant beast Tao, but not now. On the side, Han Fei controlled his octopus body to move and adapt to the habits of the octopus. He found that the body was 2F** king flexible. He could control any sucker on his body, even any muscle or meridian in his body. He could twist himself into any shape and even control his tentacles to dance in various ways. In terms of agility, Han Fei felt that this thing was almost perfect. On the other side, Han Fei looked at his personal information. After all, he had consumed 10% of his original power, so his strength must have been damaged. Information popped up in his eyes. Owner, Han Fei. Level, 99, Sea Establishment. Bloodline ranking among the clans in the Infinite Ocean, the 840,006th. Upgradable. Chaotic Chi, 143,819 wisps. Spiritual Power, 991,134. Perception Range, 1,000,000 kilometers. Strength, 4, 6, 11, 28 waves. First Spiritual Heritage, Origin Spiritual Heritage. Second Spiritual Heritage, Eternal Darkness Spiritual Heritage. First Spiritual Beast, Twin Yin-Yang Spirit Swallowing Fish, Level 90. Second Spiritual Beast, Emperor Sparrow, Level 92. Main Art, Void Fishing, Emperor Level, Divine Quality. Seeing the information, Han Fei was slightly relieved. Fortunately, his strength didn't decrease too much. His current strength was roughly weaker than when he attacked the soul-sealing world, but not much weaker. He only lost tens of thousands of waves in strength. After that, the increase in strength brought about by expanding his origin sea From 90,000 to 100,000 kilometers with the resources he got from the soul sealing world was almost exhausted this time. In other words, all his efforts after the soul sealing world were in vain. His strength was less than 5% weaker than before the attack on the soul sealing world. Fortunately, strength could be cultivated back. It was nothing more than spending a few hundred years cultivating the void body refining technique and the void skywatching technique. If he cultivated in his origin sea, it wouldn't take him 10 years. However, Han Fei saw that the word upgradable appeared on the infinite ocean list. He couldn't help but take another look. When he took a closer look, he saw information appear. Number of clans in the infinite ocean, 296202223. Master, the 840,006th. Nearby bloodline, sea quelling snail, time dragon carp, golden crow blood. Twin yin-yang spirit swallowing fish, emperor sparrow, hexagon starfish. Recommended bloodline, sea quelling snail. Han Fei was stunned. Sea quelling snail? Did it mean the snail emperor? Han Fei didn't expect that the bloodline of the snail emperor was quite high. It was actually above the blue water Qilin. However, he hadn't obtained the blood of the snail emperor yet. Perhaps the demon purification pot had detected it because he was very close to the snail emperor. Han Fei looked at his undying demon octopus body, wondering why his avatar couldn't provide his bloodline for him to devour. Was it because he was his avatar? But whatever, he had to get the blood of the snail emperor first. Han Fei's figure flashed and he appeared outside. Senior Snail Emperor, please help me. As soon as Han Fei jumped out, he shouted at the Snail Emperor. The Snail Emperor was cultivating happily and couldn't help but ask, "It's only been a few days. Why are you out again?" Han Fei hurriedly said, "Senior Snail Emperor, please lend me a drop of your essence blood. I'm creating an avatar. Now I just need a super powerful bloodline. In this place of origin, your bloodline is the strongest. Do please help me." Hiss. You want my essence blood? The old snail couldn't have felt worse. Could essence blood be borrowed so easily? However, Han Fei said, "Senior, I swear in the name of my great Tao, in the title of human king, and in my sky-opening heavenly tribulation, I have no other intentions. Believe me, my avatar is only missing a drop of your blood." Below, Tai Yuan and the others were all stunned. Asking an emperor for his essence blood? Are you crazy? However, Tai Yuan thought, F***ck, why didn't I think of asking the snail emperor for blood back then? This was because if it was just a drop of essence blood, it wasn't a big problem. After all, you wanted essence blood, not a wisp of soul. Who hadn't lost pure essence blood in battle? If one could be killed with essence blood, then countless people in the infinite ocean would have been killed. However, everything had a risk. Who knew if Han Fei was up to something? However, as soon as Han Fei opened his mouth, he swore with his great Tao and heavenly tribulation. Even the Snail Emperor was stunned. Han Fei said, "Senior Snail Emperor, my giant beast avatar is definitely invincible in its realm. If I have a stronger body refining technique in the future, I definitely won't forget you. Besides, what's the use of your essence blood to me? I, Han Fei, the human king, is going to be an emperor. My dignity doesn't allow me to do anything bad to your essence blood." The old snail was stunned for a moment. "You said that your avatar needs my bloodline?" Han Fei, yes? The old snail asked, didn't you cultivate a reincarnation body? Han Fei asked, Since I can create an avatar, why should I cultivate a reincarnation body? Tai Yuan was stunned and couldn't help but say, Han Fei, creating an avatar is not a trivial matter. It's impossible for it to be cast at will without a host, which requires an opportunity. Han Fei said, I have an opportunity. I obtained a demon emperor's inner core in the monarch palace. With it as the foundation, I transformed it into the avatar's meridians. I also got some flesh and blood of Shi Huang from the sword god, and then cut my own body, flesh, and soul, plus Wang Jingyuan's flesh and soul, and fused them into the inner core. Then, I used the immortal Qi and the chaotic Qi to nourish the giant beast body. However, now I feel that this body can be further improved. Hey, why the look? Senior Snail. Emperor, please help me. If I can't fuse your essence blood into my avatar in 100 seconds, the demonic body will be made and I won't have any more chance. To be honest, both the old snail and Tai Yuan were dumbfounded. Are you King creating an avatar, or a god? Han Fei didn't hide this secret, so the toad beast and the others all heard it. Reading on mybosnovel.com, please. Immediately, the king-level giant beasts were all dumbfounded. A demon king's inner core, the essence blood of Shi Huang, the flesh and blood of Huang Jingyuan, and his own. He had even used the immortal Qi, but now he still asked the snail emperor for his essence blood. All this just to create an avatar. The toad asked, oh my god, what do you think he'll make? Shui Dudu, are you stupid? It's either a snail or an octopus, or the one who left the inner core. The single-horned flood dragon said, I heard that he's going to walk the great Tao of Nirvana. He set the starting point so high. Then what does he want to do next? All the giant beasts. However, this time even the old snail and Tai Yuan were shocked. If Han Fei really did that, they wouldn't have to worry. They just needed to see how powerful the creature he created was. But the old snail was not one to suffer losses. He said, I can give you my essence blood, but you have to give me a body refining technique stronger than the purity mystic body. Han Fei's face immediately turned green, and he cursed, you're blackmailing me. The purity mystic body was left behind by a monarch. You want me to find you a great technique stronger than this, but you only give me a drop of essence blood? Cough, cough, dash. The old snail seemed to think that he was too much indeed, so he said, how about this? If you can find such a strong body tempering technique in the future, leave a copy for me. But 100,000 years. Hearing that the old snail was going to continue, Han Fei panicked. He thought to himself, I have 2 body refining techniques that are better than the purity mystic body. If this old snail makes me swear with my sky opening tribulation that I will give him a stronger body refining technique, what should I do? Therefore, Han Fei simply roared, 100,000 years. Within 100,000 years, I will definitely get you a body tempering technique stronger than the purity mystic body. I swear I'll do that unless I die. I swear to the heavenly Tao, to my luck, and to the avatar I created. Otherwise, I will never be able to reach the longevity realm. Hurry up, give it to me. The time is up. Senior, stop nagging. Hearing this, the old snail realized that Han Fei's oath was really sincere. Hearing this, the old snail immediately threw out a drop of essence blood. Without hesitation, Han Fei's eyes lit up when he saw it. He turned into essence blood and drilled into his origin sea with a swish, leaving the giant beasts outside, including the old snail, stopping cultivating and watching curiously. As Han Fei said, if Han Fei's avatar was to take shape in 100 seconds, they would be able to see what kind of magical thing Han Fei had created. In Han Fei's origin sea, Han Fei hummed a little tune and smacked his lips. Humph, with the intelligence of a snail, you want to fool me? I even dare to trick the eldest senior brother, okay? If I can't even fool you, I, Han Fei, will write my name upside down. Name. Han Fei shouted without hesitation, devour. Anyway, Han Fei had no way to open the sky now, since he hadn't comprehended it, and his strength had been reduced after he cultivated an avatar. It wouldn't be a problem for him to stay in the origin sea for another 1,000 years. Instead, he could use the time to study his great Tao. With this in mind, he couldn't be happier. Of course, he still had to go out to act later. His avatar had just appeared. Once he walked a giant beast Tao, he would be a member of the giant beast race. And the giant beasts were the least likely to possess him. If the old snail wanted to possess his avatar, he had to give up his body in the sky-opening realm and recultivate. Besides, according to what the old snail said, although the people who created avatars were all in the sky-opening realm, they were only in the sky-opening realm. The old snail was already in the sky-opening realm, so it was meaningless for him to possess him unless he knew that Zhang Daqian had a godly bloodline. However, even the old turtle didn't know this. He didn't even know the undying demon octopus. How could the old snail know it? Therefore, the old snail had 10,000 reasons not to attack him. In fact, he would treat him well because his identity as a human was extremely useful. It was only a matter of time before he annihilated the 100 Demon clan and the undersea human race. It was not impossible for him to unify the 36 mystic worlds. Besides, he had the vast ocean navigator, which could help him leave the raging sea. Therefore, he was the most likely to bring the giant beast race to greater heights. And the giant beast race was powerful in itself. Would he use the giant beast race in the future? Definitely. Therefore, from the moment Han Fei's avatar turned into a giant beast, the human race and the giant beast race were connected. For this reason, the old snail had 10,000 reasons to protect him, but no reason to hurt him. After adapting in the origin sea for a while, Han Fei also studied the combat skills and individual comprehensive strength of his avatar. In terms of combat skills, when the undying ray erupted and shot at Han Fei's original body, Han Fei felt a pure and domineering annihilation power. The moment this power touched him, it tried to disassemble his body. Of course, no matter how strong the attack of a Tao Seeker was, it would be good enough if it could shake a venerable. Han Fei's original body didn't feel anything at all at the undying ray. However, the undying demon octopus had inherited Han Fei's power. Therefore, when Han Fei unleashed the power of the undying demon octopus, he found that its strength was as high as 1,506 waves. What did it mean? When Han Fei first reached level 76, if he remembered correctly, his strength should be less than 700 waves. Then he obtained opportunities, but only passed 1,000 waves after reaching level 77. As for 1,500 waves, that was the power that Han Fei had when he was a half venerable. Even when Han Fei had just entered the venerable realm, his strength was only 3,000 waves. Ordinary venerables only had the strength of 1,000 waves or more. In addition to strength, Han Fei observed the meridians in the undying demon octopus. Some of the meridians he had tampered with had been corrected, but the effect of the yin-yang millstone was still there. However, the effect was not that strong, only about 1/10. However, he didn't know how to create creatures in the first place. It was already good enough that 1/10 of the effect was left. He didn't care about that. In other words, the power of the undying demon octopus had already reached the venerable realm, and it wasn't an ordinary venerable. It hadn't even cultivated the giant beast divine Tao, but it was already so strong. If it had cultivated the giant beast divine Tao, how strong would it be? With this in mind, Han Fei smiled. It was time to go out and act. Otherwise, the old snail would think that he had cheated him of his essence blood. In the outside world, all the kings looked forward to seeing what Han Fei's avatar looked like. A centipede beast said, "Since he has just created an avatar, it can't be too strong, right? I guess it's probably only in the demonization realm or the sea demon realm." Now, the 7-colored dragon snake, not necessarily. Han Fei is very powerful, so his avatar's strength can't be only in the demonization realm. The toad said, "I think it probably has reached the sea spirit realm. Then, it only needs to cultivate for a few years before it can reach the Tao-seeking realm. In less than 100 years, it will have a chance to become a venerable. If it's lucky, it can transcend the tribulation and become a king. In 10,000 years." The kings couldn't help looking at the toad. Seriously? How can anyone cultivating the giant beast divine Tao upgrade so fast? The toad said, "I think it has a lot of resources. We can't treat it with common sense." Buzz. Suddenly, a tiny black octopus the size of 1,000 feet appeared in their visions. The octopus roared, "I, Zhang Daqian, am invincible in my realm. Who wants to fight me?" Han Fei's avatar appeared aggressively and arrogantly. No matter how small he successfully attracted everyone's attention. The giant beasts were stunned. Before they could react, this guy had already begun to clamor. "Are there any giant beasts that have just become venerables? I, Zhang Daqian, beg to be struck." All the kings, the venerables. Although everyone was dumbfounded by Han Fei's performance and even found it unbelievable, they thought to themselves, "Is this the demeanor of a king?" However, when they saw Han Fei's octopus avatar, they thought to themselves that their guess was right. It seemed that Han Fei chose the octopus body. Between the octopus, the snail, and an unknown sea demon, they seemed to know why. If Han Fei chose the snail, he would follow in the footsteps of the snail emperor. The snail emperor had repeatedly admitted that he was not strong when he was in the venerable realm but was good at resisting attacks. It could be seen that the snail emperor's main ability was defense, and he was even more powerful than crabs, shells, lobsters, and conchs in defense. But octopuses were different. They had both offense and defense. Many people had considered octopus when they were choosing the giant beast, but because of this and that, they didn't choose it. However, this didn't mean that there were few giant beasts who chose the body of an octopus. It was mainly because most giant beasts cultivated and evolved in their original bodies. Even so, in the place of origin, there were as many as 10 octopus-type beasts, and 2 of them were kings. Seeing that Han Fei's avatar was an octopus, the octopuses all smiled. Haha. Our octopus race has another strong master. Reading on mybosnovel.com, please. This person can't be underestimated. At least, he's comparable to Senior Tai Yuan. My name is Zhang Daqian, and my name is very characteristic of my race. Huh? Is he going to challenge us now? He has just been created. Have you adapted to his body? Why does he want to fight already? The giant beasts were in uproar. The old snail looked Han Fei's avatar up and down and confirmed many times before asking in confusion, huh? I've never seen your species before. Han Fei's avatar grinned. I've awakened the bloodline of the prehistoric ferocious beast. It's normal that you haven't seen me in the raging sea. Hiss. Even the old snail couldn't help taking a breath. He had awakened the bloodline of the prehistoric ferocious beast? Usually, those seen in the raging sea were the mixed blood descendants of prehistoric ferocious beasts. Anyone who had anything to do with prehistoric ferocious beasts was generally not weak. It seemed that Han Fei's avatar was unexpectedly powerful. The old snail said, "You're already in the intermediate Tao-seeking realm?" The octopus body said, "This might have something to do with the immortal qi. After all, I got a lot of it after killing Huang Jingyuan. Okay, now that my avatar has been born, I'd like to challenge the weakest venerable here." The old snail said, "You've only created an avatar and haven't even embarked on the giant beast divine Tao. Now you want to challenge a giant beast? Venerable already? Even the weakest giant beast venerable has a pure strength of almost 2,500 waves. Are you sure you can compare to him?" Han Fei grinned. Go. Zhang Daqian jumped into the air with his tentacles and glanced at a giant scorpion. You should be the weakest, right? Come on, attack with all your strength. Don't hold back. Xia Sanchui wanted to run away. He had thought that this was a matter of the sea establishment realm. He was so weak. What could it have anything to do with him? However, Han Fei picked him. Having no choice, Xia Sanchui couldn't help but look at the Snail Emperor. The Snail Emperor nodded and said, "Sanchui, attack with all your strength." Hearing this, Xia Sanchui sighed in his heart and then looked at Zhang Daqian. "Lord King, please excuse me." Zhang Daqian extended a tentacle and hooked it. "Don't worry. I need someone to test my strength. Let's not talk about anything else. Your name is Sanchui. Means 3 hammers? Okay, I'll let you hammer me 3 times first." All the giant beasts. Xia Sanchui was dumbfounded. He had never heard such an unreasonable request before. Even the other octopus beasts were dumbfounded. An octopus giant beast said, "This won't do, right? Although our octopus race is extremely flexible and has a strong resistance to attacks, if Xia Sanchui really unleashes his strength can definitely reach 3,000 waves. How can an intermediate Tao Seeker block him?" Another octopus giant beast nodded. "If King Han Fei's avatar is a half venerable, I believe that he will definitely win. However, the intermediate Tao-seeking realm is still far away from the half-venerable realm. Besides, he hasn't started to cultivate the giant beast divine Tao yet. Even if he has the bloodline of the prehistoric ferocious beast, can his strength reach 800 waves?" Obviously, everyone had the same opinion. no matter how much you could deflect the force, you might not die, but you would definitely be badly injured. The difference between you now was about 4 times. Besides, every additional wave of strength caused a completely different effect, which couldn't be measured easily. Xiaosanchui was a ferocious scorpion after all. Hearing Zhang Daqian's request, he thought that the other party's king body was still here anyway. So he raised his tail stinger and attacked. Zhang Daqian didn't move at all. The hammer shadow crashed down at him like a meteor. Bang! However, Zhang Daqian didn't block it at all. Floating in the air, he was sent flying more than 2,000 kilometers away by the hammer and crashed into a watching lobster king. The lobster didn't feel anything. Instead, it looked at Zhang Daqian with its erected eyes. King Hanfei, are you okay? However, a water pillar bounced off the lobster beast with a swish and quickly passed 2,000 kilometers. Zhang Daqian was unscathed and shouted, "Is that all you've got? I can't even feel the pain. Come on." Seeing that Zhang Daqian could still fight back, Xiaosanchui immediately rotated his body, and his 2 giant claws and tail stings collided with Zhang Daqian in midair like 3 hammers. Boom! Seeing the ripples flash, Zhang Daqian was blasted out again, still in the direction of the lobster beast. The lobster even planned to serve as the cushion for Zhang Daqian in case he was injured. But in the last 100 kilometers, Zhang Daqian's falling speed became slower and slower. In the end, the waves under Zhang Daqian's tentacles surged back, and he stopped 100 meters in front of the lobster beast. Zhang Daqian grinned. This hammer is a bit interesting. Anything else? At this point, the giant beasts had already figured it out. An octopus! Exclaimed, King Hanfei's octopus avatar is so good at deflecting forces. He can completely attach his body to the power of the attack in an instant and make his body open like a jellyfish. In this way, Xiaosanchui's strength has been reduced by at least 80%. An octopus in the sea establishment realm said, not only did he deflect the force, but his own strength is definitely not weak. The power that erupted in an instant was strong enough to offset Xiaosanchui's attack. His strength far exceeds that of ordinary intermediate Dao seekers. This is at least the strength of a half-venerable. The toad beast said, wow, he's already so strong before he even started to cultivate the giant beast divine Dao. In a few years, when he embarks on the giant beast divine Dao and reaches the venerable realm, who in his realm can kill him? The old snail and Tai Yuan were also quite shocked. What they saw in this battle was not realm but potential. From these 2 attacks alone, they could tell that Hanfei's octopus avatar had shocking potential. However, relatively speaking, the stronger Zhang Daqian's potential was now, the more difficult it would be for him to undergo nirvana later. He had the bloodline of the prehistoric ferocious beast. If he wanted to undergo nirvana later, what kind of resources would he need to rebuild his original body? However, everyone couldn't help but think that even if Zhang Daqian didn't undergo nirvana, it seemed that his bloodline of the prehistoric ferocious beast was enough for him to successfully advance to the sky-opening realm. Judging from the way he deflected the force, he might even be able to break through to the legendary longevity realm. At this moment, Xiaosanchui's 3rd blow had already begun. When he found that he couldn't defeat Zhang Daqian with strength, he finally showed his real tail. Stinger. Xiaosanchui thought to himself, Zhang Daqian hasn't cultivated the giant beast divine Tao yet, and his avatar has just been created. If I can't even hurt him with all my strength, it will be a disgrace to the giant beast race. This time, Xiasanchui shouted, wave sting. Puff. 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 Although countless stings stabbed Zhang Daqian's body, as Zhang Daqian's muscles trembled, almost in an instant, 90% of the stings slid away. The remaining 10% stabbed Han Fei like a sea urchin. Although they stabbed Zhang Daqian's flesh was like a balloon. One side of his body was stabbed in, and the other side was stabbed thousands of meters away but still failed to pierce through. Xiasanchui activated his great Tao, and the metal sharpness erupted. Hundreds of holes appeared on Zhang Daqian's body. Huff. Countless giant beasts were relieved. It seemed that the avatar's body could still be pierced, but wasn't his body 2F** king flexible? Xiasanha thought to himself, 3 moves have finished. Are we going to fight officially now? But I basically used all my strength. However, after this blow, Zhang Daqian only retreated less than 100 kilometers. When he stopped, everyone saw that the hundreds of holes on his body were almost instantly covered by twisting muscles. Under the horrified gaze of all the beasts, they were all healed in less than 3 seconds. Xiasanchui was dumbfounded. How could he fight him? He couldn't hurt him at all. All the giant beasts were stunned. What the hell was this? Xiasanchui immediately shrank back and waved his big claws. No, no. King Han Fei, why don't you find a stronger beast to fight? Zhang Daqian's eyes widened. Wait, you mean you're not fighting me anymore? But I haven't started yet. Seeing that Xiasanchui stopped, Zhang Daqian immediately shouted, who else wants to fight me? Immediately, all the venerable beasts fell silent. There was no benefit in winning, and it would be embarrassing if they lost. Seeing no one responded, Zhang Daqian couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, I'm invincible in my realm. I can't find an opponent. All the giant beasts rolled their eyes. This person was simply shameless. He knew that he was so strong, but he still found the weakest one to show off. If you are invincible in your realm, why don't you fight a king? After Han Fei's octopus avatar, Zhang Daqian, appeared, he showed off his great potential and won the favor of the old snail and the others. And then he began to cultivate like other giant beasts. Zhang Daqian's life as a giant beast had just begun. Before he reached the sea establishment realm, he didn't need much resources. Therefore, more resources were left to the original body. Han Fei thought that because he gave part of his power to the octopus avatar, he still had room for improvement. Besides, he already had the power to open the sky. Now he had to comprehend the Tao and study the sky opening technique. Therefore, Han Fei was not in a hurry to go back. After studying the so-called origin divine body for a few days to no avail, Han Fei was not in a hurry to study it again. He found a random place in the sea of mist and opened a cave, releasing Little Black, Little Fatty, Nine Tails, and the others. In this way, Han Fei began a long seclusion in Han Fei's origin sea. 1,000 years passed in a flash. On an offshore cliff in the origin sea, this day, Han Fei woke up from the cultivation of the void sky watching technique as usual. Han Fei walked out of the cliff and a green jade bridge appeared under his feet. This was something Han Fei would do every day. In the past, he was too busy cultivating, exploring the yin-yang world, and so on to stop. But now, in the origin sea, the time acceleration had reached 64 times, enough for him to cultivate in peace for a while. Stepping on the green jade bridge, Han Fei went up 8 steps as usual, leaned on the railing, and looked under the bridge. Reading on my Beau Snowvel.com, please. Heh. Han Fei couldn't help but smile. He still didn't understand the significance of this great Tao, although he roughly understood that these were all him. Like yin-yang bodies, repeating the cycle of going up and down the bridge. However, was that all there about the path? Normal bridges usually have 7 steps up the bridge and 8 steps down. But this bridge is interesting, having 8 steps up the bridge and 7 steps down instead. If it's symmetrical, it would look better. Han Fei chuckled and was about to leave the green jade bridge, when he suddenly froze. Symmetric? That's right. Why isn't this bridge symmetrical? Han Fei walked to the other side of the bridge and looked the way he had come, only to see himself standing in the middle of the bridge. Han Fei was suddenly excited. What he could see was his 3 great Daos, but in fact, these 3 great Daos were just a manifestation of one great Tao. Had he really reached the end of this path? Did he really get off the bridge? This thought only flashed in Han Fei's mind, but it provided a new possibility. In front of Han Fei was the embodiment of the great Tao. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and walked towards the mist. He took this step. Thud. Han Fei felt his body fall a step. Yes, this was a very clear feeling. Besides, the moment Han Fei stepped on this foot, he discovered that the heavy feeling he felt under the bridge was gone. When Han Fei opened his eyes again, he found that a road appeared in front of him. This road was misty and endless. Han Fei immediately looked back, only to see that there was an additional layer on the green jade bridge. On both sides of him were the embodiments of the great Tao of heaven enlightenment and the great Tao of time. He seemed to be on the central great Tao of origins. However, at this moment, the great Tao of origins was no longer visible, but had become a door. Han Fei took a few steps back, and it did seem to have opened a door. I see. It turns out that I've spent 1,000 years just one step away from entering the great Tao of origin. So, this is the great Tao I should have taken? Han Fei felt that an explosive force seemed to be dissipating out of his body. Han Fei knew what this was. It was maladjustment caused by the sudden increase in strength. As for how much his strength had increased, Han Fei felt that it had increased by about 30%. In other words, if he activated his great Tao again, his combat power might be increased by 4 times. In his current state, what did it mean to have 4 times his combat power? It meant that he didn't need to activate the invincible eye or swallow the Tao pattern pill to reach his peak state when he fought Huang Jingyuan. Han Fei had estimated that 2 million waves might be the key to sky opening. If the strength of a sea establisher reached 2 million waves, he would basically be qualified to fight a sky opener. But it would be difficult if it was lower than that. Han Fei didn't think about strength anymore. Since he had cracked the secret of the green jade bridge and opened this path of mist, why not try to move forward? However, when Han Fei wanted to break into the mist, there seemed to be infinite resistance ahead, blocking him. Han Fei certainly wouldn't admit defeat so easily. He raised his hand and punched. The terrifying power only made the mist take a small step back, not even half a meter, but the power was absorbed by the mist in the blink of an eye. Han Fei couldn't help frowning. Isn't my great Tao of origins too unfriendly? Can't you at least give me some hints? Why did you give me a mist, and it's so difficult to fight? However, since the mist could retreat, it meant that it could be expanded. Han Fei naturally used all his strength, intending to blow up the mist. Han Fei punched again and again, punching tens of thousands of times in a row. After he stopped punching, he discovered that the mist was only blasted 100 meters away. Han Fei felt that he had almost done his best. With his strength, even if an emperor stood still here, he could beat him up. However, the mist had only retreated 100 meters. Did it have to be so difficult for him to walk this great Tao? Besides, he could blow half a meter away with one punch at the beginning, but now he could only blow 100 meters away with 10,000 punches, which meant that the further he went, the more difficult it would be to disperse the mist. Han Fei thought to himself, since the front is difficult to bombard, what about the left and right? The left and right sides of me are also filled with mist. It shouldn't be difficult to disperse the mist on the left and right. Bang! 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 However, what Han Fei said was futile. No matter how much power Han Fei poured out, the power would be instantly absorbed by the mist. Therefore, on this road less than 10 meters wide, Han Fei could only go forward. Han Fei had no choice. When he was almost exhausted, he finally dispersed the 500-meter mist. At this point, Han Fei knew that he couldn't blow it up anymore. But Han Fei wasn't discouraged. Instead, he activated the chaotic chi and tried to open this path of mist. However, something shocking happened this time. A wisp of chaotic chi easily opened a meter-long road. Hiss! Han Fei was shocked. That's it? So simple? From the returns he got from the Green Jade Bridge, although Han Fei didn't know what was behind the mist path, maybe the mist itself was the Great Tao. And he was now exploring the Great Tao. However, whether it was or not, this road must be opened. No matter how much chaotic chi was consumed, Han Fei would not hesitate. Therefore, Han Fei didn't care about the consumption of chaotic chi at all. Almost in a moment, he dispersed 1,000-meter mist. After the mist was dispersed, Han Fei felt that his strength seemed to have improved a little, but it wasn't obvious. However, when Han Fei opened it to 1,000 meters, he suddenly realized that opening the same length consumed twice as much chaotic chi as before. However, this time, Han Fei clearly felt that the power given to him by the Great Tao increased again, but not as much as by one time. It could be seen that the longer this mist road was opened, the greater the benefits. After the 2,000-meter mark, Han Fei found that every meter required 3 wisps of chaotic chi. Seeing this, Han Fei was relieved. Fortunately, it wasn't doubled. If the chaotic chi consumed was doubled every 1,000 meters, how could Han Fei have enough chaotic chi? But if every kilometer only increased the consumption by 1 wisp, it was acceptable. Han Fei didn't dare to upgrade the time chain with his chaotic chi, but he didn't hesitate to use it on his Great Tao. After consuming 50,000 wisps of chaotic chi, Han Fei opened a path of 9,500 meters. Han Fei looked solemn and his heart was bleeding. Now he had less than 100,000 wisps of chaotic chi left. If he still needed to open more after opening 10,000 meters, he would have to find a way to get more chaotic chi. Otherwise, if he used all the chaotic chi he had, the stability of his origin would be much worse. However, opening a path of 9,500 meters probably doubled Han Fei's original Power. It seemed that opening 10,000 meters just happened to increase the power bestowed by the great Tao by 5 times. After consuming another 5,000 wisps of chaotic qi, when the last wisp of mist was lifted, Han Fei was surprised to find that there was no way out. What was in front of his eyes was a mirror-like jade crystal plane. In the mirror, Han Fei could clearly see himself. However, a strange scene appeared. Han Fei reached out and touched the mirror. However, the Han Fei in the mirror didn't move. Han Fei hated mirrors. How many brain cells of his had been killed to break the mirror of infinity last time? Now, why was there such a strange existence in his great Tao of origins? It was just like what happened on the Green Jade Bridge before. Han Fei had thought that what was reflected in the mirror was his every move, but it was obviously not. What was reflected in the mirror, like what was reflected on the Green Jade Bridge, should be another him. Han Fei couldn't help but look back, only to find that the open and wide road was calm. At this moment, Han Fei suddenly felt his soul tremble slightly. Someone must be summoning him. Huff. Han Fei was slightly relieved. In any case, he had gained a lot today. He walked out of the Green Jade Bridge, found a road that led to somewhere, and met himself in a mirror. More importantly, when he activated his great Tao, Han Fei felt that his strength would increase 5 times. Han Fei felt that if he were smarter, he might have found the mirror long ago. However, it took him 1,000 years to figure it out. But in any case, the 1,000 years hadn't been in vain. He had been cultivating the void sky watching technique and the void body refining technique. The origin power that he had slashed out when he practiced the 1 into 3 technique had returned. Han Fei couldn't help but look at his information. Owner, Han Fei. Level, 99, C Establishment. Bloodline ranking among the clans in the Infinite Ocean, the 651,101st. Reading on Mybos Novel.com, please. Chaotic Chi, 88,819 wisps. Spiritual Power, 1,236,988. Perception Range, 1,200,000 kilometers. Strength, 556,842 waves. First Spiritual Heritage, Origin Spiritual Heritage. Second Spiritual Heritage, Eternal Darkness Spiritual Heritage. First Spiritual Beast, Twin Yin-Yang Spirit Swallowing Fish, Level 91. Second Spiritual Beast, Emperor Sparrow, Level 94. Main Art, Void Fishing, Emperor Level, Divine Quality. His bloodline had increased by less than 200,000 places, but Han Fei was already satisfied. The further he went, the harder it would be to find a suitable essence blood to devour. And now, he actually had a bunch of essence blood to devour, but he wasn't qualified to devour them yet. However, if he opened the sky, his bloodline and life level would definitely rise to another level. At that time, he might already have the confidence to swallow the essence blood of the hexagon starfish. As for the rest, he had less than 90,000 wisps of chaotic chi left now, but it was not a small number. It should not be difficult to make it to 100,000 wisps. After all, he still had many enemies, including many sky openers. Although his soul cultivation speed wasn't fast, it was due to the limitation of his original body, not a problem with the cultivation technique. It was the same for the improvement of his strength. It wasn't that the void body refining technique wasn't good enough, but that the golden jade transformation of his bones was too slow. Although he could withstand very strong power, Circulating the great Tao was different from cultivating with his original body. After 1,000 years, his strength had only increased by about 60,000 waves. Han Fei felt that this shouldn't be able to affect his sky opening. It was just that he hadn't comprehended the path of sky opening yet. Otherwise, he would have ignored these subtle improvements and already become an emperor. As for the improvement of Little Black, Little White, and the Emperor Sparrow, it was all within Han Fei's expectations. In the years that he had been in seclusion, 9 Tails and the others had almost all reached the half-king realm. After all, before he went to the Monarch Palace, their strength was almost in the half-king realm. Buzz. With a thought, Han Fei left the Origin Sea. Although he had been in seclusion for 1,000 years, in fact, it had only been less than 16 years. And the warning jade slip he left behind was used when there was a crisis. However, when Han Fei flipped the jade slip in his hand, he couldn't help frowning. It wasn't Luo Xiaobai and the others who were messaging him, but the Snow Lady? Did something happen in the Ice Snow world? Han Fei was actually in an alliance with the Million Poison world and the Ice Snow world, so in the days after he came out of the Monarch Palace and was about to hunt the Soul Sealing world, Han Fei often went to the outer domain. Now, although no one said it, most of them had already become allies with Han Fei. Whether they were afraid of Han Fei's power or really wanted to ally with Han Fei, the masters of the heavenly palaces in the outer domain had more or less expressed their stance. Especially the worlds that were on good terms with him, such as the Ice Snow world, the Million Poison world, and even the current Mad Corpse world. Han Fei had left a warning jade slip to protect them. Swish. 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 Han Fei activated the golden light leap and appeared in many nearby places in the blink of an eye. After recalling Little Black and Little White, Han Fei took out a jade slip and said to Little Gold, follow this sea chart and return to the Yinyang world, quickly. Give this jade slip to Luo Xiaobai. Little Gold swallowed the jade slip, turned into a golden red light, and quickly disappeared. Han Fei immediately rushed to the Ice Snow world. When Han Fei chose to cultivate in seclusion, he chose a place between the land of origin and the Yinyang world. Han Fei had even planned the way back to the Yinyang world to deal with emergencies. Therefore, he rushed back at full speed. However, he didn't expect that what he needed to rescue was the Ice Snow world. Then he could only take a general route. If there were no sky opening realm cultivators blocking his way, it would take him at least 2 days. This was because he still had to find a way to go to the normal route in the Sea of Mist. 2 days later. Ice Snow world. The Snow Lady was besieged by 2 kings, one from the 100 Demon clan and the other from the undersea human race. At this moment, the 2 parties were fighting in the sky. The power of ice froze the void by 100,000 kilometers, and waves of air rippled one after another. In the Ice Snow City, the city protecting array had been activated. Above the sea demons were surging. In the sky, battles were erupting everywhere. On this day, countless people from the Ice Snow world died. No one expected that the 100 demons and the human race would give up chasing Han Fei and attack the humans in the 13 worlds in the outer domain. Furthermore, surprisingly, none of the heavenly palaces in the inner domain helped. When Han Fei came, the Snow Lady had already turned into an ice sculpture. It was like an ice sculpture fighting. Bang! 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 Ding ding ding! Perhaps because the Snow Lady was targeted, of the two fighting her, one was an ice sea urchin of the 100 Demon clan, and the other was a strong master of the same ice great Tao of the undersea human race. Because the two of them were not suppressed by the Snow Lady's great Tao, the Snow Lady's battle was very difficult. At this moment, the Snow Lady's ice war body was already full of cracks. Once this ice war body was broken, it meant that the Snow Lady's body would collapse. And in such an intense battle, once her body shattered, the outcome could be imagined. Humph. Snow Lady, stop resisting. With your strength, you can fight one-on-one, but it's impossible for you to win against two people alone. While blocking the attack of the sea ice urchin with her jade shield, the Snow Lady shouted, Lu Rinxue, even if I can't live long, do you think you can live long? The 100 Demon clan will disappear anyway. You're doomed. Heh. You're really good at bragging. To be honest with you, at the same time, 7 of the 13 worlds in the outer domain are under full attack by our Alliance army. Near the Ice Snow world, the Thunder Fire world and the Wind Slaying world are already in danger. Who can you expect to save you? The sea urchin grinned ferociously, as if he was sure he could kill the Snow Lady. Every sharp thorn he shot out turned into a sea urchin in the void, sealing the Snow Lady and trying to kill her. Just as the sea urchin's body spun as if it was about to unleash a trump card, a golden light flashed. Who is it? The sea urchin king was shocked and didn't even have time to react. When tens of thousands of light spikes shot at Han Fei, he heard clanking sounds. The newcomer simply ignored his spikes, and a sword light slashed across the sky. The body and soul of the sea urchin king exploded almost at the same time, crushed by the sword light and disappeared. Rumble! Rumble! In the sky, a great Tao crack appeared. A powerhouse who could attack the master of a heavenly palace had died without even seeing who the enemy was. When the Snow Lady saw the golden light, she let out a sigh of relief. She already knew who it was. Except for Han Fei, no one mastered the golden light. Leap. 1. Lu Rinxue retreated quickly and shouted, sure enough, the Ice Snow world has surrendered to the Yinyang world. You want to escape now? It's too late. Now, Han Fei could kill a king as easily as crushing a fish. Unless an emperor came, no one could stop him. A fist mark bloomed in the sky. Even if Lu Rinxue had frozen the void, how could the void withstand Han Fei's blow? Bang! In the sky, a black crack burst out, the void was shattered, and Lu Rinxue was blown up in the blink of an eye. As Han Fei activated the void lines, how could she escape? Rumble! Rumble! Immediately, another great Tao crack appeared in the sky, and on the battlefield in the Ice Snow world, countless people looked up at the sky. In the field, Ice Snow Chuling shouted, the enemy kings are already dead, and our reinforcements have arrived. Don't let them escape. Seeing this scene, the 100 demons and the undersea human race all began to flee. Han Fei didn't care about that. While casting the Twin Divine technique and holding the vast ocean navigator, he cut through the void to collect the resources and chaotic chi of these two people as he looked at the Snow Lady and asked in confusion, why are the 100 Demon clan and the undersea human race attacking you? The Snow Lady heaved a long sigh. If I've guessed right, Supreme Clearness, Infinity and the other heavenly palaces in the inner domain have already given up the 13 worlds in the outer domain. Perhaps they're just forcing you to come out to take over. Han Fei's heart skipped a beat, and he sighed slightly. Sure enough, good. Days don't last long. I didn't expect them to react so quickly. Supreme. Clearness and Infinity must have cooperated with the 100 Demon clan and the undersea human race. Heh, these people who are fishing for fame can't sit still anymore. Han Fei was quickly absorbing the resources and chaotic chi in the two kings' origin seas. On the side, the Snow Girl was telling Han Fei, the 100 Demon clan and the undersea human race launched a small-scale attack on the heavenly palaces in the outer domain 3 years ago. However, at that time it was just a small battle and no one took it seriously. Now, 3 days ago, the news from the Martial Emperor City had just spread that the two races had taken action. Immediately afterward, the battle had begun. Up to now, 7 heavenly palaces have been besieged. I'm afraid the situation is not good for thunder, fire and wind slashing. Han Fei smiled casually. Since you said that they were trying to force me out, do you think they dare to stay after 2 kings died? The kings of the 13 worlds in the outer domain were all masters of the heavenly palaces. Even if their combat power was not good, they had the support of the heavenly palaces. Just like when he killed his way into the 5 elements world back then, the difficulty was not small. Ordinary kings couldn't defeat the heavenly masters easily. However, the battle had already begun, but the other party's sky openers didn't appear. This made the Snow Girl and the others suspect that Supreme Clearness and Infinity were colluding with the 100 Demons and the undersea human race to deliberately lure Han Fei out. Han Fei sneered in his heart. If you had done this to me the moment I came out of the Monarch Palace, it might work. Because I wouldn't have been able to resist a sky opener back then. But now, Han Fei smiled and said, I'll go to Thunder, Fire and Wind Slasher first. If what you said is true, someone should be waiting for me. The Snow Girl said solemnly, if the opponent is a sky opener, you. Han Fei smiled. Do you think He Dao Yuan, Bei Luochen, and Xian Qingzi will come? The Snow Girl shook her head. It's very unlikely. They're not the only sky openers in the inner domain. And they still had to be careful of the Merman royal family. Besides, Supreme Clearness and Infinity had completely fallen out with the Sword God world. If they leave, the Sword God will definitely not let go of this opportunity. Han Fei grinned. Then it should be the 2 emperors of the 100 Demon clan and the undersea human race. At this moment, Han Fei had just finished absorbing the chaotic chi of the 2 kings and fused his twin bodies. He said, since they want to lure me out, I'll go meet them. Swish. Reading on Maibo Snowvel.com, please. With a golden flash, Han Fei disappeared before the Snow Girl could speak. Watching Han Fei leave, the Snow Girl couldn't help but sigh. Although she didn't know how strong Han Fei was now, from the way he instantly killed 2 kings, it could be seen that his strength had exceeded her understanding. However, the Snow Girl still smiled. From the moment Han Fei appeared, she was the first to bet on him. One of the reasons was that the Snow Girl was from the Yin-Yang world, and the other was that she broke into the Emperor Palace together with Han Guanchu and Jiang Linxian to snatch resources back then. She knew a secret that others didn't know, which was that Jiang Linxian had obtained some special inheritance in the Monarch Palace and awakened a certain ability. She took a risk to choose to believe in Han Fei. But what happened later proved that she made the right bet. Up to this day, she had watched Han Fei go From the venerable realm to almost invincible in the sea establishment realm. This strength was even better than others who had cultivated for 100,000 years. Han Fei chose to go to the thunder fire world first because the heavenly master of the wind-slaying world was quite fast. In fact, no matter where he went, he felt that the kings who besieged the outer domain had mostly retreated when they saw two kings die in a row. Even if the 13 worlds in the outer domain didn't have a sky opening realm powerhouse, if supreme clearness and infinity really cooperated with the 100 demons and the undersea human race, they wouldn't let the other party slaughter them. Since it was bait, this so-called battle was just a feint and hadn't really started yet. Because Han Fei was extremely fast, when he arrived at the Thunder Fire world, he didn't encounter any obstacles. However, when he came here, the flames of war in the Thunder Fire world had basically subsided by half. The Battle of the Kings seemed to have just ended. The ripples in the void were releasing the aftershock of the battle. Han Fei smiled bitterly. Sure, Pahuang and Kong Shen are a little slow. While complaining, Han Fei was not in a hurry to leave the Thunder Fire world and go to the wind-slaying world. Since the other party's kings had just retreated, they shouldn't be far from the Thunder Fire world. In that case, Han Fei wasn't in a hurry. Holding the vast ocean navigator, he took the initiative to search for the kings of the 100 demon race and undersea human race. 30 million kilometers away, two kings were resting. A flagfish king said, "I don't know which two died. I'm afraid that one has already come." Another undersea human said, "Not necessarily. It's possible that someone died with someone, but it's better to be safe than sorry. This is just a feint in the first place. If we continue to fight, we'll be courting death." The flagfish shook his head. "It's impossible for two to die together. We are all in the sea establishment realm. Even if there is a gap in strength, humans are not idiots. With the power of the heavenly palaces, how can they easily die with us? Besides, we are just feinting. Who will fight to the death with humans at this time?" The king of the undersea human race also nodded slightly. "It's said that if we succeed this time, the outer domain will completely become our territory. That Han Fei is only in the sea establishment realm. Although he joined forces with the sword god to kill Huang Jingyuan, it's probably not because of Han Fei's ability, but because the sword god is too powerful. Now, our two races' sky openers have taken action. There's no reason why we can't take him down." While the two of them were talking, a voice suddenly appeared behind the king of the undersea human race. "You seem to look down upon me?" "Hiss? Who is it?" The two kings tried to retreat, but Han Fei had come with his black mist body and was already so close. How could he give them a chance to escape? A sword light shot out from the chest of the king of the undersea human race. The powerful sword that integrated many great daos crushed his body into nothingness, and the wisp of soul was grabbed by the void lines that had been prepared. Who would believe that a king was killed before he even noticed the enemy approaching? The flagfish king was shocked. As a sail-like big flag danced, he burned his essence blood and ran away crazily without looking back. However, as soon as he ran out, with a swish, the flag was cut in half and his body smashed into the sea. At this moment, he saw a knife light appear out of thin air. Han Fei raised his hand. Before the flagfish king could continue to escape, a knife light appeared again and cut open his soul. Yin Yang reincarnation saber, 1/ to cut the body, 1/2. Slaughter the soul, yin-yang crisscrossing, impossible to defend against. Besides, Han Fei had mastered this combat skill for so long. One saber disappeared as another saber appeared. Ninefold yang saber and ninefold yin saber alternated endlessly. Even being hit once meant that the flagfish already couldn't escape. Sure enough, before Han Fei continued to attack, the flagfish was killed by Han Fei. Rumble. Rumble. In the sky, the great Dao crack appeared again. Han Fei stood proudly in the air and curled his lips slightly. Unfortunately, the 3 times of the vast ocean navigator today had been used up. But these 2 kings would probably be able to provide him with at least thousands of wisps of chaotic chi and at least billions of ultra-quality spiritual stones. For this reason, Han Fei felt that he could wait here for a day. Of course, Han Fei wouldn't really wait. He stayed here just to wait for sure. Pa Huang and Kong Shen. When the 2 of them died outside the heavenly palace, the kings of the 100 demons and the undersea human race who had already evacuated retreated. Again and again. They even began to set up arrays and disguise themselves, hoping that they wouldn't encounter Han Fei. How long had it been? In less than 4 hours, 4 kings had died in a row. Was this a joke? Kings were not cabbages. Who would be willing to die? Han Fei waited for about 100 seconds before he sensed danger. Before the danger approached, Han Fei said with a smile, "This time, you lured the enemy in the worst way I've ever seen. If I don't wait for you, you won't even be able to see me." In fact, Sher Pa Huang was already fast enough. After learning that the 2 kings in the ice-snow world had died, Sher Pa Huang and Kong Shen knew that it was too late to go to the ice-snow world. Therefore, they split up, one going to the wind-slaying world and the other coming to the thunder-fire world. However, they overestimated their speed and underestimated Han Fei's speed. Seal, infinite vortex. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, Han Fei saw spiral black holes suddenly appear in the void one after another in the surrounding hundreds of thousands of kilometers. A terrifying suction force tried to pull Han Fei's flesh and soul. At the same time, a huge force seemed to try to suck Han Fei into the black holes. However, this level of attack was naturally ineffective against Han Fei. Their only purpose of existence was to turn the back of this void into a void turbulence that connected to the endless void. Therefore, the other party's purpose was to trap Han Fei. In the void, a swirling void vortex spun like a storm and quickly rushed at Han Fei. Han Fei sneered. "I thought you were both here, but it turns out that you are the only one here. Why, Sher Pa Huang, do you think you can stop me alone?" Buzz. At this moment, Han Fei activated his great Dao and increased his strength by 5 times. This was the first time Han Fei had increased his combat power by 5 times. With this superimposition, Han Fei felt that when his strength soared to the extreme, his body was slightly unable to hold it, as if it couldn't completely carry 5 times the power. However, Han Fei didn't think too much. He waved his hand in the air, drew out a huge void blade, cut through the void, and cut into the void vortex in the blink of an eye. Bang! The void exploded, and the void within 100,000 kilometers turned into a void storm. In the void storm, Han Fei and Sher Pa Huang didn't move at all, but the surrounding turbulence didn't approach them. The Octopus Emperor, Sher Pa Huang, frowned and said, "Have you opened the sky?" Sher Pa Huang didn't expect Han Fei to easily break his blow. How could this be? The combat power of a sea establisher? As the emperor of a race, Shi Huang's strength was comparable to that of Tai Yuan and Bai Luochen. Such an experienced emperor was not someone a sea establisher could shake. Therefore, when Han Fei broke the attack of Shi Huang, the latter subconsciously felt that Han Fei had already opened the sky. Shi Huang was shocked. Although Han Fei and the sword god had killed Huang Jingyuan, it was definitely not as simple as the two of them joining forces. Although he didn't know what methods they had used, it was definitely not as easy as the rumors said to kill Huang Jingyuan in the soul-sealing world. At that time, Han Fei was only in the sea establishment realm. This made Shi Huang slightly cautious, wondering if it was risky for him to come alone. However, when Shi Huang was less than 100,000 kilometers away from Han Fei and their souls collided, he let out a long sigh of relief. So, you're still a sea establisher? Han Fei chuckled. Why? I'm still in the sea establishment realm. Aren't you scared? Humph dash. NCE. Shi Huang shouted coldly, the difference between a sea establisher and a sky opener is like heaven and earth. It's impossible for a sea establisher to truly unleash the power of the sky opening realm unless you use a certain secret technique. Since it's a secret technique, let's see how long you can hold on. Han Fei smiled casually. But I can reverse time. Shi Huang. Of course, Shi Huang knew that Han Fei could reverse time, but he didn't believe that this ability was infinite and flawless. Otherwise, if Han Fei could keep reversing time, wouldn't he be invincible? Reading on mybo.xnovl. Calm please. Besides, even if Han Fei could reverse time, so what? Although he might not be able to step into the river of time, it didn't mean that he couldn't attack it. In the sky-opening realm, one's lifespan was 1,000,000 years. Even if he accidentally fell into the river of time, it didn't mean that he would die. The problem was how to find the original timeline and come back. Therefore, Shi Huang wasn't worried that Han Fei could reverse time. Shi Huang said, originally, this attack was not really to conquer the 13 worlds in the outer domain, nor was it to kill you. It was just to see your attitude. Now, it seems that you quite value the 13 worlds in the outer domain. Shi Huang was not in a hurry to take action. If Supreme Clearness and Infinity really didn't care about the 13 worlds in the outer domain, these kings would have long been killed. How could it be Han Fei's turn to care about this matter? The so-called 13 worlds in the outer domain had been given up, and the 100 Demon Clan and the undersea human race took action just to see Han Fei's attitude. Therefore, if Han Fei didn't take action, perhaps a few kings would die in the 13 worlds in the outer domain, but it was almost impossible to destroy the 13 worlds in the outer domain. Otherwise, the human race would only have the inner domain left. Even if high-level people could ignore it, ordinary people would definitely have a grudge. After all, they were all human beings. The so-called inner and outer domains were originally divided according to strength. If the 13 worlds in the outer domain went to the inner domain, it would be very dangerous. The inner domain didn't really feel that it was stronger than the outer domain. And Han Fei's appearance this time gave Supreme Clearness and Infinity a justified reason to throw the 13 worlds in the outer domain to Han Fei. Once he accepted it, he would be tied down. Just like how Han Fei risked his life to save the Yinyang world. Although he saved the Yinyang world in the end, it was an undeniable fact that he was in danger back then. However, there were still people who didn't take Han Fei seriously back then. So they didn't attack Han Fei with all their strength. But now, it could be said that He Yuan, Bei Luochen, Xianqingzi, Shi Pehuang, and Kongshan all wanted Han Fei to die. Even if they didn't join forces, it was actually equivalent to an alliance. As long as Han Fei died, they would still be enemies, but as long as Han Fei was alive, the emperors couldn't eat or sleep in peace. Seeing that Shi Pehuang didn't hide his purpose of taking action, Han Fei chuckled. Oh. Really? Since you've taken action, it must have been tacitly agreed by Supreme Clearness and Infinity. If I don't take action, I'm afraid all the kings in the 13 worlds in the outer domain will die, right? I think He Dao Yuan. And the others can accept it if you only kill the kings without touching the ordinary humans in the outer domain. However, I'm the human king. How can I just sit idle and do nothing? The moment Han Fei decided to take action, he was prepared to take over the 13 worlds in the outer domain. As early as when he came out of the monarch palace, he had actually been prepared to take the outer domain over. However, at that time, he didn't dare to say it. If Supreme Clearness and Infinity threw the outer domain to him at that time, it would really be a mess. However, these strong masters always liked to plan before they did anything. This was because they had controlled the outer domain for tens of thousands of years. Even the Supreme Clearness world didn't dare to throw it away easily. Otherwise, the image of the Supreme Clearness world would be destroyed. Even now, Supreme Clearness and Infinity didn't say that he would give up the 13 worlds in the outer domain, but secretly joined forces with the 100 Demon Clan and the undersea human race to push the blame to Han Fei. After all, the 13 worlds in the outer domain were really dispensable for the inner domain. But if they threw it to Han Fei, it would force Han Fei to protect the 13 worlds in the outer domain, which would be beneficial for them to attack Han Fei. After killing Han Fei, they could still take the 13 worlds in the outer domain back and expel the enemies. This way, it wouldn't hinder their rule. This move was naturally brilliant. Unfortunately, they didn't expect that Han Fei had already formed an alliance with the giant beasts. Furthermore, they had underestimated Han Fei's growth speed. Now, Little Gold should have found Luo Xiaobai. Luo Xiaobai would definitely inform the Sword God world and contact the 9 Palace world immediately. As for the Sword God, he would appear appropriately to restrain Supreme Clearness and Infinity so that they didn't dare to act rashly. Even if someone from these two worlds rushed to the outer domain to ambush Han Fei, at most only one would come. Otherwise, the Sword God would definitely not stand by and watch. Therefore, Han Fei was fearless. He said, Shi Pehuang, I advise you to stop as soon as possible. Supreme Clearness and Infinity didn't appear, but you were reduced to their thugs. When did you become Supreme Clearness and Infinity's lackey? Humph. We're just cooperating. As long as you die, everything will return to normal. With that, Shi Pehuang took action and showed his octopus body. A tentacle extended out of each of the countless void holes around Han Fei. Each of the tentacles had a terrifying suction force, and Han Fei's qi and blood that he released were almost drained in the blink of an eye. Faced with a sky opener, Han Fei certainly wouldn't be negligent. He flipped his hand and threw out the infinity water and the ultimate blade. Even a sky opener couldn't easily dodge these two things. Bang! 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 Under the strangulation of the ultimate blade, dozens of tentacles exploded almost in an instant. And the infinity water caused the sea to flow backward, and billions of knife lights cut across the sky, all of which became blades in Han Fei's hand. These were all trivial means. Sherpa Huang certainly didn't expect that these methods could kill Han Fei. Therefore, after seeing that these methods were blocked, Sherpa Huang attacked again. A long hook hung on each of his tentacles like a sickle, which could hook or kill people. Han Fei tentatively launched the heavenly god stab, only to be pierced through by the other party's hook. At that time, Han Fei knew that the hook could even hook the soul. Han Fei didn't hesitate at all. 6 streaks of immortal fiend sabers burst out in front of him, and he launched a real sky-splitting strike at the hooks in the void storm. Sherpa Huang looked solemn. The Han Fei he saw today was much stronger than the one he saw in the wild abyss, and much stronger than when he came out of the monarch palace. He could easily launch a sky-opening realm attack. This alone was enough for Han Fei to stand at the top of the raging sea. However, Sherpa Huang shouted, "Do you think that just because you can show the power of the sky-opening realm, you can resist a real sky-opener?" Bang! 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 When the immortal fiend's saber collided with the hooks, the void storm spread again, and the two of them even blasted the entrance to the endless void. At the moment when the immortal fiend's saber collided with the hooks, Han Fei smiled. Time arcane technique. Bang! 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 The tentacles extended by Sherpa Huang were immediately cut into pieces. Seeing that the endless void was about to swallow the two of them, they immediately retreated, preparing to escape. Sherpa Huang certainly wouldn't let Han Fei leave. His tentacles stretched across the sky, trying to stop Han Fei. Dharma idol world. Han Fei turned into his golden body and reached out. The infinity water returned and he slashed out, forcibly cutting through the attack that was trying to distort his strength. Pfft! One of Sherpa Huang's tentacles was cut open, and Han Fei's Dharma idol extended his hand to grab this tentacle, injecting an immortal fiend saber into it. Rumble! Rumble! One of Sherpa Huang's arms was crushed. Of course, Han Fei's Dharma idol was also shattered by the twisting power. In the end, it failed to withstand the blow and shattered. With a golden flash, Han Fei escaped 100,000 kilometers. When he stood still, he activated the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique and his injuries were mostly healed. Han Fei grinned. The sky opener of the 100 demons is nothing more than this. Your strength is weaker than mine. Do you think you're qualified to suppress me with your great Tao? Sherpa Huang's eyes were cold. Han Fei, the 13 worlds in the outer domain are right here. They can't move away. Do you think you can resist me and Kongshan together? Ha ha ha. Han Fei laughed and said, "How do you know that the hinterland of the 100 demon clan is impregnable? What if someone attacks your den at this time?" Han Fei said proudly, "Since I dare to take over the 13 worlds in the outer domain, I'm not afraid of you joining forces. I can even abandon the 13 worlds in the outer domain, but do you dare to abandon your 100 demon clan? I, Han Fei, am the human king. How can I be afraid of a mere sea demon like you? Do you want to wait for Kongshan to come or go back to sea your den? It's up to you." Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. There was a reason for Han Fei to dare to say that. He was not really bluffing, but with his current strength, he could easily escape from Sherpa Huang. However, no one in the same realm as him could beat him. Even if it was a bet, if you dared to fight the 13 worlds in the outer domain, I would dare to fight you to the death. Once I have a chance to kill my way into the 100 demons, you would have to bear the consequences. Anyway, although he had promised to protect some heavenly palaces, the heavenly palaces were scattered after all, and he couldn't do it alone. But if you die, I will definitely avenge you. Now, although Han Fei was fighting for a territory, he didn't have to take this territory. Therefore, Han Fei was quite calm at this moment. The vast ocean navigator appeared in Han Fei's hand, and he said, "You should know what this is, right? With it, I won't get lost in the raging sea. Guess. Will you return to the 100 Demon Clan's camp first, or will I find your camp first?" As soon as Han Fei said so, his figure turned into a golden light and appeared 600,000 kilometers away. Sherpa Huang's face changed greatly. Is this guy so crazy? Is he going to fight all the way to his home? After a while, Sherpa Huang lost Han Fei's trace, because Han Fei was too monstrous. He was crazily moving at the ultimate speed. Even he didn't dare to accelerate to the ultimate speed easily. At this moment, another figure followed the tracks of the two of them. This person was none other than Kong Shen of the undersea human race. Kong Shen came from the wind-slashing world, so he was a little slow. Seeing that Sherpa Huang was frowning, Kong Shen immediately asked, "Where is Han Fei?" Sherpa Huang said, "I don't know if he is going to the hinterland of the 100 Demon Clan. But whether he is or not, this war may be over." "Why?" Kong Shen frowned. "Go to the hinterland of your 100 Demon Clan? Does he want to die?" Sherpa Huang shook his head. "This guy already has the ability to fight me. How is that possible?" However, Kong Shen recalled the battlefield ruins he had just seen where there were still void storms raging within hundreds of thousands of kilometers. It didn't seem to be a power that could be produced by sea establishers. Sherpa Huang said, "When I fought him just now, although I didn't see him unleash the power of his great Tao, his strength has already far exceeded mine. He actually broke my great Tao with strength. Do you know what it means? He broke your great Tao with strength alone?" Kong Shen couldn't help being stunned. After a long time, he said, "How can his body carry such powerful power? Is it the inheritance of the monarch palace?" Sherpa Huang nodded. "Definitely. This physique has far exceeded that of Tai Yuan. This guy even mastered the ultimate technique of the martial emperor in the martial emperor city. In the battle just now, we almost fought into the endless void, but he survived that level of void storm with his body and was completely fine. How do you think we can kill him?" Kong Shen couldn't help taking a deep breath. "Unless we join forces and he doesn't escape, we might have a chance to kill him." Sherpa Huang nodded. "Before you came, this guy had already fled far away. He said that he went to the hinterland of the 100 Demon Clan. I don't know if he went there or not, but the treasure in his hand can indeed find the way. Otherwise, he wouldn't have appeared in the outer domain so quickly, let alone kill 4 kings in a row in just a few hours." Kong Shen said, "What if we join forces and slaughter the 13 worlds in the outer domain one by one?" Sherpa Huang looked at Kong Shen. "It's clearly the business of He Dao Yuan and Beiluo Chen. If they don't come, why should we be their thugs? They forced Han Fei to start a war with us first, but they just stood by and took advantage of the situation." Kong Shen asked, "Then what do you think we should do?" Shi Huang said, since it's obvious that we're going to fight Han Fei, we should fight him together. He Dao Yuan and Bei Luo Chen, at least one of them, must come, and the inner domain had to send at least 20 kings. Humph, since they've given up on the 13 worlds in the outer domain, they'd better make it clear. Don't play righteous. If they don't come, we'll migrate and avoid Han Fei for the time being. I'd like to see if Han Fei will come at us first or at supreme clearness and infinity. Kongshan nodded slightly. As the saying goes, when the lips are gone, the teeth are cold. With Han Fei's rise, the human race doesn't want to kill Han Fei but push us to him. That's indeed outrageous. In that case, should we retreat now? Shi Huang said, it's not as simple as retreating. Han Fei is an unpredictable person. In any case, he's not a good person. His words are half true and half fake, judging from his methods against the five elements world, the dream-weaving world, the supreme clearness world, and the other heavenly palaces. He really dares to fight. He doesn't care even if he destroys a few heavenly palaces. It can be seen how ruthless he is. He might not be lying when he said that he wants to destroy the hinterland of the 100 demon race. Since he can do that to us, he can do the same to you undersea human race. Therefore, why don't we migrate together to deal with the upcoming war? Kongshan, okay. Han Fei didn't go to the hinterland of the 100 demons, but went to the ice snow world. At this moment, the ice snow city was in chaos. Because the army of the 100 demons and the undersea humans had retreated, most people, including the venerables, were cleaning up the battlefield. At this moment, in the snow god's temple, Han Fei appeared with a swish. Seeing that the snow lady was healing, he waved his hand and activated the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique. A moment later, the snow lady was puzzled. You're back so soon. No one stopped you? Han Fei said, I met Shi Huang and chatted with him for a while. If he's not stupid, he probably won't take action at this moment. By the way, the 13 worlds in the outer domain may become battlefields, and the heavenly palaces should temporarily move away. Help me send a message to the 13 worlds in the outer domain. If you don't want to die, prepare to move. They won't be able to escape the coming war. The snow lady was shocked. Have you already started to collect the 36 mystic worlds now? Han Fei grinned. The time has come. It's about time to settle scores with supreme clearness and infinity. 7 days later. 3 trading ships of the 100 Flowers world and the Dragon Subduing world were heading towards the Dragon Subduing world under the protection of the 4 half-kings. On the leading ship, several half-kings stood on the deck. Hey! The war in the outer domain has just begun. Is it really appropriate for us to leave now? What's inappropriate about it? Do you know that no one from Supreme Clearness and Infinity came to rescue the 13 worlds in the outer domain from the joint attack of the 100 demons and the undersea human race? I heard that. It was Han Mo who came to help them. Shoo! What demon? Many people have changed the way to address him and call him Human King. The man sneered. No matter how strong he is only a king. But what about the 100 demons and the undersea human race? They have sky openers. Supreme Clearness and Infinity has given up the outer domain. Do we expect a king to resist 2 sky openers? If we don't leave, we will die. Therefore, no. Matter what others think, we have to leave. Only in the inner domain can we survive. One of the women sighed. If Han Fei has already opened the sky, I'd rather bet on him. After all, supreme clearness and infinity are not good people. They are both human beings, but they turned a blind eye to the invasion of the 100 Demon Clan and the undersea human race. They are simply a disgrace to the human race. Someone sneered. Shame is nothing compared to your life. Buzz. Buzz. Suddenly, their hearts skipped a beat because tens of thousands of kilometers away, big ships broke out of the void one after another. These people couldn't help being shocked. Activate the ship array and prepare to face the enemy. Don't panic. Prepare the cannons. However, as soon as they said so, with a swish, a big ship appeared thousands of kilometers away from their fleet. However, when they saw the yin-yang symbol on the big ship, they were at a loss. They had never seen this symbol before. When did the Raging Sea have such a pirate group? However, one of them said in horror, no, it's not a pirate team. That's the symbol of the yin-yang world. What? Yin-yang world? Swish swish swish. The void kept opening, and strong masters walked out of the void one after another. Among them, the woman in the lead glanced at the big ships of the 100-flower palace casually, and the people on the ships immediately felt their legs go limp. It's a king, Lord King. The 4 half-kings hurriedly cupped their hands. Greetings, Lord King. The woman only grunted in response. But then, king after king appeared. Under the suppressing pressure of the kings, on the big ships of the 100 Flowers world, those who were not brave enough had already lowered their heads, and some even knelt. At this moment, 13 kings had walked out of the void in a row. It was shocking. The 4 half-kings of the 100 Flowers world were extremely shocked. Were there so many kings in the yin-yang world? Why were so many people going to the outer domain? They all realized that a big war was about to begin. The kings had already gathered. Then, big ships passed them one after another. 1, 2, 3. A total of 22 ships passed, which were full of venerables. However, this was not the key. Behind these big ships, a huge toad hundreds of kilometers long flew across the sky and landed. On the toad's head, a person that made their souls tremble was looking at them. Their legs went limp. We just wanted to escape for life. Why are we so unlucky to meet Han Fei, the, well, human king? They immediately cupped their hands. Greetings, Master Human King. The war is about to start in the outer domain. We can't waste any combat power. This is not the time for trade. Turn the ships and follow the fleet in front. The half-kings almost cried. Why are we so, King Unlucky? Translator Kenyi Translations Editor Kenyi Translations. In Han Fei's view, the Raging Sea was now divided into 4 major forces. Firstly, the old 36 mystic worlds rulers, led by Supreme Clearness and Infinity. Secondly, the Merman royal family's war queen had already been revived. However, Xia Hongzhu's heart was clearly not in the Raging Sea. Her greatest enemy was not in the Raging Sea. Not to mention whether the Merman royal family could take down the many powers in the Raging Sea, even if they could. It was meaningless. It would only increase the casualty. Now was the last time they would take action. Thirdly, the martial emperor city, led by the martial king, only presided over the raging sea and never took sides, so they wouldn't stand on the side of any other forces. Finally, it was the ragtag army of the 13 worlds in the outer domain. However, this ragtag army might have been a ragtag army in the past, but supreme clearness and infinity's dumping of it gave Han Fei a chance to unify the outer domain. It wouldn't be a ragtag army anymore once Han Fei took it over. Now, Han Fei's army set off blatantly without deliberately avoiding anyone. This showed Han Fei's confidence. Of course, the source of this confidence was mainly his alliance with the giant beasts, the 13 worlds in the outer domain. When the kings received the Snow Lady's message, their resistance was almost minimal. However, even so, moving the heavenly palace was an extremely important matter. From the joint attack of the 100 Demon clan and the undersea human race this time, they realized that without the protection of the inner domain, they were unable to resist the 100 Demon clan and the undersea human race at all. At this moment, Han Fei jumped out and killed 4 kings in a row. It was said that he even fought Shi Huang. This undoubtedly meant that the Yin-Yang world was coming out to carry the flag. In the Monarch Palace, Han Fei had formed a temporary alliance with the Snow Lady, Hong Yu, Liang Yin, Su Lian, and Huang Jia. Except for Su Lian who died. In the Monarch Palace, the other heavenly masters had all come out safely. Therefore, after the Snow Girl delivered the message, half a day later, to everyone's surprise, the Mad Corpse world was the first to migrate. How many people were in one world? And how many trades and resources are involved? After the Mad Corpse world took action, within half a day, the news reached the ears of the other heavenly palaces. Immediately afterward, the news that the Million Poison world, the Sanskrit Music world, and the Thunder Fire world had mobilized was spread. In just 2 days, all the heavenly palaces in the outer domain moved. On the 3rd day after the army of the 100 Demon clan and the undersea human race retreated, all the heavenly palaces in the 13 worlds, including the 5 elements world, moved. Even without a king, those half-kings had to move. If they didn't move, it meant that they were alone. And in such a big battle, being alone meant the possibility of destruction. Who dared to be alone? Originally, after the long separation of the inner domain and outer domain, this kind of ruling relationship was not reliable. And up to this day, no strong masters had come from the inner domain to help them. However, Han Fei had come. At this time, as long as one wasn't stupid, he would know what to choose. Therefore, miracles appeared frequently in the various heavenly palaces, and thousands of rays of light appeared. For example, in the Mad Corpse world, Hong Yu showed his might and announced, "In the past 100,000 years, the raging sea is in danger again. The sea demons want to start a war, but the emperors in the inner domain want to abandon the heavenly palaces in the outer domain to protect themselves." The master of Yin Yang, the human king, Han Fei, suppressed the sea demons, protected the outer domain, and wanted to unify the human world and bring peace back to the world. I appreciated his bravery and decided to follow him. From today on, the Mad Corpse world will migrate to the Ice Snow world with the other heavenly palaces. All venerables in the Mad Corpse world, listen up. Activate the city. Protecting array. Everyone in the Mad Corpse world, don't go to sea, and return to the city quickly. In an hour, we will migrate. Every heavenly palace had a city controlling array when it was first established. This array I was the heavenly palace. Once the heavenly palaces moved, the city would leave too. However, how could the fact that all these heavenly palaces had moved escape from others' eyes? Not to mention the 100 demons and the undersea humans, even supreme clearness and infinity knew. In the inner domain, He Dao Yuan, Xianqingzi, and Bei Luochen were gathered. Bei Luochen cursed, the chaos world has sealed themselves again. Every time something big happens, they don't participate in the battle. We should have gotten rid of Tai Yuan earlier. He Dao Yuan said indifferently, can you kill him? He is the only body cultivator emperor. Even if the two of us join hands, we can't kill him. What can you do to him? Forget it. The chaos world has always been like this. Even if he doesn't participate in the battle, it'll be fine if he doesn't get in the way. Xianqingzi said, there's news from the 100 Demon clan and the undersea human race. They said that if we don't participate in the battle, they will migrate because they don't want to start a war with Han Fei and the others. Besides, Sherpa Huang said that Han Fei has embarked on the path of body refinement like Tai Yuan, and he is even stronger than Tai Yuan back then. He collided with Han Fei, but Han Fei drew with him although he was only in the sea establishment realm and even penetrated his great Dao with strength. Bei Luochen couldn't help but say ferociously, if we had known this earlier, we shouldn't have surrounded the sword god world but should have killed Han Fei first. Now, this guy is growing stronger. If we can't kill him when he's still in the sea establishment realm, what will happen to us once he opens the sky? Bei Luochen panicked at this moment, mainly because Han Fei's rise was too terrifying. Some kings needed tens of thousands of years to rise, but this guy seemed to be on steroids and his strength was soaring. Xianqingzi also said, the moment this guy came out of the monarch palace, something was wrong. I'm afraid that he did obtain a lot of legacies in the monarch palace. He Dao Yuan said, since the awakening of the War Queen, not only has she not attacked the 13 worlds in the inner domain, but she has also retracted the range of activity of the Merman royal family. I wonder why she did that. Bei Luochen said, I have a guess. It was said that the War Queen left the raging sea, but she suddenly appeared after 100,000 years and kept an extremely low profile. Could it be that she didn't leave the raging sea back then, but was seriously injured for some reason? Otherwise, with her strength, how could we be a match for her? He Dao Yuan sighed slightly. If we really take action this time, I'm afraid we'll lose our prestige. Bei Luochen said, it's better than dying in the end. Who knew that even sure? Pa Huang and Kongshen couldn't take Han Fei down? Besides, there are only a few kings in the 13 worlds in the outer domain. The total number of kings in the outer domain is less than the number of kings in our infinity world alone. They are just a burden. Since Han Fei has taken over the 13 worlds in the outer domain, he has to take this responsibility. This time, he can't escape. Before he opens the sky, this is the best time to kill him. He Dao Yuan said, it seems that that's the only way. However, even if we have to take action, we can't be leaderless. The sword god won't sit idle. If we attack the outer domain, even if the inner domain doesn't have to be worried about the Merman royal family, we have to be careful of the sword god's sneak attack. Therefore, the seal on Yun Tianhe should be removed. Hearing this, Bei Luochen's pupils constricted slightly. He Dao Yuan said, Yun Tianhe has been the master of infinity for so many years. I don't believe that he hasn't reached the end of the sea establishment realm. I've long sensed the seal on him. You must have spent a lot of effort to hide him. You and I will go to the outer domain, and they will stay behind. If the sword god comes, we can deal with him. If the merman royal family comes, Tai Yuan will definitely come out of seclusion. This is the best arrangement. Bei Luochen nodded slightly and didn't say anything else. On the 8th day after the battle in the outer domain. The 13 worlds in the outer domain. In the ice-snow world, huge cities appeared one after another. There were a total of 13 huge cities, with villages and towns surrounding them and heavenly palaces above. Even ordinary people sensed that something big happened. Although the kings were terrifying, since the human race in the outer domain was united, it was unprecedentedly lively. If it weren't for the fact that the major cities hadn't removed their seals, the strong masters might have already begun to visit each other. At this moment, all the kings gathered in the ice-snow world. Lei Qing from the thunder-fire world, the snow lady from the ice-snow world. Wei Yan from the nether world, Hong Yu from the mad corpse world, Liang Yin from the Sanskrit music world, Gu Shi from the wraith world, Hua Qianyue from the hundred flowers world, Wu Qingyun from the blue cloud world, Huang Jia from the million poison world, and Su Lingfeng from the wind-slashing world, a total of 10 masters of the heavenly palaces from the outer domain had all arrived. And without heavenly masters, the 5 elements world, the soul refining world, and the blood fiend world could only send their strongest half-kings. But facing kings, the half-kings simply had no say at all. Lei Qing asked, Snow Lady, since Han, the human king has summoned us, why hasn't he showed up in 2 days? Huang Jia said, what's the rush? The Yinyang world hasn't arrived yet. They're probably coming from the inner domain. Hua Qianyue asked, have you already allied with the Yinyang world? Why didn't I know about this? Wu Qingyun said, I don't know either. However, since the human king can take over the outer domain, supreme clearness and infinity must have given up on this place. For this reason alone, if the human king dares to accept us, I dare to follow him. Hong Yu said, what's there to be afraid of? The human king even killed Huang Jingyuan. You guys don't worry about what you shouldn't. Isn't it great that the human race is unified? In my opinion, supreme clearness and infinity should have unified the human race long ago. The 36 mystic worlds have never been united and everyone wanted independence. Now, facing the sea demons, we still have to gather together. Hearing Hong Yu's words, everyone was lost for words. Weren't you on the side of supreme clearness and infinity? Now seeing how powerful Han Fei was, you immediately forgot about supreme clearness and infinity in the blink of an eye. Buzz. Suddenly, the void trembled, and all the kings looked up. With swishes, one king after another stood proudly in the sky. In the end, when a sea establishment realm giant toad jumped out, all the kings couldn't help but gasp and exclaim, a giant beast? Swish. Han Fei stood on the head of the toad and looked at the kings. It seems that you are not slow. Translator * Kenyi Translations Editor * Kenyi Translations. The moment Han Fei appeared, the kings of the 13 worlds in the outer domain were all shocked. Were these kings from the Yinyang world and the Waterwood world? Didn't the Yinyang world just come out of the wild abyss? Where did so many kings come from? Besides, why did a giant beast king appear with Han Fei? Fortunately, only one giant beast came. Everyone guessed that it was a giant beast that Han Fei subdued. Huang Jie sighed. It seems that the Yinyang world has indeed revived. Everyone was shocked. They had never taken the Yinyang world seriously before, feeling that even if the heavenly palace that had declined for many years returned to the raging sea, how could it rise again without 10,000 years of recuperation? However, reality told them that in just 100 years, 13 kings appeared from the Yinyang world. In the raging sea, although the sky openers were actually a dominating power, kings were also the top combat power in the raging sea. As soon as one became a king, all living beings would be ants in his eyes, which was actually true. Those who could become kings were all extremely lucky and talented. The other heavenly palaces couldn't have so many kings, because they didn't have a clear understanding of the sea establishment realm and the origin sea. At this moment, Han Fei simply said, I am Han Fei, the master of the Yinyang world. Since I've stood out today, I will protect the 13 worlds in the outer domain. No matter what conflicts there were between the Yinyang world and the heavenly palaces in the outer domain, I'll write them off today. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. In the past, when the Yinyang world was down, many people just sat by and watched or even bullied them. Now, the raging sea was in chaos again. The inner domain turned a blind eye when the outer domain was invaded, but it was Han Fei who came to protect them. It was really ironic. Han Fei said, many of you are old kings. Perhaps you have even seen the human king of the previous generation. Since the last human king traveled to the east and the 36 mystic worlds were established, the human race has never been united, and you kings all fought on your own and scattered. If it weren't for the deterrence of supreme clearness and infinity, you might have long been swallowed by the 100 demons and the undersea human race. I'm not going to say that I will immediately unify the 36 mystic worlds of the human race, but with the enemy in front of us, the human race should be united. Since you are all here, why are your heavenly palaces so dispersed? Why don't you put them together and become one? At this time, the king of the Wraith world, Gu Shi, said, Human king, now that things have come to this point, it's not difficult for us to integrate. However, if we only have kings, how can we face the two sky openers of the 100 demon clan and the undersea human clan? Will they wipe us out together if we gather up? Han Fei asked, how long has your Wraith world been existing in the outer sea? Has it been destroyed? Is it because Shi Huang can't beat you, or is it because Kongshin can't beat you? Gu Shi really wanted to say, that's because of the deterrence of He Dao Yuan and Bei Luochen, but have you opened the sky? Han Fei seemed to be waiting for Gu Shi's answer. Seeing that he didn't speak, he sneered. It seems that you don't think I'm strong enough. With that, Han Fei took a step forward, and his aura rose rapidly. Suppressing pressure that was almost beyond the sea establishment realm. Pressed at Gu Shi and the others kings that weren't familiar with Han Fei. Han Fei said coldly, remember, you are not worth much in my eyes. I have killed many kings and even one emperor. I don't need your loyalty, nor do I need the loyalty of the 13 worlds in the outer domain. However, the premise is that no one is allowed to doubt me, understood? Han Fei's eyes were like torches, and the suppressing pressure made blood ooze out of Gu Shi's mouth. Han Fei was as domineering as ever. For him, the people from the 13 worlds in the outer domain survived just because others didn't attack them. Whether it was the 100 demons or the undersea human race, if they really wanted to kill them, who could resist them? Stared at by Han Fei, Gu Shi was horrified. He couldn't even resist Han Fei's suppressing pressure, although they were in the same realm. But this biting, killing intent and ferocious might did make him feel helpless. Seeing that Luo Xiaobai was looking at him, Han Fei retracted his suppressing pressure and returned to normal. He said, "The 100 Demon Clan and the undersea human race are my enemies. So are supreme clearness and infinity. I don't mind telling you that I, Han Fei, will definitely destroy them. You have two choices. Either follow me and watch the human race unite, or leave on your own. The choice is yours." Hong Yu looked around. Seeing that the kings were silent and no one responded, he immediately stood up and shouted, "This is the irresistible trend of the human race. If you can't even figure this out, wouldn't you have lived in vain for the past 100,000 years? Supreme clearness and infinity. Worth's no respect. They drove me out of the inner domain, saying that we wouldn't be able to survive in the inner domain, but in fact, they just despise us. Son of AB*TCH, I've long disliked them. Our human race has long needed a powerhouse like the human King Han Fei to preside over it, not supreme clearness and infinity who doesn't treat us as their own people at all. Anyway, I, Hong Yu, am willing to follow the human king and create a better future for the human race." When the other kings heard this, they were speechless. "Hong Yu, where is your face? Kiki." At this moment, Huang Jia stood out and sneered. "In my opinion, although you're all heavenly masters, you're just kings after all. All of you are selfish and don't want to let go of your heir as a heavenly master. I think it's a good choice for Han Fei to be the human king and unify the outer domain. At least, this is the first time for the 13 worlds of the outer domain to be so confident to challenge the 100 Demon Clan and the undersea human race." The Snow Lady said, "The Ice Snow World is willing to accept Han Fei as our human king." Liang Yin said, "So is the Sanskrit music world." With Hong Yu, the Snow Lady, and the others as examples, the other heavenly palaces could only second them. As for the five-element world and the other worlds that didn't have a king, they didn't even dare to say a word. Just as the kings were about to compromise, the void suddenly trembled. With swishes, another 8 kings appeared, led by Han Xian. Since Han Fei found the masters of the lost heavenly palaces, they hadn't gone back. The main reason was that this sea area was too vast and it was easy to get lost. It would take a long time to walk back and forth. They might as well stay in the raging sea for the time being. Therefore, this was why they appeared with Han Xian. Han Xian? Liang Tian? Didn't they say that the ashless world had been destroyed? Gao Bieli? The parting grief world still exists? When the kings attacked the soul-sealing world, only a few commanders of the pirate teams could recognize these people. Now seeing the former kings appear one after another, the kings of the 13 worlds in the outer domain already knew how many people Han Fei had found this time. Swish! 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 Big ships appeared outside the snow god's palace. When the kings looked again, they saw that the fleets of the Devil Girl pirates, the Crimson Fire pirates, the Fierce Wind pirates, and the Misfortune pirates had arrived. Chen Guangjia shouted, "Master Human King, the 4 pirate teams have all gathered and are waiting for your command." Han Fei's lips curled, and he said, casually, "Retreat 10,000 kilometers away for the time being. Follow the army to fight soon." Han Fei had thought of allying with the other pirate teams, but the merman pirates would definitely come to help him. The predators had been destroyed by him, the peace pirates were still in the martial emperor city, and the divine sect pirates were nowhere to be seen. They seemed to be operating near the 100 demons. The undead pirates were not of the same kind, so Han Fei didn't look for them at all. In the end, he could only subdue the 4 pirate groups. Although the Snow Lady, Huang Jia, and the others had already expected it, the other kings were really shocked. In addition to Han Fei, there were 35 kings. Including Han Fei and the Toad Beast, there were as many as 37 kings. If they didn't count the Sky Openers, their strength was at least on par with the 100 Demon Clan and the human race in the sea. However, someone thought of something. What did Han Fei just say? Follow the army to fight in a few days? Is there going to be a war again? Han Fei didn't care what they thought. He said, in half a day, the heavenly palaces will converge here and all venerables will gather here. Tomorrow morning, follow me on an expedition. Now that Han Fei had become powerful enough, no one could stop him. Although the kings gathered by Han Fei might not necessarily be loyal to Han Fei, at this time, no one would disobey Han Fei. This was the trend. When the major cities all gathered up, the ice-snow world was overcrowded with people. Many people would never be able to go to the other major cities in their entire lives. In the past, only venerables could go to these places. But now, they were all gathered together. Someone exclaimed, "Look, it's the 100 Flowers world. I can already smell the fragrance from thousands of kilometers away. Wow. I heard that the 100 Flowers world has many beautiful women. Won't we have a chance in the future?" Someone was horrified. What is that? Poisonous clouds are enveloping the sky. It must be the Million Poison world. Someone was shocked. That's a paradise for poison cultivators. It said that even the spiritual energy in the Million Poison world is poisonous. Don't go there. Countless women screamed. Is the place surrounded by white clouds and multicolored like the Blue Cloud world? It said that the Blue Cloud world has many male cultivators, and the men there are gentle and handsome, many of whom are valiant sword cultivators in white clothes. Won't they be beside us in the future? This day was destined to be recorded in history. Some were happy while some were worried. Most of the happy ones were below the explorer level. Those who were worried were mostly above the explorer level. They couldn't participate in this battle, but they knew that they would have to participate in wars in the future. Most people above the venerable realm were alone. After all, ordinary people couldn't live to their age. At this moment, they were upset. If they couldn't return this time, they would have to be buried in a foreign land. A venerable drank and sighed. I didn't expect that even a venerable was just an ant in the current of times. Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. The next day. In the 13 worlds in the outer domain, the 10 kings, with 7,102 venerables and 200 ships, gathered outside the ice-snow world. In addition to the 22 ships of the Inyang world and the Waterwood world, as well as the 13 ships of the 4 pirate groups, a total of 235 ships were gathered here. In the distance, in the sky, a 100,000-foot golden body stepped on the void, crossing the 13 major cities in the outer domain that had already gathered and was slowly approaching. Wherever the golden body passed, everyone who saw it was horrified. Someone was shocked. Hiss. He's tens of thousands of meters tall and his aura reaches the sky. Which powerhouse is this? Some people already had a guess. After all, the heavenly palaces had all come at Han Fei's call. The kings had already told the purpose of this migration to all the humans under their jurisdiction. Therefore, the moment Han Fei appeared, basically everyone who saw him reacted quickly. Is this the human king? Gulp. Someone swallowed in shock. Who the hell told me that Han Fei was a human? Demon? How can this magnificent body be sullied by the word human demon? Han Fei stepped in the air and his voice shook the heavens and the earth, resounding within hundreds of thousands of kilometers. My name is Han Fei, the master of the Yin-Yang world. In order to restore the prosperity of the human race, I invited the kings of the 13 worlds in the outer domain and the lost silver moon world, the white cloud world, and the flying feather world, the 9 palace world, as well as the misfortune pirates, the devil girl pirates. With a total of 25 mystic worlds power, we're going to destroy the 100 demon race. In the past 100,000 years, the human race has been scattered and has long fallen. We are no longer taken as a strong race. Back then, for 100,000 years, the human race had trillions of people and countless venerables. Although in the Age of Doom, the human king traveled to the east, the sea demons retreated, and the mermen disappeared. But now, the sea demons are oppressing us and trapping us in the heavenly palaces, so we have to live in fear every day and are easily killed. In the sea. My name is Han Fei, and I'm willing to be the new human king. I'm willing to use the power of the 25 mystic worlds to attack the sea demons and slaughter the undersea human race, to create a golden age for the human race. Han Fei said bluntly, each word heavy and shocking. Ordinary people had never heard such words. Instantly, an inexplicable emotion swept across the hearts of the countless people in the heavenly palaces. Someone burst into tears. It turns out that there are always strong masters carrying heavy responsibilities for us in this world. Although I'm weak, I just hope that the human king can return victorious and create a golden age for us. Someone looked solemn and bowed to the golden giant. May the human king return victorious. When Han Fei walked past the major cities, except for the people from the Yin-Yang world who were familiar with Han Fei, even Han Fei's biological uncle, Han Xian, and his sister, Han Yiner, couldn't help but look solemn. Han Xian couldn't help but sigh. If only this boy were my son. Han Guanchu. Why do you have such a good son? Han Yiner cupped her hands. So, this is my brother. At that moment, the people prayed to the heavens and shouted, May the human king return victorious. The voice was deafening. As for Han Fei, the power of faith in his heart soared. Once again, he felt the opportunity to open the sky. However, Han Fei calmly suppressed this opportunity. Humph, now is the time for me to go on an expedition to kill the enemy. Heavenly tribulation or something, don't bother me. At this moment, Han Fei came to the crowd. There were 235 big ships, 35 kings, and 8,098 venerables. It could be said that the strength of the outer domain was all here. Han Fei stood still and shouted, in the raging sea, the human race should be the ruler. Everyone, follow me to conquer the sea, quell the riot, and make a golden age for the human race. What? Is he crazy? When Shi Puhuang heard that Han Fei had led an army to attack the 100 Demons, he was dumbfounded. Is he King crazy? Didn't you say that you wanted to slaughter supreme clearness and infinity? We have retreated. Are you out of your mind? Why are you attacking us so soon? A king said, my emperor, I've already been to the human camp. That thief Han Fei actually abandoned all the ordinary people below the venerable level in the 13 worlds in the outer domain. He came with dozens of kings and all the venerables. He's going to fight us to the death. Bang! Sherpa Huang smashed an undersea volcano with a slap and shouted angrily, I knew that this guy was definitely not a kind person. How could such a person come to protect the 13 worlds in the outer domain? He just came to steal the power of the 13 worlds in the outer domain. What a joke. He Dao Yuan and Xian Qingzi actually expected Han Fei to have human nature? This guy is simply inhuman. Feeling guilty, the king couldn't help but ask in a low voice, Emperor, what about their camp left behind in the 13 worlds in the outer domain? Should we take it down? Sherpa Huang's eyes turned cold as he glanced at this person. Is there something wrong with your head? What's the use of destroying a bunch of ants? Hasn't the migration army of the undersea human race arrived yet? Hurry up and rush them. If they don't come soon, the enemy will be at our door. Yes, I'll rush them now. Just as the person was about to leave, Sherpa Huang suddenly said, wait a moment. My emperor, what orders do you have? Sherpa Huang's tentacles trembled a few times, and his heads were spinning crazily. He said, although the ants of the 13 worlds in the outer domain are useless, they should be able to dust Han Fei's Dao heart, right? Even if they can't dust his Dao heart dust, they can at least dust the Dao hearts of the others participating in this battle, right? Sherpa Huang sneered and threw a jade slip over. Since he Dao Yuan and Bei Luochen haven't arrived yet, don't blame me for being ruthless. Go and urge Kong Shen. And then ask Kong Shen to send a king to the rear of the human race. With you. When the jade breaks, kill the billions of human beings in the 13 worlds in the outer domain. Huh? The king was shocked. Kill so many people at once? Sherpa Huang said, Zhang Fei, I know this will definitely affect your Dao heart, but don't worry. If you succeed and win, I'll give you resources and teach you a way to quickly reach the peak of the sea establishment realm. Although I can't let you transcend the tribulation and open the sky, I can let you become the best among the kings. It's up to you how to choose. The king was shocked. How could he refuse at a time like this? Whether it was true or not, he didn't dare to refuse. Zhang Fei said, my emperor, Zhang Fei will definitely complete the mission. After Zhang Fei retreated, Sherpa Huang's eyes turned cold. After a moment of silence, he suddenly disappeared. 3 days later, Han Fei's army was still on the way, and outside the 13 days in the outer domain, when He Dao Yuan and Bei Luochen appeared here, they were stunned. Bei Luochen said, not good. Han Fei is so ruthless. How can he just leave so many people here? At this moment, even if the 100 Demon Clan and the undersea human race only send one king or some venerables, they can still turn this place upside down, right? He Dao Yuan narrowed his eyes and scanned the area with his perception several times before saying, he has indeed given these people up. It seems that we have underestimated Han Fei. It turns out that his recklessness in saving the Yinyang world was just fake. Giving up so many people equals committing evil. This guy is determined to wipe out the 100 Demon clan and the undersea human race this time. Bei Luochen, shall we let them fight first? He Dao Yuan shook his head slightly. Now that things have come to this point, we have no choice but to take action. Otherwise, if Shi Huang and Kong Shen really avoid the battle and escape, Han Fei's next goal will definitely be supreme clearness and infinity. This is the outer domain, and the power Han Fei can use is limited. But in the inner domain, he might have a way to use the Merman royal family. Then are we just going to leave these people here? He Dao Yuan sneered. Anyway, they were abandoned by Han Fei. Let them fend for themselves. Anyway, you and I can't do anything to protect them. 1 month later. Buzz. Large ships crossed the ocean, and appeared here one after another. On the Avenger, Xia Xiaochan and Han Fei stood at the bow. Xia Xiaochan said, "Where have you been these days? Why didn't you ask the Merman royal family for help?" Although there is no war between the Merman royal family and the 100 Demon clan and the undersea human race, our relationship is actually not good. If I go to beg my mother, she can at least help us hold back supreme clearness and infinity. Now that Senior Sword God is not around, we don't even have a sky opener. How can we fight this battle? Before Han Fei said anything, Luo Xiaobai said, "Don't worry. After hiding it for so long, it's impossible for there to be no sky openers. Although I don't know who the sky-opening realm powerhouses are on our side, I guess there must be Senior Snail Emperor, right?" Luo Xiaobai walked over slowly. Although Han Fei was radical, he wouldn't fight a battle without confidence. The army had already set off. How could Han Fei not have a backup plan in the face of 2 sky-opening realm powerhouses? Luo Xiaobai said, "I'm just puzzled. If it's just the Snail Emperor, it shouldn't be worth the risk. And Senior Sword God probably won't come. Otherwise, with no one restraining supreme clearness and infinity in the inner domain, this battle will be even more difficult. Therefore, is Senior Tai Yuan also here?" Han Fei looked at Luo Xiaobai with a smile. Yes. However, Luo Xiaobai still looked a little puzzled. However, even so, it's not enough, right? We don't have an accurate grasp of the strength of the 100 Demon clan and the undersea human race. We don't even know if they have any hidden trump cards. If we only have 2 sky openers, what if another sky opener comes from the inner domain? How can we fight this battle? Han Fei grinned. Maybe it will be beyond your expectations. Let me keep it a secret for now. Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. The army of the 13 worlds in the outer domain, under Han Fei's lead, charged at the 100 demons. Of course, the kings were suspicious. After all, although the strength Han Fei showed now was powerful, he was still in the sea establishment realm and was still far from leaving the sky opening realm. Under such circumstances, was it appropriate to leave billions of people behind? And Han Fei's response to them was naturally the same. Everything was under control. On this day, under the guidance of the vast ocean navigator, Han Fei's expedition army broke through the wind and waves and finally came to a canyon full of vortexes. Because Han Fei came blatantly, Shi Huang was naturally prepared. At this moment, what welcomed Han Fei and his army was a violent hurricane. Its coverage was more than 10 times larger than ordinary violent hurricanes. The entire wind field was so large that it could be felt even from 1,000,000 kilometers away. The big ship of the nine-palace world jumped out and drew abreast with the Avenger. Han Xian landed on the Avenger and said, Han Fei, there's something wrong with this wind. The problem is not this hurricane, but the anomalies of the ground veins on the seabed, caused by the hurricane. This is a killing array. Han Fei was also a master of arrays, so he naturally noticed that something was wrong, so he said, the two armies are confronting each other. Using this dirty trick makes me look down upon Shi Huang and Kong Shen. I'll break this array. Han Xian said, I'm with you. When it came to arrays, when Han Fei and Han Xian took action, the others certainly wouldn't stop them, because these two were the best at arrays among them. In the violent hurricane, perception would be blown away by the hurricane, so this hurricane must not exist. As soon as Han Xian entered the wind field, the thousand opportunities divine ghost compass changed. In the blink of an eye, thousands of arrays extended out, and the water vapor in the hurricane gradually became viscous. But then, the violent hurricane almost turned into endless wind blades, stirring the void, shattering the crushed water mist, and continued to sweep. Han Xian shouted, in a situation where perception is ineffective, it may take several hours. It's not appropriate to break the arrays one by one. The best way is to forcibly break this array, penetrate the wind demon in the core area, and collect the sea-shaking wind pearl. The hurricane will definitely be destroyed. However, there's an 80% chance of an ambush. Han Fei grinned. The water vapor here is too dense. It suits me. Uncle Xian. Go back. Han Fei was stunned. You're alone? Maybe Shi Huang is waiting for you in the wind eye. Han Fei grinned. Then I'll go meet him. A moment later, a sword light pierced through the core wind field of 80,000 kilometers, cutting through more than 30 wind demons along the way. Swish! With a flash, Han Fei appeared in the wind field. However, when Han Fei took a closer look, he saw a middle-aged man in a Taoist robe who looked indifferent. This person seemed to have been waiting here for a long time. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. Shi Huang? It's really you. Don't you think this is childish? When Han Fei arrived, he said, You're quite bold. However, aren't you afraid that something will happen to the fleet outside? Han Fei sneered. Do you think my people are so easy to deal with? Shi Huang didn't expect that such a small lineup could scare Han Fei. If Han Fei was so easy to scare, he wouldn't have dared to come with so many people. Shi Huang said, Han Fei, as far as I know, you don't have much power to use, do you? Even the sword god is not in the outer domain at this moment. What can you use to fight me? With this power, why don't you go find trouble? With supreme clearness and infinity? Why do you have to come to our 100 demon race to court death? Han Fei grinned. You waited for me for so long, just to say this? Shi Huang snorted. I'm telling you that if you die today, I may let go of the old and weak soldiers you brought with you. Otherwise, once this wind field opens, there will be no turning back for you. At this moment, Han Fei's heart stirred. The void was sticky, and someone's power descended on the entire wind field, trying to lock the void and confine his body here. Shi Huang also knew that Han Fei had discovered the problem. He smiled and said, Of course, I'm not here to chat with you. Heavenly talents like you are just arrogant and think that you can dominate the sea area with the twin divine technique alone. How do you know that this violent hurricane is to stop? Your fleet, not to kill you? Explode. However, Han Fei was not stupid. As early as when he saw Shi Huang here alone, he knew that there must be a deeper ambush. Therefore, his black mist body had already retreated with Han Xian and was at the edge of the violent hurricane. As soon as he found that someone was trying to attack this entire space, he detonated the infinity water. Besides, the infinity water didn't explode in front of Shi Huang, but had already dispersed with the hurricane. Rumble. Rumble. After this explosion, not only did Han Fei's white mist body not retreat, but he also charged at Shi Huang. His white mist body certainly couldn't beat Shi Huang, but was enough to hold him back. The hundreds of thousands of kilometer-wide void where the violent hurricane was in directly collapsed and fell into the endless void. As for Han Fei's white mist body, he forcibly activated the void lines and entangled Shi Huang with the ultimate speed. Humph. Aren't you afraid that even time will be sealed here? Han Fei shouted, seal it if you want. Let's see if I'm a coward. In the distance, the fleet that Han Fei brought was stunned. Such a large area of void collapsed. If the fleet were inside, they would have all died. Han Xian had just returned. Seeing this scene, his face changed drastically. Shi Huang is so bold. He actually tried to seal time. Xia Xiaochan asked, why isn't Han Fei back? Luo Xiaobai, Zhang Xuanyu, and the others also looked at Han Xian. They hadn't even seen the shadow of the 100 Demon Clan yet, but they had already seen such a shocking scene. Han Fei shouldn't fight alone. At this moment, before Han Fei appeared, a huge flying centipede pounced at the human ships like a dragon going to sea. On the head of the flying centipede, an old man held a black scepter and pointed it at the human fleet. A black cloud enveloped and surged over. But when the humans took a closer look, they saw that the black cloud was actually densely packed centipedes. A king exclaimed, that's Kong Shen, the emperor of the undersea human race. When the giant flying centipede pounced over, on the human side, a huge spinning ball flew out to block it. The ball enlarged in the void and rolled into a super water ball that spanned more than 800 kilometers. On the human side, the kings were dumbfounded. What was this? When did human beings have such a power to resist a sky-opening realm powerhouse? However, thinking that Han Fei had once said that this battle could be fought, and that the kings of the Yinyang world were all here, most of the kings could stay calm and wait to see how this battle would go. Kongshen was also surprised. What was this thing that was rolling directly at him? Furthermore, the other party also had the combat power of the sky-opening realm. Bang! The super water ball collided with the flying centipede. Kongshen struck out with his palm, and the black cloud rushed out. Bang! Billions of centipedes were crushed into dust. Kongshen was sent flying tens of thousands of kilometers away by this terrifying force. Quack, quack. At this moment, another huge figure jumped out of the sky, and a tongue that was like a jade pillar wrapped around the flying centipede. Wasn't that the toad beast that came with Han Fei? On the tongue of the toad beast, there were barbs like blades, and there was milky white unknown poison on the barbs. With a flick of its tongue, half of the body of the flying centipede was torn apart. Swish. Kongshen fused with the flying centipede and retreated, shouting, the giant beast race, why are you helping humans? At this moment, everyone saw a cross-shaped knife light run out, almost brushing past the edge of the infinite void. Buzz. Han Fei didn't use the golden light leap, but burst out with the ultimate speed. At that moment, his twin bodies fused and he returned. The moment Han Fei came out, he activated his great Dao and slashed at Kong Shen with all great Daos in one sword. As for the Snail Emperor, he had just repelled Kong Shen and attached a layer of paralyzing mucus to him. Now, Kong Shen's mobility had been reduced by at least half. Under the impact of Han Fei's ultimate speed, all great Daos in one sword flew out. Of course, the sky-opening realm was the sky-opening realm after all. Being hit by Han Fei's all great Daos in one sword, Kong Shen borrowed the force to disperse the paralysis effect of his body, vomited a mouthful of blood, and retreated. Kong Shen retreated, and Han Fei didn't chase him. Han Fei shouted, "Rest on the spot and wait for the void to stabilize." The first clash between Han Fei and the sea demons came to an end at this moment. The two parties tentatively fought. Han Fei only exposed the giant beasts. However, Han Fei never wanted to hide the giant beasts. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let the toad follow him from the beginning. Han Fei even deliberately let them know that he had cooperated with the giant beast race. On one hand, he delivered a message that the human race had strong reinforcements. On the other hand, Han Fei wanted to see how much combat power the 100 demons would have in their next attack. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. On the Avenger. The appearance of the Snail Emperor, whose body was as huge as an island, shocked countless people. It was the first time the human kings saw a sky-opening giant beast, so they were shocked. A king was surprised. "This is the legendary sky-opening giant beast. I didn't expect the human king to find such a strong master, and it's even willing to join forces with us." Someone sighed. Sure enough, it's impossible for the human king to go on an expedition without enough preparation. With the means of the human king gathering all the 25 heavenly palaces, the sky-opening giant beast is definitely not the only trump card of the human king. As for the human venerables on the ships, they were even more shocked. Inyang World, Thug Academy. Old Jiang sighed. TSK. I really didn't expect that there was such a powerful creature in this world. Look at the complicated patterns on the carapace. It looks like the Dao pattern records that Han Fei once left behind. That's the armor of arrays, a magical carapace that can withstand the power and bombardment of sky openers. Old Bai also sighed. The power that Han Fei has shown is getting more and more beyond our understanding. The collapse of the void is comparable to the collapse of the world where our Inyang world was, but he was able to get out of it. I'm afraid he's not far away from opening the sky. Chu Jinnan, Ling Yuan, and the others could only smile bitterly. They couldn't catch up with senior brother Han Fei anymore. In the battle just now, until Han Fei appeared and stood still, they didn't even know how Han Fei attacked. Anyway, when they saw Han Fei, the preliminary battle had been over. Since the Snail Emperor had come out, there was no need to hide it. Han Fei was not in a hurry. He waited for 3 days in a row. When the power of the previous battle subsided and the space stabilized, he ordered the army to continue forward. Luo Xiaobai said, "Speed is the most important in war. If it were in the past, you would have already fought your way over. Why do you want us to stay here? For a few days? Isn't this giving the 100 Demon Clan and the undersea human race a chance? Besides, in 3 days, a sky-opening realm cultivator can do many things." Han Fei said, "In 3 days, a sky opener can do a lot of things indeed, but I need to see more of their trump cards. Besides, those fancy means are meaningless on the battlefield. Luo Xiaobai couldn't help looking at Han Fei, wondering what big move this guy was up to. Xiao Xiaochan had been pestering Han Fei at night for the past 2 days, but she didn't get any answers. She was so angry that she almost stabbed Han Fei. After 3 days, Han Fei's voice rumbled, "All soldiers, attack." Compared to the way the kings treated Han Fei a few days ago, they no longer dared to underestimate Han Fei. They had to admire Han Fei just for this guy. Opening giant beast. This kind of creature that had almost never interacted with humans in the past 100,000 years had actually become their ally. Who wouldn't like such a powerful ally? Besides, Han Fei had even cooperated with the Merman royal family before. Han Fei's fighting style was strange and his methods were unique. At least, no one thought that Han Fei would betray the human race. If Han Fei wiped out the 100 demons and the undersea human race and conquered the inner domain, the human race would become the top force in the raging sea. With Han Fei's means, it was unlikely for him to continue to compete with the Merman royal family. Therefore, after the past 3 days, the human race's morale rose. This was because they were already very close to the 100 Demon clan. This time, it only took 2 days for the human army and the 100 Demon army to collide head-on. The morning sun was shining on the sea, and Han Fei was sitting on the deck, holding a fishing pole and fishing leisurely. Above the boundless sea, there was an inexplicable murderous intent. Many kings felt that something was wrong and walked to the deck one after another. This was an ocean basin, which could also be called an undersea depression. At the bottom of the sea, there were mainly deep-sea plains and deep-sea hills, which were suitable as battlefields. Han Fei's expression was calm, but when he came here, he couldn't help but raise his head and put the fishing hook aside. His voice sounded in the fleet. "All soldiers, prepare for battle. Kings, choose an enemy to fight. This battle concerns the future of our human race. We can't lose it. During the battle, try to separate. Even if we fight into the void, if anything goes wrong, leave the void immediately." Huh? What does the human king mean? Not good. 100 Demons army, prepare to face the enemy. All the kings looked over. As the fleet continued to advance, the army of the 100 Demons and the undersea humans 1,000,000 kilometers away soon alarmed the human fleet. Unlike the humans who only sent venerables and above, the 100 Demon clan and the undersea human race also sent out many half-kings. Sure enough, as Han Fei expected, the entire human race pressed forward. Since the 100 Demon race didn't run, they naturally had to press forward too. When the two parties were less than 100,000 kilometers away, Han Fei raised his hand. "Stop the ships." At this moment, the hearts of all the participants were in their throats. Although some of them didn't even see the sea demons, because their perception range wasn't that large. However, they knew that the enemy was on the opposite side. Soon, they would really start fighting. Han Fei had no intention of getting up and was still sitting lazily on the chair. He said, "Sherpa Huang, Kong Shen. Why, are you too short-handed and starting to use half-kings to make up the numbers? Aren't you afraid of being destroyed by the human army?" Kong Shen snorted. "Han Fei, you brat, you've already shown your trump card. What else have you got? Even if you have the giant beasts as helpers, how many giant beasts are there in the raging sea? How can they compare to our sea? Demon army? Sherpa Huang also sneered. I've never seen a sky-opening giant beast before. Since you're here, let's spar. At this moment, on Han Fei's ship, the old snail emperor, holding his walking stick, looked at Sherpa Huang. I didn't expect an old soul like me to join the battle. Fine, this octopus is mine. Han Fei said, human army, move 1,000,000 kilometers to the left. Han Fei glanced at the big ship of the 9-palace world beside. Uncle Xian. I'll leave the kings to you, okay? Han Xian nodded slightly. He raised his left hand and the 1,000 opportunities divine ghost compass appeared in his hand. I haven't been out for 80,000 years. It's time to exercise. Then, Han Fei said to Luo Xiaobai via voice transmission, before the winner of this battle is decided, in the Sea Establishment Realm battle, our first priority is to save our lives. Luo Xiaobai said, I know. Han Xian shouted, collect the ships and follow me. Move 1,000,000 kilometers to the left. Swish. 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 The hull retreated, and the kings and venerables stood proudly above the sea, turning into streams of light and moving out. Sherpa Huang waved his hand, and the 1,000,000-strong army roared and charged at the human army like a tide. This was a real battle. In terms of number, the 100 demon clan and the undersea human race naturally had a lot more. But in terms of the number of kings, they had only 41 kings in total. There were only 6 more than the 35 kings on Han Fei's side. Sherpa Huang said, Han Fei, since the giant beasts have already allied with you, let the giant beast kings out, or you will regret it later. Han Fei grinned. Oh? Really? As you wish. Han Fei turned his head and glanced at the Snail Emperor, only to see that a magical world appeared in the void, wrapped in white mist. Buzz. Roar. A 7-colored dragon snake and a single-horned flood dragon intertwined and appeared. They were more than 600 kilometers long and galloped in the sky. Swish. 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 Immediately afterward, the blood-colored centipede, the black-armored old turtle, the crimson mantis, and the jade-colored green crab passed through the void and broke out. As soon as they appeared, there were 28 giant beast kings. Immediately, on Han Fei's side, there were as many as 63 kings. Seeing so many giant beast kings appear, Gu Shi, Yang Tsung, Huang Jia, Hong Yu, and the others couldn't help but feel excited. With so many kings joining them, it was almost impossible for them to lose this battle of kings. Just as the two parties were about to charge at each other, the void suddenly trembled, and a figure that the kings couldn't be more familiar with stepped out of the void. Hong Yu exclaimed, Bei Luochen? You're allied with the 100 demon clan to fight our human race? Huang Jia cursed, I knew that supreme clearness and infinity were be asterisk stars. I didn't expect you to stand on the opposite side of the human race this time. Han Xian said, those who betray the human race should be executed. Humph. Bei Luochen glanced at Han Fei from the corner of his eyes. Betray the human race? Do you mean I should wait for Han Fei to lead you to attack the infinity world? You fools, how can you help Han Fei, an evil cultivator? Do you know that Han Fei put all his power in this battle without leaving anyone to guard the human race in the rear? Billions of human beings are about to be destroyed. As he spoke, Bei Luochen sneered. A sea-quelling painting appeared, and 20 kings walked out of it one after another. Obviously, Bei Luochen had brought them from the inner domain. All the kings' faces changed drastically. Seeing that the number of the other party's kings had caught up, even Huang Jia, the Snow Lady, and the others couldn't help looking at Han Fei. Was Han Fei prepared for this? Han Fei's pupils were constricted slightly. See quelling painting? Ha ha ha. Before Han Fei could think further, he heard Shi Huang laugh and hold a jade slip in his hand. My subordinate Zhang Fei has gone to your rear. Once this jade is broken, billions of people of the human race in the rear will die. Humph. At this moment, Han Fei sneered. Why don't you try crushing it? Shi Huang and Bei Luochen were both stunned. What kind of expression was that? Contempt? Shi Huang's face sank, and he crushed the jade slip without hesitation. In his opinion, it was impossible for Han Fei to have prepared for this. Han Fei didn't have the manpower at all. Besides, there was no one guarding the rear of the human race. This was personally confirmed by Bei Luochen and He Daoyuan. In terms of the purpose of killing Han Fei, they were the same. Bei Luochen had even taken action. How could he possibly lie to him? However, the moment the jade slip shattered, Han Fei smiled. Stupid demon, you're still so stupid even after you become an emperor. At this moment, the sky flashed, and a blood-colored sky fiend flashed past. After only 3 seconds, the blood light in the sky flashed again. Although it was far away, all the kings knew that this was the sign of a king's death. Han Fei said, I, Han Fei, am the human king. How can I give up the foundation of the human race? Have you lost your mind? Translator * Kenyi Translations Editor * Kenyi Translations. Shi Huang couldn't help but glare at Bei Luochen and shout, didn't they say that there was no one guarding the rear of the human race? How do you explain this? Buzz. At this moment, the void trembled, and He Daoyuan casually walked out of the void with his hands behind his back. The kings on Han Fei's side were shocked. Even He Daoyuan didn't care about his identity and personally joined forces with the 100 demons to attack the human army. He Daoyuan said, I think it must be Tai Yuan, right? I didn't expect him to join in the battle. Although Tai Yuan never took sides, he is still too kind-hearted, so he agreed to protect your rear, right? When the Snow Lady and the others heard this, they all heaved a sigh of relief. They were almost scared out of their wits just now. If billions of human beings who were left in the rear were killed overnight, even if they won this battle, what was the point? At that time, their Dao hearts would be dusted, and they would never be able to open the sky. At this moment, they were all relieved to know that Tai Yuan had taken action. However, even so, although there were people guarding the rear, now that Bei Luochen and He Daoyuan had both joined the battle, even if Han Fei had the combat power of the sky-opening realm, how could he fight the 4 sky-opening realm powerhouses alone? The gap in strength was too big. Han Fei probably didn't expect this. On this side, when Bei Luochen saw that there was Tai Yuan guarding the rear of the human race, it meant that Tai Yuan wouldn't participate in this battle. Since Tai Yuan wasn't participating, who else could come to help Han Fei? Could it be that Han Fei joined forces with the Merman royal family again? But Bei Luochen thought to himself, that's not right. The War Queen didn't get along with humans tens of thousands of years ago. However, could it be because of Xia Xiaochan? This woman was the princess of the mermaid royal family and Han Fei's woman. Would the mermaid royal family help Han Fei because of her? If that was the case, he had to kill at least dozens of kings before the other party appeared. Only then could he win this battle. The black moon rose to the sky, and the void sky leech appeared. Bei Luochen held the infinity wheel and flashed towards Han Xian. Third form, Great Tao Tangible, God of War Armor. Han Xian's blood chi sword, and the Thousand Opportunities divine ghost. Compass in his hand turned into a black armor that was attached to his body. As he raised his hand, thousands of arrays condensed into one blow. At this moment, even if he activated the fifth form of the Thousand Opportunities divine ghost compass, he couldn't resist Bei Luochen. However, what was faster than Han Xian was a green light. Rumble. The void ripples spread out for tens of thousands of kilometers, and an old turtle was already standing in front of Han Xian. The power of Bei Luochen's blow was completely blocked by the green light and bounced back. The shadow of a black moon appeared in front of Bei Luochen. After taking the blow, he retreated 3,000 kilometers. Then he was stunned. See. Establishment realm? At this moment, a giant turtle appeared in front of Han Xian. He said, "Go. Preside over the battle of the kings. I'll stop Bei Luochen." Han Xian was also stunned. It was rare for a sea establisher to have the ability to stop a sky opener. But this turtle had blocked Bei Luochen's attack so easily. Did the giant beast race have so many strong masters? This kind of strength was probably not weaker than his. Of course, this turtle was the avatar of Tai Yuan. In the raging sea, in the giant beast race, there were few who had the resources to cultivate to the sea. Establishment realm. Tai Yuan's original body had opened the sky, and he had sufficient resources. Powerful body tempering techniques, and had transformed into a giant turtle. That had astonishing defense. That was why he could block a sky-opening realm. Powerhouse like Bei Luochen. Tai Yuan Old Turtle said, "How do you, a sky-opener, have the cheek to attack a king? What else can you do? Is this all you've got, Bei Luochen?" With that, Tai Yuan Old Turtle took the initiative to attack. He turned into his true form, a giant beast, opened his mouth, sealed the void, and unleashed a tremendous force, forcibly blocking Bei Luochen. Han Xian's reaction was very fast. He shouted in a low voice, "All kings, attack! Luo Xiaobai, command the venerables to fight." Bang! 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 1,000,000 kilometers away, the void shattered. When kings collided, no one was weak. Under that terrifying momentum, all creatures within hundreds of thousands of kilometers fled frantically, hoping to survive. Huang Jia sneered. "Poison dragon, I heard that you are poisonous. Come and fight me." Gao Bieli, from the parting grief world said, "I hate sharks." "That shark, come and fight me." Zhang Xuanyu shouted, "Shrimp has 9 spears. You're suitable to be my opponent. Come and die." Orange-red light burst out of Lu Renquang's body, and he activated the violent war body. A black hole appeared behind him, and he pointed his knife at a lobster. "Let me kill you." The battle of the kings had begun, and the appearance of Bei Luochen and Dao Yuan wasn't out of Han Fei's expectation. Dao Yuan said, "You seem to have expected me to come. However, what method have you prepared to stop me?" Before Han Fei said anything, the conch emperor pounded his walking stick and said, "I'm too old to listen to your nonsense. I'll help you deal with this big octopus, but you'll have to rely on yourself for the rest." Sherpa was so angry that his tentacles twitched. He snorted. "I'd like to see what the legendary sky-opening giant beast is like." Buzz. With that, the two of them disappeared at the same time, leaving Kong Shen and He Daoyuan behind. Han Fei grinned. He Daoyuan, you're the former master of the Supreme Clearness World and now recognized as the strongest in the 36 mystic worlds, but I don't think you are the strongest. There is someone stronger than you. Oh? Please elaborate. At this moment, Han Fei casually waved his hand, and a faint blue light appeared. A shocking sword intent surged out of the blue. Who else could it be but the sword god? Although it was still wartime, many people were paying attention to Han Fei. Although the martial emperor city never cared about the raging sea, this time the martial king personally appeared here. Seeing this scene from a distance, he couldn't help frowning slightly. Could it be that the information is wrong? Why is the sword god here? Xiao Hongzhu, Li Qingdi, and Chen Huangdian were also looking at this side from a distance. Li Qingdi said, how does He Daoyuan know that we won't take action? Xiao Hongzhu said, who said we won't take action? Although the Merman royal family and human beings don't get along, I'm naturally on Xiaochan's side. If necessary, we can take action, but we don't have the obligation to save others. Let's see what other means Han Fei has. Han Fei had been fishing for several days in a row. In fact, he had already hooked the sword god's historical body, just to pull the sword god out at this moment. The sword god who came out now was naturally not the real sword god, but a clone that Han Fei had fished out of the river of time. According to his current strength, the sword god he fished out could probably last for half an hour. In other words, he had to win this battle within half an hour. Even He Daoyuan couldn't help being surprised. He didn't expect the sword god to be hidden in time. He said, how can you be here? However, the sword god didn't respond to He Daoyuan. He used the void storm as a sword and took He Daoyuan away in one wave. At this moment, there was only Kong Shen left. As a sky-opening realm powerhouse of the undersea human race, Kong Shen couldn't help but be amazed by Han Fei's power. Han Fei was only a king, but he could actually mobilize so many sky-openers. Han Fei said, it seems that there's only you and me left. You should be the first sky opener in my life I have to face alone. This battle is worth remembering. When Han Fei slowly got up, his aura soared to the sky. As he activated his great Tao, his aura soared, and his Dharma idol condensed into 100-meter-tall giant. At this moment, there was no need for the so-called 10,000-meter-tall golden body. Being able to fight was the most important. The green thunder wine gourd was hanging on Han Fei's waist, a burning broadsword appeared in his hand, the ultimate blade floated in front of him. And a sea of knives made of infinity water gathered under his feet. Others might not recognize these weapons, but the martial emperor and Xia Hongzhu were more experienced than others. When they saw Han Fei's equipment, they were shocked. Did he rescue the galaxy in his previous life? How many godly weapons did he have? Xiao Hongzhu narrowed her eyes and muttered to herself, where did he get so many good things? Swish. Even Kong Shen couldn't resist the speed of the ultimate blade, so clanking sounds rang when the ultimate blade kept hitting him. Kong Shen's spiritual beast, Big Sky Centipede, wanted to rush out of this sea, but it was forcibly suppressed by the infinity water. The entire sea had turned into a sea of blades. The Big Sky Centipede hadn't opened the sky yet, so it naturally couldn't resist it. Having no choice, Kong Shen immediately shouted, Fuse! Fuse! At this time, Han Fei also fused with Little Black and Little White. When the Yin Yang divine eyes were activated, Han Fei waved his hand, and 108 immortal fiend sabers appeared within 10,000 kilometers. Kongshan couldn't have felt worse. How much immortal qi and fiendish energy did Han Fei waste? Do you have to spend so much money to fight? An immortal fiend saber equaled a sky-opening realm strike, and there were 108 of them here. The void was sealed, and this place was filled with entangled immortal qi and fiendish qi. 100,000 tides rose and fell. Han Fei pointed at the sky. My name is Han Fei. I ask for a sword from heaven and earth to kill an emperor. Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. The commotion caused by Han Fei alone was comparable to that caused by the hundreds of kings next door. The corner of the martial king's mouth twitched slightly. Only Han Fei could fight like this. This was not a fight of strength, but a fight of wealth. Xia Hongzhu couldn't help but look at Chen Huangdian. Do you have a big grudge against him? Chen Huangdian shrugged slightly. Not big. I just killed him once. Xia Hongzhu said, when he opens the sky, I think you'd better avoid him. Chen Huangdian's eyelids twitched. My strength is growing rapidly, and my recovery is not slow. He might not be a match for me. Li Qingdi shook his head slightly, thinking that it seemed that the War Queen was quite satisfied with Han Fei's performance. The main reason was that Han Fei protected Xia Shaochan last time in the soul-sealing world, which changed her impression of Han Fei. At this moment, in the sky, it was as if there was a god-fiend tribulation. Sword or a sword. To the sky, the clouds dispersed, and holiness and darkness intertwined. 108 immortal fiend sabers circled in the sky, forming a supreme yin-yang diagram. Kongshan's eyelids were twitching. He had never seen anyone so crazy. Only Han Fei could fight like this. Even he didn't dare to do this, because he couldn't afford it. Han Fei rushed out at the ultimate speed and shouted, Heaven and earth. Sword. A pillar of light fell, which was a sword light that fell from the sky. Kong Shen had to take a deep breath, shocked. Kongshan roared and pointed his black scepter at the sky. The seawater under him turned dark as if it had turned into a black swamp. The black water floated up and turned into a big black dragon, soaring to the sky. Abyssal demon tide. Bang! Han Fei's heart did a flip. What was Kongshan's great Tao? He didn't know where the black swamp came from, but Han Fei felt a strong corrosive power. Wherever the black dragon passed, even space and time were corroded. However, no matter how strong Kongshan was, Han Fei's sword of heaven and earth had consumed so much immortal energy and fiendish energy. It was impossible for him to completely block it with his great Tao. Rumble. Sure enough, when the black dragon was nailed through by the sword, it collapsed from the sky. Ink sprayed out, and the seawater was corroded into mist. Seeing the sword of heaven and earth falling from the sky, Kongshan didn't dodge. On the handle of the black scepter, a green eyeball cracked. On closer inspection, it was a strange green jade stone. This jade struck at the sky, and a holy, murderous, and strange black ripple, like a smooth mirror, rippled out dozens of layers in an instant. Within a radius of 30,000 kilometers, the sea collapsed, huge waves rose to the sky, and the void shattered. Han Fei and Kongshan were wrapped in a void and disappeared. They must have fallen into the void. When the two of them disappeared, the waves couldn't close where they were fighting. Instead, they turned into a cylindrical deep pit, leaving a crisscrossing void storm. In the distance, the attacks of the Snail Emperor and Sherpa Huang slowed down. Carrying Sherpa Huang's great void vortex, the Snail Emperor was still in the mood to mutter, "This kid, why did he have to make such a big noise from the beginning?" Bei Luochen, who was fighting Tai Yuan Old Turtle, felt his heart sink. Was Han Fei already so strong? Even if it were him, he wouldn't have been able to take the blow just now. Even if he wasn't seriously injured, his injuries wouldn't be light. However, he estimated that Han Fei couldn't release such a powerful attack many times. However, in the next second, before the other sky openers could do anything, they saw the void explode like a balloon. Before Bei Luochen and the others could continue to attack, the void exploded. And a super-huge calabash exploded. Then, Han Fei and Kong Shen both vomited blood and retreated. Black gas surrounded Han Fei, and the healing divine light was quickly purifying the corrosive energy on his body. Kong Shen's arms were shattered but quickly recovered. His black scepter was stuck to his body, and it looked like it had been smashed into this state. This time even He Daoyuan was stunned. "A godly weapon?" Kong Shen shouted, "Bei Luochen, do you have to fight a sea establisher for so long? This kid is full of godly weapons. He can't be shaken at all." "Hey! Shut up and take my slash." This time, Han Fei took out the phoenix feather violent saber, which was full of immortal qi. With a single slash, the sky was dyed red as if the sky was stained with blood. Heavenly fire scattered, and from the sky, a phoenix spread its wings and roared. Even Han Fei was a little stunned. Could it be that Feng Yu was of the phoenix bloodline? This saber was even more powerful than the green thunder wine. Gourd. Abyss swallowing. Darkness enveloped thousands of kilometers, and the two of them fell into the darkness again. It seemed that Kong Shen's abyssal power could seal an area which couldn't be escaped at all. However, this power wasn't absolute. It wasn't irresistibly strong. Bang! In an instant, the darkness that covered thousands of kilometers was marked with several flame knife marks, as if the darkness would be cut into pieces in the next moment. Boom boom boom. In the dark abyss, there were continuous strange weather phenomena and explosions. It could be seen how fierce the battle was. At this moment, Bei Luochen's Black Moon Void Sky Turtle finally limited the power of Tai Yuan Old Turtle. Although Tai Yuan Old Turtle had the ability to fight a sky opener, he hadn't opened the sky yet, so he naturally wasn't as strong as a real sky opener. Black Moon Void, Infinite Divine Slash. A black moon turned into a long knife, cutting through the void and destroying the soul. Tai Yuan Old Turtle spat out a wave, which gathered into a sword. Unfortunately, in an instant, Tai Yuan Old Turtle's attack collapsed. Bei Luochen grinned and shouted, "The Sea Establishment Realm is the Sea Establishment Realm after all. A hard turtle shell doesn't mean anything." Clang! The black moon descended on the shell of Tai Yuan Old Turtle, and in the surrounding 10,000 kilometers, there seemed to be a series of explosions, and the void turbulence dissipated. It could only be said that in a place like the raging sea, it was still a little difficult to withstand the full-strength attack of a sky opener. The void would collapse at any time. If it was in the Sea of Mist, it might be better, but here, the void storms were everywhere. The bottom of the sea was cracked, and the attacks of the kings and emperors were branded here. In the future, this place might become a forbidden place in the raging sea. Crack. A crack suddenly appeared on the shell of Taiyuan old turtle, and blood poured out. Seeing this, Han Xian immediately shouted, "Thousand opportunities divine. Ghost compass, third form, great Tao tangible." Han Xian simulated the power of Han Fei's sword of heaven and earth just now. But unfortunately, the power displayed by the thousand opportunities divine ghost compass was still not enough. The power erupted was not even 1/10 of the original. But even so, this was the combat power of the sky-opening realm. However, before Han Xian could attack, a crabman holding 2 hammers, wearing black jade armor, and covered in sharp blades stood in front of Han Xian. As the crabman struck out with his hammer, he also erupted with the power of the sky-opening realm. Furthermore, what burst out with him was a long dragon of knife chi that he had long prepared. When the two attacks collided, both of them were knocked back. The crabman shouted, "Han Xian, I heard that you were already in the top 10 of the sea establishment realm 80,000 years ago. Your strength is unfathomable. My name is Crab Xian. 10,000 years after the 9 palace world was sealed, I was born. Today, I am the first general in the 100 demon race. Your enemy is me." Crack. Boom. Taiyuan old turtle was repelled, and Han Xian was stopped. The abyss was broken, Kongshen's body was pierced through, and he was almost cut in half. Golden blood flowed from Han Fei's hands, and the phoenix feather-long knife in his hand was trembling. Blood oozed out of the corner of his mouth from time to time. Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique. The moment Han Fei came out, he activated the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique. However, Han Fei didn't deliberately wait for the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique to descend, but suddenly opened the invincible eye. Originally, with Han Fei's current physique, he couldn't withstand such a powerful force. As soon as he activated the invincible eye, his body cracked. And he could only try his best to hold on. As soon as the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique was activated, Han Fei only felt a touch of healing divine brilliance, and his figure had already rushed out again. This time, immortal chi emerged and he launched all great Daos in one, as if he wanted to kill Kongshen with one blow. Kongshen roared, "Bei Luochen!" In fact, even without Kongshen shouting, Bei Luochen had already taken action. He had already seen that Han Fei's current strength was really strong. Enough to be on par with the sky-opening realm. Now, Kong Zhong was deeply injured and clearly needed an instant to recover. And Han Fei snatched this moment. Otherwise, he wouldn't have forcibly unleashed a power that even he couldn't withstand. Swish. Bei Luochen arrived in an instant, and the infinity will tried to block Han Fei's blow. The black moon condensed the void, trying to seal space and time. Clank, clank, clank. Clang. At that moment, the ultimate blade hit Bei Luochen hundreds of times, and the infinity wheel was directly shaken away by Han Fei's sword. But at this moment, behind Bei Luochen, Kongshen suddenly said, "Abyss soul. Devouring." Bei Luochen's face changed drastically, and he shouted, "Kongshen, how dare you? Kiki." Before Bei Luochen finished speaking, his eyes were dazed, and his soul seemed to be shaken and temporarily lost. Han Fei had already prepared the vast ocean navigator. He instantly broke through the origin sea of Bei Luochen and rushed in. This change caught everyone off guard. Sherpa Huang's expression changed drastically, and He Daoyuan's aura stagnated. Who could have expected that Kongshen would betray them and become Han Fei's ally?